652. A tall, large young man and a beautiful woman entered the territory of the Dragon Province of the Dali dynasty together. It was a treasured land of feng shui after Li Zhu's dwelling shattered and took root in the earth in the past. There were many stories about the landscape here, and it was one of the best cultivation grounds of the Aquarius continent. However, all of the landscape and people seemed to be tainted by the mist of the mountains' feng shui, obscuring everything. When the two of them made their way towards Huaihuang City along the Tiefu River, they passed by an ancestral temple of the water goddess that flourished with incense due to their identities and cultivation foundations. Neither of them were bold enough to enter and offer incense. When they finally saw the eastern gate of the city after so much difficulty, the young man felt like he had been relieved of a great burden. He sighed emotionally. We're finally here. Miss Ma, should we pay Mr. Chen a visit first, or should we visit Gu Ken's home in the provincial city? Luapa Mountain might be a little harder to find, but the provincial city is relatively easier to find. The couple's journey north through the Dragon Province this time had not been easy. It was mainly because Gu Ken had suddenly told them to head north by themselves. He and the strange scholar called Lu Qicheng wanted to visit the Sioux clan in Clearwind City, which made the timid Sung Yi extremely uneasy. In his early years, the caretaker of Green Gorge Island, Zhang Yi, had dragged him out of the fiery pit on Reedy Moon Island and brought him to the thatched hut at the entrance of the mountain. After meeting the accountant, Sung Ye's life underwent an overwhelming change. Afterwards, he met Gu Ken. From fear to intimacy and now to dependence, it had all happened in just a few years. To cultivators who liked to meditate, it was like the snap of a finger. Before he knew it, Sung Yi, who would have nightmares from a casual glance from Gu Ken, instead felt uneasy without Gu Ken by his side. He went on a sightseeing tour, feeling unsteady every step he took. In reality, Sung Yi, who was naturally suited to the path of ghost cultivation, had broken through quite quickly in the past few years. As a matter of fact, it could even be described as extremely fast. It was only because he had Gu Ken by his side that he did not stand out. Sung Yi was now a true sea-viewing realm chi practitioner. In the Jianghu and mountains of regular vassal states, he could be regarded as an immortal of the middle five realms. Due to the fact that Sung Yi had cultivated unorthodox techniques, her yin chi was rather heavy. Therefore, when Sung Yi traveled to the north with Gu Ken, she was still able to get close to the mountains, rivers, temples, and immortal mountains. However, when she parted ways with Gu Ken, she did not have the guts to do so. In addition, Ma Duyi, who was by her side, was even more ghostly. She was only able to walk in the human world by relying on the fox-skin talisman. In the eyes of the immortal masters on the mountain who had profound Taoism, whether it was Tsinyi or Ma Duyi, they were easily regarded as disgraceful and filthy existences. Ma Duyi had a jade pendant hanging from her waist. It was the peace and peace jade pendant that Gu Ken had given them as a protective amulet. She thought for a moment and smiled. Let's go to Luapa Mountain first. We are so familiar with Mr. Chen, so we shouldn't be rejected. Even if Mr. Chen isn't there, it shouldn't be difficult to ask someone for a cup of tea, right? Sung Yi grinned and said, Okay, I think so too. There were always some people who would feel more at ease when they thought of this. After passing Huaihuang County, they asked the local people for directions. However, they couldn't understand each other. They finally found a shopkeeper who could speak Dali's official language. However, the shopkeeper didn't know the specific address of Luapa Mountain. He only gave a general idea. After passing the small town, they first found Jinju Mountain, which was just a small hill. Then they would find an opportunity to ask the immortals in the mountain for directions. After entering the continuous mountains full of spiritual qi, the two of them searched for a long time before they found Mount Huimeng, which was the territory of Luapa Mountain. After going south, they reached the foot of Luapa Mountain's cliff, which was not too far from the southern gate. However, Tsing Yi and Ma Di saw an incredible scene. First, they saw a little girl in black with her back to them. She was looking up at the sea of clouds hanging on the cliff like a snow-white belt. The little girl carried a small golden pole on one shoulder and a green bamboo walking stick on the other shoulder. She shouted loudly, Pei Qian, don't jump wrong this time. It's so troublesome to fill the hole. Tsing Yi glanced around the little girl. The ground was full of potholes. The green bamboo walking stick on the little girl's shoulder was very familiar. The little girl in black suddenly turned her head and looked at the two foreigners who had stopped in their tracks. She slipped away as fast as lightning. Tsing Yi suddenly looked up. A black that broke through the sea of clouds. With a whistling sound, it suddenly fell. In an instant, a short, thin figure fell heavily on the ground. There was a loud noise. The earth trembled and dust flew. Tsing Yi concentrated and stared into the distance. He saw that in the big hole, there was a girl with dark skin and a thin figure. She bent her knees slightly and slowly got up. She turned her head and looked at the little girl in black, who was holding her head and squatting at the edge of the big hole. She complained, "Little Mealy, what's going on? If I didn't have sharp eyes and changed my landing route, you would have fallen into the hole. What if you got hurt? Didn't I tell you not to move?" Ooh. As she spoke, the girl with a shocking demeanor walked casually to the little girl's side. Then, intentionally or unintentionally, she stood between Zhou Mealy and the two foreigners. Ma Di noticed that the girl was wearing a pair of sloppily woven straw sandals. Fresh blood was flowing out. Ma Di couldn't help but glance at the cliff, and then at the girl. Was she jumping off the cliff to commit suicide, or was she playing around? Tsing Yi and Ma Di were not pure martial artists. They didn't know the many subtleties of the girl jumping off the cliff. Ask fist. The girl was using the ask fist with her body and the earth. She had to restrain all her godlike fist intent. She had to rely on her physical body to deliver the heaviest punch as if she was falling from heaven to the mortal world. In the girl's words, she was going to give the little girl on the ground a hard blow to the head. This was a method that the girl came up with herself. Wanshu obviously didn't agree. He felt that it was too dangerous. Pei Qian was still at the bottleneck of the fifth realm. His physical body wasn't strong enough. Little Mealy felt that it was feasible. Just as Chun Wanshu was about to ask the old chef, Pei Qian stepped on the 6 green bricks on the ground outside the bamboo building, opened up a path with a 6-step walking stake, and leaped into the air, disappearing from sight. Zhou Mealy was lying on the cliff with her, but sticking out. Chun Wanshu was very anxious. Old chef had appeared at the edge of the cliff unknowingly. He glanced at the ground and clicked his tongue. Chun Wanshu was relieved. It seemed that everything was fine. Later, Pei Qian quickly climbed up the cliff. Then, limping, his eyes shining, he laughed and said, "Awesome, awesome." Zhu Lian didn't say anything. He turned and left. Then, there were many big holes on the ground. Zhou Mealy secretly made a fierce gesture to Pei Qian. Chun Wanshu, who was rarely angry, scolded her. Then there was the scene that Tsing Yi and Ma Di saw today. If this was how Luapa Mountain treated their guests, it was a new experience. Pei Qian looked at the two strangers who came from afar and asked, "Is the sound of the abacus on the left or the right?" Tsing Yi was confused. Ma Di answered, "Facing the mountain gate. It's the accountant's room on the left." Pei Qian smiled and cupped his fists. "Greetings, fellow Taoists and Sister Ma. Pei Qian, the first disciple of Luapa Mountain." Ma Di sighed in his heart. What a clever girl. She had good taste. Guken had said in private that Lu Qicheng had cast a camouflage spell on them that could help hide the aura of the otherworldly item. However, Guken also said that there was no need to reveal this to Tsing Yi. When traveling outside, Tsing Yi should be careful. Ma Di laughed and scolded at that time. She was worried that he would cause trouble by wandering around. Right? Guken smiled and didn't say anything. She just handed over the priceless piece and safety token. Ma Dui didn't argue with Guken. In the end, it was Guken who thought more and was more experienced. Sometimes when he got along with Tsung-yi and Ma Dui, even without Guken, he would sigh with emotion. Guken learned things too fast. No matter what she learned, cultivation was needless to say. She spoke official dialects everywhere, traveled with the heroes of Jianghu, chatted happily with the officials who went for a spring walk, and chatted with the woodmen in the countryside, and the common people in the marketplace. It seemed that Guken could always do as the Romans do, pulling Ma Dui and Tsung-yi apart. At this moment, Zhou Mili was standing beside Pei Qian, tilting her head and frowning. Then she pretended to understand and nodded gently, pretending that she was used to the Jianghu and understood everything. Since they were entertaining guests, it was not good to take the cliff home. Pei Qian took the two guests to take a detour to the mountain gate. Of course, he didn't forget to introduce little Mili, the right guardian of Luapa Mountain. Zhou Mili reminded in a low voice, "It's the right guardian of Luapa Mountain. She used to be the right guardian of Dragon Riding Alley, but now she's—" Pei Qian coughed. Zhou Mili immediately shut up, tiptoed, and stretched out her hand to cover her mouth. "Don't record it, don't record it. I haven't let it slip yet." Pei Qian rubbed her little head and didn't say anything. What record? In fact, little Mili and Wan Shu only had merit books. There was no account book at all. It was just that this kind of thing couldn't be said. Otherwise, little Mili would be arrogant. After Ma Dui heard this, his expression was normal. In fact, he was stunned for a long time. Tsung-yi, on the other hand, was fine. Mr. Chen had always been calm when looking at things in the world, as long as there was no reason. When they arrived at the mountain gate, Zheng Dafeng was no longer there. Now, young Yuan Lai was temporarily staying there, and was in charge of guarding the gate. Sun Yuanji just happened to practice martial arts from the top of the mountain to the foot of the mountain. She was now a fourth realm martial artist, but breaking through the third realm bottleneck was a bit difficult. It was not good either. Old Chef said it was very good, but Sun Yuanji was not very satisfied. No matter how good her relationship with Yuan Bao was, both of them were pure martial artists. There would definitely be competition. Women were often like this. No matter how good their relationship was, there would be a little competition between their cute eyes and sweet smiles. This was human nature. Compared to the competition between men, it was more graceful and moving. Moreover, Yuan Bao and Yuan Lai's master was Lu Baixiang, and Sun Yuanji had always regarded old Mr. Zhu as her teacher. Old Mr. Zhu and Lu Baixiang seemed to be of the same generation in Luapa Mountain. The two seniors didn't compete for anything, but as their disciples, she and Yuan Bao still had to compete. The green-robed youth, Yuan Lai, took advantage of his sister's absence to sit by the wall and read. When Sun Yuanji reached the foot of the mountain, he was no longer in the mood to read, and looked at Miss Si. Before Uncle Zheng left, he left a lot of books for Yuan Lai in the study room of the house. He also told the young man that when he was older, he could go to Old Chef's private library. The books there contained a lot of knowledge. The youth was somewhat fascinated. Seeing Pei Qian and the others, the youth could only pull his mind out of Miss Tsin's beautiful eyes and hurriedly walked to the mountain gate's memorial arch. After listening to Pei Qian's introduction, he bowed to the two guests who were old friends of the young mountain lord. The youth suddenly realized that this was the etiquette of a scholar. If his sister knew, he would be scolded again. Yuan Lai hurriedly cupped his fists and smiled. After Tsun Yuanji greeted them, she continued to practice her martial arts and climb the mountain alone. Old Mr. Zhu had once told her that if she walked on the right path, she could make up for it with hard work. She could not practice until she was dead. If she wanted the fist intent to enter her body, she had to find a source of fresh water in the fist technique. This was the so-called martial artist who practiced martial arts to reach a high level. In the end, old Mr. Zhu asked Sun Yuanji to think carefully about what she wanted from practicing martial arts. If she understood, practicing martial arts would not be a difficult task. When they reached the mountain, Pei Qian realized that old chef was not at home. Fortunately, Chen Wanshu was there, so she did not have to worry about neglecting the two guests. As long as they were guests of Luo Pa Mountain, there was no difference in status. Zhu Lian went to the sword prayer platform. Sword cultivator Cui Wei, youth Zhang Jiazhen, and Jiang Chu were all staying here. Wei Pai stood at the foot of the mountain and slowly climbed with Zhu Lian, who he had called over at the last minute. Wei Pai smiled. Fortunately, the person in charge of the Dragon Spring Sword Sect is not Master Wan, but Miss Xiao. Otherwise, even I might not be able to cover everything. Zhu Lian's expression was not relaxed. That woman's identity has been confirmed. Wei Pai nodded. She is the fairy woman that Chen Pingan asked us to find. She is called Chun Shui. Back then, after the cross-continent ferry crashed into the territory of the Zhuang dynasty, she was lucky enough to survive. She changed her name to Shiqiu and exposed the collusion between the heavenly lord Xie Shi and the Song clan of the great Li through the catoptric deflection on a small immortal mountain. She framed the Zhuang dynasty. Regarding this matter, Emperor Dali's imperial study had a special discussion. If not for the imperial tutor Cui Dong, who felt that this matter was a leak, it did not matter if the matter was exposed. Or rather, Cui Dong was hoping to use this matter to lure the big fish to take the bait. Otherwise, even if the fairy maid was secretly taken away with the interwoven web of Dali's spies, a female cultivator of the lower 5 realms would not be able to escape death even if she was rescued by an expert. Zhu Lian asked, "This matter is very troublesome." Wei Pai smiled. "Of course. Why would I ask you to come if it was not troublesome? This kind of matter may seem big or small, but it is ultimately a taboo." Zhu Lian said, "It is not troublesome. I just need to confirm one thing." Wei Pai nodded. "As long as you know. Anyway, my reputation is terrible. I am not afraid of this matter." Zhu Lian shook his head. "It is not that simple. All right, I know the way. I will walk on my own. You go back to the cloud-padding mountain and pretend that you know nothing." Wei Bo furrowed his brows. Zhu Lian said, "Don't ruin the relationship if you want it to last. Brother Wei, we are friends and business is business. Since we are friends, there are some things that I should not involve you in." Wei Pai smiled. "Then I will keep an eye on the surroundings of the sword prayer platform. If there is any movement, we will discuss and come up with a plan." Zhu Lian nodded. A friend was honest and kind, so he should return the favor. This was the righteousness of the Jianghu. Wei Pai, who had previously detained the group of people from the border of the northern peak to the sword prayer platform, disappeared. Zhu Lian saw the travel-worn group of people. Cui Wei, who was at the golden core bottleneck of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, was confused. He could only watch over the group of people who had mysteriously appeared on the mountaintop. There was a young master surnamed Dugu, a maidservant named Meng Long, and a girl named Shiqiu. After Zhu Lian arrived, he nodded to Cui Wei, who left on his sword. Zhu Lian looked at the girl whose real name was Chou Shunyer and asked, "Miss Chou Shunyer, I have 2 questions. Please answer them honestly." The maidservant, Meng Long, looked somewhat displeased. The pale-faced young master, however, looked calm. Chou Shunyer nodded. Zhu Lian had a kind expression. He smiled and asked, "First, did Miss Chou Shunyer want to find my young master? Second, when did you have this idea? Did you want to find the only person you can trust in a foreign land after the ferry crashed? Or did you have no choice but to do so now that you have no other choice?" Chou Shunyer's eyes were clear. She said, "I have never thought of finding Chen Pingan before. The reason why I changed my mind now is because I have implicated you and caused you to be hunted down. I only hope that you can survive, and that Chunpingon can hand me over to the Dali dynasty. Choshunyur paused for a moment and smiled sincerely. It may be childish, but it is the truth. Zhu Lian nodded and smiled. I trust you, Miss Choshunyur. Then, the hunchbacked old man turned his head with a smile. You are a noble of the Zhuang dynasty, who has been exiled all over the world, right? Young Master Duga nodded. Indeed, I dare not lie to you. My real name is Duga Duanshuan, and I am now known as Xiao Pasien. I am from a fallen country. I do not want to die yet, which is why I came up with this plan. I used a favor to coerce Miss Shirtio into bringing me to Luapa Mountain to seek protection. Ooh. Zhu Lian asked, do you think you can survive at Luapa Mountain, or are you desperate? Young Master Duga said, it's the latter. Along the way, the three of them had been intercepted twice. The first time was an unexpected encounter, while the second time was when the cultivators accompanying Dali's army had come prepared. Zhu Lian smiled. What favor do you owe Miss Choshunyur? Tell me about it. I'm only in charge of some trivial matters on Luapa Mountain. I haven't studied much, so my knowledge is limited. I really do need to consult young Master Duga properly. Duga Duanshuan was speechless. He obviously had impure motives for risking his life to save Shirtio. He definitely did not do it out of pure righteousness. The maidservant, Meng Long, was miserable. How did her young master end up in such a state? After a moment of silence, Zhu Lian asked, where did the final battle take place? Duga Duanshuan said, around the borders of the kingdom of Southern Stream, extremely far away from the dragon province of Dali. The reason why I was intercepted was because someone among the cultivators accompanying Dali possessed the imperial jade seal of the Zhuang Empire. They were able to follow the traces and find me. After the battle, I first pretended to head south. Along the way, I severed the dragon vein in the miniature world in my body before silently making my way north. I shouldn't have been followed by Dali. The young man's words were concise and to the point. As for the great danger involved and the price he had to pay, no one would know about it. Zhu Lian asked, Immortal Xiao Pe, are you willing to struggle at death's door here? Or are you willing to sacrifice yourself for your country? Duga Duanshuan smiled. Senior, you're asking too much. Zhu Lian nodded. He looked at the female cultivator of the North Continent with a tragic background and smiled. Miss Choshunyur, do you know that you'll cause a very great problem for my young master by doing this? Choshunyur was just about to say something. However, Zhu Lian had already smiled. What are you thinking? I've said it before. I have a good memory, so I'll know once I hear it. That's why I'm only telling you the truth right now. Choshunyur nodded. She bit her lip so hard that it bled. One of her hands was hidden in her sleeve. She gripped something tightly, and her arm trembled slightly. Apart from repaying Sir Duga for saving her life, she actually had selfish motives. She hoped that she could send something to Luopa Mountain. After that, even if Luopa Mountain wanted to take credit for her, and the Song clan, it would not matter. Zhu Lian chuckled and looked around. There were many wild persimmon trees on the sword prayer platform. In winter, the persimmons hung on the tall branches. They were bright red and cute. In the hometown of the lotus flower-blessed land, persimmons had another name. It was very unique, Marquis of Icefrost. Zhu Lian finally said to the dazed young woman, if my young master was here, he would be very happy to be able to reunite with Miss Choshunyur after a long separation. After saying this, Zhu Lian left the sword prayer platform. The maidservant Meng Long asked softly, Sir, what's this? Duga Duanshuan smiled broadly. It's not bad to live under someone else's roof and beg for food. After Zhu Lian walked down the sword prayer platform, Wei Pai appeared. Zhu Lian laughed angrily. Is there a great mountain lord like you Who is so unlucky? Wei Pai laughed. I have nothing better to do. Zhu Lian put his hands behind his back and said slowly that Mr. Chiu must be saved. As for the other two, we just need to understand one thing. Wei Pai said, that is, whoever tells him to come to this unknown Luopa mountain will be able to live. Zhu Lian said with a shocked expression, Brother Wei is wise. Wei Pai gave a polite smile. Zhu Lian scratched his head and laughed. That's good too. I can find something to do. I can't always be a chef wearing an apron and be despised by people every day. It's time for our Luopa mountain to take the initiative to solve our problems. Otherwise, unnecessary trouble will only increase. Zhu Lian sneered. Pick on a soft persimmon. Wei Pai smiled knowingly. It seemed that he was still angry about the matter of the jade liquid river water goddess. Wei Pai looked in the direction of Luopa mountain and said, What a coincidence, we have guests. The two disappeared into thin air and appeared on Luopa mountain. Tsing Yi and Ma Dui saw the handsome immortal. As for the kind-looking old man beside him, he was far from being comparable to the handsome man with the golden earrings. They could not take their eyes off him. Chen Wanshu hurriedly stood up and introduced Zhu Lian, Wei Pai, Luopa Mountain's manager, old Mr. Zhu, and the Northern Mountain Lord, old Mr. Wei. Tsing Yi and Ma Dui were scared half to death. Among the 5 mountain lords of the continent, Wei Pai's realm was the highest, and he was the most famous. Pei Qian reminded, Old chef, it's time to eat. Bring out all your best skills. Xiaomi wiped her mouth. Of course, Zhu Lian called out softly and immediately went to the kitchen in the backyard to get busy. It was as if the small kitchen was Zhu Lian's little world. Wei Pai felt helpless in his heart. He could rely on his face to make a living than Jiang Shangzhen. Why did he have to be a chef? At the Dragon Riding Alley's New Year shop, old friends were also reunited. Dong Shuijing, Lin Shui. There was also the little girl who was worried that the nickname Little Stone would spread. After following her family to Dali's capital, she was now a married woman. Shi Jiachuan, Li Baoping's best friend. The Dragon Riding Alley's New Year shop and the grass shop next door were both Shi Jiachuan's ancestral businesses. Shi Chuanjia and Shi Lingshan, who came from Peach Leaf Alley, were also relatives. However, Shi Chuanjia's seniority was higher. If the two really met, they would have to call her aunt. The world was unpredictable. Schoolmates and good friends separated in the small town. More than 10 years later, they had completely different identities. Shi Jiachuan was now happy to take care of her husband and children. Her husband was a son of an aristocratic family. His surname was Bian, and his name was Wen Mao. His family had no relationship with the painting master, who could place his painting in the imperial study. Bian Wenmao's family had lived in Dali's capital for hundreds of years. Their ancestors were the aristocratic family of the Lu dynasty. Probably because the family's influence lasted for a long time, the family that took root in Dali was not prominent in the officialdom. However, most of their identities were very noble. Many of the family's advisors were scholars who had a small reputation in the literary circle in Dali. There were also the honorary members of the family of the immortal on the mountain. They were even more extraordinary. One of them was an elder of the Eternal Spring Palace's ancestral hall. The other was unlucky. In his early years, he and a few good friends who had lived in the mountains for a long time passed by the sky above Liju Grotto Heaven. For some reason, they had a conflict with Saint Wan Jiao. Their ending was not good. However, they managed to keep their lives. They were luckier than the other friend, who died directly. This time, they met because Dong Shuijing went to Dali's capital to do business and looked for Shi Jiachuan. Shi Jiachuan wanted to arrange a time for her schoolmates and good friends to gather in her hometown, Huaihuang Town. However, this time, Li Baoping went to the south to travel and missed it. Therefore, Shi Jiachuan was now complaining about Baoping. The group sat in the backyard of the shop and reminisced. The shopkeeper, Shiro, moved the table and stools, brought tea and pastries, and quickly left. Dong Shuijing listened to Shi Jiachuan's nagging and laughed. Bao Ping didn't even give you face. She shouldn't have. Lin Shuyi nodded. I'll let Li Huai talk to her later. Shi Jiachuan rolled her eyes and said, Li Huai, forget it. Your guts are the size of a needle's eye. How dare you kick up a fuss in front of my Bao Ping? Suddenly realizing that her husband was sitting beside her, Shi Jiachuan quickly sat up and restrained her expression. Bien Wenmao was a distinguished and elegant scholar. His elders gave him an excellent name. Now, he was compiling history books in the Hanlin Academy. He was an outstanding talent among Dali's native officials. Although he was not considered outstanding, he was able to gain a foothold in the literary world of Dali's capital at such a young age. He was also working in the Hanlin Academy, which was known as the place of prime minister. Once he was sent out, his official position would not be small in the future. It was only in Huaihuang County where the Chao and Yuan surnames were bound to compete. In other places, Bien Wenmao would be a first-class Yaman's guest. Bien Wenmao's impression of these two young men was very ordinary, and the other was passable. The ordinary one was Dong Shuijing, who came from a merchant family. The passable one was Lin Shuyi, who was studying at the Great Sui Kingdom's Cliff Academy. As for their family background, Shi Jiachuan had briefly mentioned it, but it was all unintentional. Dong Shuijing's family background was not too good, but he had started his career early. As for the matter of him starting a family, it was a bit uncertain. Lin Shuyi's father had worked under 3 dragon kiln supervisors. It was said that he was now working in Dali's capital, but he did not have much contact with the Shi family. Bien Wenmao also did not feel that it was worth making friends with a foreign Lin family. On the other hand, Lin Shuyi was able to study at the Cliff Academy. In the future, he would be able to enter the Dali's officialdom. Li Huai energetically walked into the rear courtyard. Well, Lil Shirtu, we haven't seen each other for so many years, but you're speaking ill of me as soon as we meet? Shi Jiachuan turned his head and was stunned for a long time. How did the dignified Li Huai suddenly grow into a tall young man? Lin Shuyi and Dong Shuijing, the former did not change much and had always been the same. Dong Shuijing was also fine. Only Li Huai did not seem to be the same as when he was young. For example, when Li Baoping threw his underpants on a tree, Li Huai rolled on the ground and cried, just to attract Mr. Qi. Shi Jiachuan stood up and joked, Li Huai, you must have eaten a lot these past few years. Bien Wenmao slowly stood up and smiled without saying anything. Li Huai was one of his wife's classmates who talked a lot with his wife. He spoke without restraint and said a lot of embarrassing things. Therefore, he was also the one that Bien Wenmao was least interested in. At first glance, Bien Wenmao could tell that he was a blockhead who did not know how to read. He only got into the Cliff Academy because of his ancestors' good deeds. This kind of person would not be able to stand up even if you gave him a few excuses. Sooner or later, he would retreat to the bottom of the stairs. Anyway, Dong Shuijing was good at something. There were some rumors that he had clung onto Supervisor Chao and County Chief Yuan at the same time. If this was true, his business should not be too small. Li Huai first greeted Shi Jiachuan, who obviously did not like him very much and was polite and distant. However, he could not embarrass his good friend Shi Jiachuan, so he had to smile. Then he sat down opposite Shi Jiachuan. Li Huai grabbed a piece of cake and said vaguely, before Baoping left, she said that she would go to the capital to find you before returning to the academy. Shi Jiachuan smiled and said, at least she has some conscience. Lin Shuyi and Dong Shuijing sat opposite each other. In fact, they had a good relationship. However, Shi Jiachuan thought it was funny. The reason was simple. They both liked Li Huai's sister. Shi Jiachuan did not think that Lin Shuyi had a good family background. He was also a scholar, so Li Lu would definitely like Lin Shui. Shi Jiachuan always felt that Li Lu, who often went to the private school to pick up her younger brother from school, was strange. However, he could not tell what was strange. Logically speaking, Li Lu was older and was already a young girl. She was gentle and weak in front of everyone, compared to GQ, who was by Song Jisun's side in the Mud Bottle Alley. They had completely different temperaments. They were both beauties. However, Shi Jiachuan felt that if he really got along with Li Lu, the maidservant GQ, who did not smile in front of anyone, might not be as difficult to deal with as Li Lu. Bien Wenmao still had a social gathering with friends in the provincial capital. However, it was rare for his wife to leave the capital and return home. Moreover, they were all her childhood friends. This Tanhua scholar restrained himself and did not show the slightest bit of emotion. Shi Jiachuan was very considerate. After about an hour at the shop, he got up and left for the provincial capital. His husband's friend's carriage was waiting for him at the Dragon Rider Alley. Li Huai and the others saw him off at the door of the shop. Coincidentally, Yu Lu and Xie had also come down the mountain from Linlu Academy. They came to the Dragon Rider Alley, planning to go to Luopa Mountain with everyone. Earlier, Li Huai had gone there alone. When he returned to the Cloud Peak Academy, he repeatedly talked about how he had lost. Bien Wenmao did not take it to heart. He politely said goodbye to everyone and helped his wife into the carriage. Finally, he bowed and said goodbye. After watching the carriage leave, everyone went to the backyard of the shop to chat. Li Huai held the back of his head with both hands. This Bien Wenmao is so arrogant. Lin Shui said indifferently, Shi Jiachuan is looking for a husband. As long as Bien Wenmao really likes her, it's fine. Shi Jiachuan is not looking for a good friend for us. Dong Shuijing nodded. Li Huai pursed his lips. I just think that Shi Jiachuan can find someone better. Lin Shui shook his head. It doesn't make sense. Li Huai suddenly became worried. Is it really okay for Baoping to wander the Jianghu alone? She is not a cultivator. Lin Shui thought about it, but still did not reveal the secret. Yu Lu and Xie had similar thoughts. The only one who was kept in the dark was probably Li Huai, who was unlucky and could only see if there was dog shit on the ground. Before Lin Shui went to Luopa Mountain, he asked Li Huai and the others to wait for a while. He went to the ancestral house to clean the courtyard and the ancestral hall. The young scholar was alone, silently reciting his family's teachings. Finally, he lit 3 incense sticks and murmured, "Thank you to the ancestors." Li Huai was impatient. He said that he would go to Xinzhu Mountain first and wait. When he arrived at the small hill not far from his ancestral house, Pei Qian and Zhou Mili were already waiting there. Pei Qian said, "The general of a defeated army." Li Huai quickly said, "It's an honorable defeat. I don't dare to say that I'm brave." Pei Qian nodded and said. Pei Qian asked, "Where are the 2 minions of our branch?" Li Huai said guiltily, "They wrote the wrong articles and were scolded badly by the headmaster. Now they are chewing their pens." Pei Qian shook his head and then pointed to Zhou Mili beside him. "Zhou Mili will be the deputy chief of our branch from now on." Zhou Mili was stunned on the spot. Good news. Now she had a lot of official titles. Li Huai was overjoyed. The branch, which originally had a total of 3 people, finally had a strong army. Then everyone went to Luopa Mountain in a mighty manner. When they reached the mountain, Yu Lu stopped at the mountain gate and said that he would go up the mountain later to chat with Yuan Lai, who was guarding the door and flipping through books. Xie also wandered alone. At the mountain god temple at the top of the mountain, he met Sun Yuanji, who was practicing martial arts, and the girl Yuan Bao, who was practicing martial arts. Xie looked a little absent-minded. It was as if he saw himself in the early years of his carefree cultivation on the mountain. After that, Pei Qian brought Xiaomi to Lotus Root Blessed Land after Old Chef and Weiba nodded their heads. They followed the path they had taken before, trekking through mountains and rivers until they reached the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom. They passed by Zhuangyuan Alley and went to the temple to burn incense. Then they sat in the corridor in a daze. Zhou Mili just accompanied Pei Qian. When Pei Qian was happy, Zhou Mili would talk more. When Pei Qian was not happy, she would be silent. In the end, Pei Qian chose a private house which she secretly bought with money. Old Chef also knew about it and turned a blind eye to it. That was the quiet house where the great demon Ding Ying, Ye-er, and Zhou Shi of the Spring Tide Palace stayed. Pei Qian sat there cross-legged and rolled up her sleeves like her master. She closed her eyes to rest and nourish her fist intent. The reason why she came here was to break through the bottleneck of martial arts. Pei Qian wanted to take back as much of the martial arts fate of Lotus Root Blessed Land with her own ability. And when the time came, Wei Pai would open the gate of the Blessed Land. Pei Qian would also follow her master and scatter all the martial arts fate she won from the vast world to nourish Lotus Root Blessed Land. Grandpa Chui had left, and there was no way to go home. Then she would take the martial arts fate left behind by Grandpa Chui back to Luapa Mountain. In the central area of the Aquarius continent, they had already started to dig an unprecedented path into the sea. It involved dozens of rivers and dozens of mountains with mountain shrines and local temples. Such a big project made even the elders of the fallen country sigh. That Dali barbarian really dared to think about things that no one else dared to think about. The Dali imperial court was so wasteful, and the young emperor was so greedy. Wasn't he afraid that he would die suddenly? When the time came, wouldn't it be the people who would suffer? Just hearing that Lakeview Academy, the new Zhongyu that had a good reputation, and the Yunlin Jiang clan with a long history would all participate made people have mixed feelings. Could it be that the entire Aquarius continent would be surnamed Song in the future, becoming a place with only one surname? The Great Li Imperial Court selected 3 people from the local area to be in charge of the excavation of the Great Desecration Tunnel. They were Guan Iran, the direct descendant of the Guan family of the Upper Pillar State, Lu Xuanmei, the general of the capital, and Lu Qingfeng, the civil official of the Qingyuan state. Except for the last one whom he had never heard of, the 2 young people, Guan Iran and Lu Xuanmei, were no strangers to the officialdom of Dali's capital city. Firstly, both of them came from high families. Secondly, they were both outstanding figures among the younger generation, especially Guan Iran, who joined the border early and grew up in a pile of corpses as an army cultivator. Lu Xuanmei was not bad either. She had fought her way to the south to become an official. The Guan clan had been in charge of Dali's Ministry of Personnel for many years. They were known as stable as a mountain, as well as smooth as water. Generally speaking, assistant ministers, especially the left assistant minister, were transferred to other places to serve as officials of the border. Even if their ranks were the same, it was still considered demotion. Therefore, the left assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel was a joke in Dali's officialdom. It was said that there were once 2 officials who left the capital to become officials of the border. They were both from the same background as the left assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel. However, the Dali imperial court was extremely unfamiliar with Lu Qingfeng. In fact, even the Ministry of Personnel, where Master Guan was in charge, didn't know much about Lu Qingfeng. The vassal Qingyuan's reopening of the water transport, the Ministry of Personnel's evaluation was only good. He didn't make any contributions, but he worked hard to be in charge of a region. He was transferred to a border county to serve as a governor. He never thought that he would immediately have to go up north to deal with a large group of unreachable mountain and mountain gods. He was promoted from primary 4th rank to secondary 3rd rank. The Dali imperial court granted him a temporary position of great blasphemy supervisor. Guan Iran and Lu Xuanmei's ranks didn't change, so they instead seem to have been reduced to the assistance of a small vassal state's civil official. However, Lu Qingfeng was not the first to be promoted from a vassal state to high official of Dali. Wei Li, the governor of a county in the Great Sui Kingdom's old vassal state of Huangting, skipped several ranks and was promoted to the current governor of Dali's Dragon Province. Among the mountain and mountain gods, a certain local lord in the confluence of the three rivers in Red Candle Town was promoted to the city god of a province's city god pavilion. These were all strange stories in officialdom. It was said that the governor of Qingwan, Wei Liang, also showed signs of being promoted. The Ministry of Personnel in Dali had already leaked some news. The Qingwan Kingdom in the southeast of the Aquarius continent had mysteriously gone from a remote place to a prosperous land of feng shui. Officials could distinguish between the clean and the turbid. The greatest distinction between the clean and the turbid in the Aquarius continent actually depended on whether or not they were born in Dali. However, these changes in the officialdom were nothing compared to the Chiduan mountain Lord Wei Ba of the remnant god of the Holy Water Country. Wei Ba's promotion to the mountain god of the Pailuan Mountain and his subsequent promotion to the mountain Lord Bei Yu of the continent was nothing. It was not worth making a fuss over. The Dali Iron Cavalry had been fighting in the south for many years now. There were actually even more young faces who had risen to the ranks of generals. Apart from the descendants of the families of generals, there was no lack of people from poor backgrounds. It was just that the people of Dali border army died quickly and were promoted quickly. The people of Dali had been influenced by more than 100 years and had long been accustomed to it. The system of civil officials and mountains and rivers had always been strictly operated. Therefore, when someone suddenly appeared, it was relatively more eye-catching. Today was the first gathering of the three officials in charge of the Great Blasphemy excavation. There was no welcoming banquet, just on the banks of a large river. Lu Qingfeng, retainer Wang Yifu, Guan Yiran was confused. This descendant of the surname of Pillar Country was also baffled. According to his great-grandfather, he was supposed to be in charge of a north-south mountain ferry route. He had even arranged for his friends. In the end, he ran over here and naturally got scolded. Lu Xuanmei, 2 guards by her side, Chao Jun and Wei Xian. Wei Xian followed Chao Jun, whose ancestral home was in Mud Bottle Alley. Following Lu Xuanmei, who did not look like a descendant of a noble family, he could be considered to be doing well. Wei Xian, as a cultivator accompanying the army, relied on his real military achievements to obtain a military merit officer. Now, he had real power in his hands. Together with Chao Jun, he was Lu Xuanmei's right-hand man. It was rumored that Wei Xian had an impression of Dali's second hunting inspector, Chao Gui. As for Chao Jun, he was extremely famous in Dali's army. The 3 of them introduced themselves. In fact, Guan Yiran and Lu Xuanmei were best friends. Therefore, the only person they needed to know was Lu Qingfeng, who appeared out of nowhere. Then, not far away, a young man in white came, riding on the back of a child, holding a branch in his hand and shouting, "Go, go, go, go." Approaching the crowd, the young man laughed and said, "I have a little donkey that never says it's hungry." In Qingfeng City, a woman in red led a horse out of the city. In the night, she walked into a mountain valley 30 miles away from the suburbs. In the middle of winter, peach blossoms bloomed along the way. Li Baoping led the horse slowly, looking around. The scenery was pleasant. There were green mountains on all sides, and white clouds were constantly rising from the mountains. Not far ahead was the destination of this trip to Qingfeng City, which was a thatched cottage with a green water and a firewood door. Li Baoping looked up at the sky. A big round jade plate hung high, which was the largest mooncake. At the thought of this, Li Baoping suddenly laughed. It seemed that she had become the little girl who walked through the mountains and rivers with her martial uncle. Her mind was full of these thoughts, but at that time, she was still swinging a small bamboo box behind her and wearing small straw sandals. The little girl in the red cotton padded jacket liked to circle around her martial uncle. The mountain was high and the road was long. It seemed that no matter how far it was, she was not afraid. Li Baoping lowered her head and glanced at the snow-white narrow saber at her waist and the blade-strengthening gourd. Li Baoping stood in place. The human-faced peach blossom stood in the bright moon. 6:53. Li Baoping was leading the horse. The person she was looking for was an elder from her hometown and her grandfather's chess friend. One of them claimed to be the best chess player in Falu Street, while the other claimed to be the best chess player in Peach Leaf Alley. Every time they played chess, they were very serious, as if they were betting on the reputation of their respective streets. However, Li Baoping didn't like playing chess. It was hard to tell whether the two elders were good at chess, but they always changed their excuses and couldn't be compared to Mr. Cheese. Back then, the old man's ancestral home was at the end of Peach Leaf Alley, not far from Falu Street. Of course, for the little girl in the red cotton padded jacket at that time, the town was not far away. She went to the immortal tomb to look for crickets and weavers, to the old porcelain mountain to pick up broken pieces, to the Dragon Tail Creek to catch fish, prawns, and crabs, to look at the high-hanging mirror in front of a house, to jump on the stairs in Dragon Riding Alley. She could smell the fragrance of peach blossom cakes from afar, and hear a house suddenly had a nest of swallows chirping loudly. When Li Baoping was a child, she seemed to have endless fun things to do every day. Her daily schedule was full, so the little girl had to run fast, like the wheels of a car turning nonstop. It was as if she ran too fast and left her childhood behind. When she grew up, her childhood would stay in place. Occasionally, she would look back, but the more she looked back, the farther she went, blurrier and blurrier. A thin old man with a laurel belt came out of the thatched cottage. He laughed and called out to Miss Ping, then hurriedly opened the wooden door. The old man's face was full of relief. It seemed that little Ping had grown so big in just a few blinks of an eye. She really changed 18 times between childhood and womanhood, and she was much more demure. Was this still the lively little girl who liked to jump over the wall and sprain her ankle? Did she catch a crab home, or a crab caught her and moved home? But even so, the old man still liked this little girl from the bottom of his heart. Some children always had a good relationship with their elders. Little Ping from Falu Street and Zhao Yao, who used to be Mr. Cheese page boy, were actually such children. Li Baoping led the horse to the door and bowed. After straightening her back, she smiled and said, "Grandpa Wei." The old man's surname was Wei Benyuan. He was the former head of the Wei clan, one of the 4 clans and 10 surnames of the small town. Before the Black Pearl Cave was shattered and fell, he had written letters to the outside world. At that time, the person who delivered the letters was a clear-eyed teenager with straw sandals. Although Wei Benyuan had only met him once, he had a deep impression of him. Sure enough, after the teenager grew up, less than 20 years later, he had already built up a huge family business and even became Bao Ping's junior uncle. When Wei Benyuan saw Li Baoping, his smile did not diminish. He said, "You don't have to tie the horse. Just let it go." Li Baoping then let go of the reins and gently patted the horse's back. The mystical horse then went to the stream to drink water. Li Baoping asked, "Where is Sister Taoya?" Wei Benyuan said, "Unfortunately, she went to the Fox Country to gain experience a few years ago and received a small blessing. She needs to sharpen her Taoist heart. If she really becomes a Qi cultivator of the sea-viewing realm, I'll let her accompany you to travel the mountains and rivers." Li Baoping did not say anything courteous. Of course, she was not willing to travel the Jianghu with Sister Tao Yi. Being close to Sister Tao Yi did not mean that they had to be together all the time. Being a good person did not mean being a good person who nodded and said yes every time and did not reject anything. In fact, it was difficult to be a good person who could take good care of oneself and others. Moreover, since young, Li Baoping did not like to be restrained. Otherwise, when she went to school to study, she would not be the last one to go to school and the first one to leave. However, this did not hinder Li Baoping's respect for Mr. Qi. The two of them walked into the yard together. There were stone tables and stone stools that could withstand the rain and sun. Of course, they were made of immortal materials. The old man opened the font to an object and began to make tea. There were a lot of porcelain in the tea set, and the color was bright. Even those who didn't know the industry would be happy to see it. These were the substandard products that the Wei family had intercepted in the small town through their relationship with the kiln supervisor. The so-called flaw was actually just a sentence from a real supervisor. It wasn't easy to pick out a small mistake. The supervisor just had to nod casually and turn a blind eye to it, and they would be able to get a favor from the old masters of the big families for free. Why wouldn't they do it? Wei Benyuan was the same as Li Baoping's Yuanian grandfather. They were very rare cultivators in the small town in the early years. However, Li Baoping's grandfather was more of a talisman and had high attainments. But for some reason, he declined the invitation of the late emperor of the Song family and did not become a minister of worship in the Dali imperial court. Wei Benyuan, on the other hand, was good at alchemy and left his hometown early. Other than the Wei family's ancestral house that was left idle in the small town, the Wei family's descendants also went to other places to spread their family. The Wei family's feng shui was good, and their descendants' character and aptitude were not bad. They had the potential to study and cultivate. Wei Benyuan himself chose a place with feng shui on the outskirts of the Qingfeng city. The peach trees and streams were specially chosen and suitable for making alchemy furnaces. Wei Benyuan hoped to break through the bottleneck of the Jindan stage. This paradise was exchanged between Wei Benyuan and the Su family of the Qingfeng city. Back then, the late emperor of Dali treated the big families in the small town generously and could buy the immortal mountain in the west at a very low price. Wei Benyuan complained that cultivating there was too noisy and not peaceful. It would inevitably make people feel uncomfortable. Therefore, he exchanged it with the Su family for this 1,000-year-old ancestral land. However, Wei Benyuan did not agree to become a minister of worship of the Su family. The Su family's wife pestered him several times, and the family head, Su Han, personally went there. But Wei Benyuan did not agree to become a minister of worship of the Su family. Wei Benyuan was a little worried. Li Baoping's horse and the snow-white saber in the scabbard at her waist were too eye-catching. The old man could not help but ask, "Traveling alone this time, are there any accidents?" Without waiting for her to answer, the old man said angrily, "Old Li really dares to be so careless? Bad chess skills, half a bucket of ink in his stomach. Not only that, but now his brain is also muddled." Li Baoping smiled and said, "Grandpa Wei, I'm not young anymore." Wei Benyuan said, "I don't care what old Li does. If someone bullies you, tell Grandpa Wei." Grandpa Wei's realm is not high, but there are a lot of messy relationships. It's a waste not to use them. Many of them can't be handled by my descendants. I can't bring them into the coffin." Li Baoping shook her head and said, "Grandpa Wei, there's really no need. I didn't make any enemies on this trip." Wei Benyuan joked, "Are all the lechers blind? Can't you all see that our little Ping is so beautiful?" Li Baoping said helplessly, "Grandpa Wei, please show some of the demeanor of an elder." Wei Benyuan smiled and said, "That grandson of mine, you really don't like her?" Li Baoping shook her head. Wei Benyuan suddenly laughed and said, "My little Ping won't like that guy." In fact, although the old man was never the kind of strict elder with a straight face and put on airs, he wouldn't laugh like this either. The old man was stunned for a moment as he heard Li Baoping's voice. The old man nodded and replied with his mind, indicating that there was no trouble here, and there were no spies of the Su family in Qingfeng City. The peach garden itself was a protective array. Even a normal nascent soul cultivator might not be able to enter quietly. Even if Su Hun was not a normal nascent soul cultivator, the head of the Su family had a strong physique and was proficient in attacking spells. He also had the mace armor and was known for his fighting skills. Therefore, there was no need to worry about someone using the Mountain View Abijna in the cottage. Li Baoping then took out 2 green talisman and handed it to the old man. She explained, "My brother sent this from the North Continent." The letter didn't say much except for the names of the 2 talisman. One is the Core Formation Talisman, and the other is the Mud Pill Talisman. My grandfather should have sent it personally, but since I was going to travel, he asked me to bring it with me. Wei Benyuan took the talisman. After hearing the name of the talisman, he put it on the table and shook his head. He said, "Little Ping, although you're a cultivator, you might not know that these 2 talismans are priceless. I can't accept them. If I accept them, I'll never be able to repay them in this life. It's a good thing to have a high level of cultivation, but it makes me feel awkward. After weighing the pros and cons, I decided to give up my cultivation and keep my heart." Wei Benyuan smiled and said, "I'm the one who's being awkward. I appreciate your brother's kindness. You're indeed the sage, she who I've been teaching since I was young. I'm not being polite on purpose. Little Ping, don't you know what kind of person Grandpa Wei is?" The 2 green Taoist talisman on the table, the Core Formation Talisman, and the Talisman Gallbladder were like a small house blessed by fortune. Golden light overflowed and filled the room. The Mud Pill Talisman was painted with a lotus talisman pattern. It looked like a high throne in a Dharma sect. Purple qi lingered around it, creating a grand atmosphere. Li Baoping seemed to have expected this result. She smiled and said, "My brother said that if I don't accept these 2 talisman, I'll never come to Grandpa Wei again. I'll listen to my brother." Wei Benyuan waved his hand. The cultivation of the Great Path involved the fundamentals. It was not a child's play. It was not a child's play. Li Baoping said, "I'll really listen to my brother." Wei Benyuan frowned and asked, "Sage, she is traveling alone in another continent. It must not be easy for him. It was not easy for him to come across such a great fortune. Why would he give it away?" Wei Benyuan could not bear to scold Li Shixing, who was traveling far away in the North Continent, and Li Baoping, who was right in front of him. They were both the best juniors. How could he bear to scold them? So the old man began to scold Old Man Li again. "Old fool. You're really old fool. You're muddle-headed. No wonder your chess skills are so bad, and your chess character is so bad." Li Baoping said, "Grandpa Wei, my brother knows what he's doing." Wei Benyuan thought for a moment and said, "I'll accept it first. In the future, unless Sage she tells me clearly, I'll take it as Grandpa Wei keeping it for him." Li Baoping smiled and said, "That's not something I can control." Wei Benyuan reminded her, "Qingfeng City is a place where good and bad people mix. If you still want to travel to the Fox Kingdom, Grandpa Wei will not be at ease. Smart people have bad intentions. Of course, you have to be careful, but those stupid and bad people in the mountains are actually the most annoying. They forget righteousness at the sight of profit and lust. They rely on gambling to make a fortune. The world is a mess." Li Baoping nodded and said, "Okay, I'll let Grandpa Wei escort me. Otherwise, I'm afraid that if I go to the Fox Kingdom to look for Sister Taoya, I'll get into trouble because of myself." Wei Benyuan smiled bitterly and said, "Now that you mention it, Grandpa Wei seems to be playing tricks." Although Taoya was a servant of the Wei clan, Wei Benyuan had always regarded her as a junior of his family. Li Baoping was not his biological granddaughter, but she was better than his biological granddaughter. Li Baoping smiled and did not say anything. Her grandfather once said something very strange. The reason why Brother Wei was unable to break through the bottleneck of the Jindan was not that his aptitude was not enough, but that his heart was too soft and kind. It might not be appropriate for a cultivator to be too aggressive and strive to be the first in the great Tao, but it was even more inappropriate to not have any of that. Wei Benyuan asked, "Play chess with me?" Playing chess, fishing, and Mirror's Flower, Mirror's Moon, were known as the three great pleasures of the mountain. They were the best way to pass time after cultivating. Li Baoping declined tactfully. "Grandpa Wei, you know that I don't like to play chess since I was young. Watching you play chess at that time was already my greatest patience." Wei Benyuan frowned and stood up. He looked up at the peak of the mountain and sneered, "Sneaky, are you so shameful?" If Li Baoping did not come, Wei Benyuan might have a good conversation with the uninvited guest. On the peak of the mountain stood a cultivator whose figure was covered by clouds and mist. That person looked down at the cottage in the call and smiled. "The elixir stove has just started, and the immortal peaches are falling. Your alchemy skills are not good, but you are good at picking a place. The Su family has treated you well, but you are courting death. You are not even willing to be a consecrator in name. This person—" He purposely let Wei Benyuan discover his tracks so that he could appear in the open. He appeared to be calm and unhurried. Of course, he did not rely on his cultivation level to be arrogant. Instead, outside the formation of the call, he also carefully set up a formation that surrounded the whole kernel. To crack Wei Benyuan's mountain river formation, one had to find the flaw first, and then make the final decision to break the formation with brute force. But once the formation was broken, there was no point in hiding. Wei Benyuan made a gesture in his sleeves. The mountain wind and mist condensed into white clouds in an attempt to block that person's vision. He did not expect that the Qi cultivator, who spoke in the elegant language of the Aquarius continent, seemed to have extremely profound Tao skills. As far as the eye could see, the white clouds connected to the formation of the call actually dispersed on their own. Wei Benyuan looked around. This guy had a good trick. The water of the stream was already suffused with a faint green glow. There was obviously a magic treasure hidden in it. The glow quickly spread to the shore and spread out like a colony of ants. The most important thing in alchemy was the mixing of water and fire. The reason why Wei Benyuan chose this place to build the cauldron for alchemy was that this stream with innate water fate was extremely important. Wei Benyuan did not hesitate and silently recited the incantation. He wanted to use the method of flipping the back of a turtle to directly smash the mountain root and water fate of the stream. Even if he could not succeed in alchemy, he wanted to interrupt the infiltration of the other party's magic treasure into the mountain river formation. That person did not care about Wei Benyuan's clumsy trick at all. How could a Jindan who was not even an array master be able to break through his own magic treasure and secret technique? He only thought for a moment and was worried that Wei Benyuan wanted to make some movements so that he could seek help from the Clear Wind City. He silently recited the incantation, and the faint glow that came to the shore immediately burrowed into the ground. Wei Benyuan's flip the mountain technique was actually unable to shake the stream at all. That person laughed and said, "This technique is very good. It's a pity that you have used it so badly. After I capture you, I will definitely detain your soul and interrogate you. It's an unexpected surprise. Indeed, when luck comes, it can't be stopped." That person's line of sight shifted. He looked at Li Baoping and said, "Little girl, your family background is really frighteningly rich. I didn't dare to make a move earlier and could only follow you all the way. At the same time, I also helped you to kill 2 groups of wild cultivators. How are you going to thank me for saving your life? If you are willing to repay me with your body and be my personal maid in the future, I don't mind if I get both the money and the person." A blade strengthening gourd, the auspicious symbol knife, and 2 unexpected talisman. I want them all, and I will spare your life. Li Baoping patted the small wine gourd on her waist and said, "Come and get it. Stop talking nonsense." That person sneered and said, "A lousy Jindan who is not good at attacking only knows how to burn some elixirs and make friends everywhere. When the time comes, he can't protect a little girl like you." Wei Benyuan was shocked. First of all, he only thought that Bao Ping's knife was the magic weapon of the mountain. He did not see through the silver wine gourd's camouflage. On the other hand, the cultivator at the peak of the mountain knew very well and knew the name of the knife. He followed Li Baoping and obviously showed up because he was very confident. The opponent should be at least at the bottleneck of Jindan. If he was the old Yuaning immortal who had been dormant for countless years, it would be very troublesome. Wei Benyuan regretted it. If he had agreed to become a consecrator of the Su family in Windy City, he could have called Su Han to help him with the communication method that could connect to the city's array. Perhaps the opponent would not dare to be so bold. He did not expect that the array that blocked the outside world would become a prison. Wei Benyuan took a deep breath and calmed his Taoist heart. He tried to calm his voice and said to Li Baoping telepathically, "Baoping, don't be afraid. Grandpa Wei will protect you and leave. Breaking the elixir furnace will cause a huge commotion. The Windy City will definitely notice. After you leave the Peach Garden, don't look back. Just go to the Windy City. Grandpa Wei is not good at fighting, but with the right time and place, it will not be difficult for me to protect you." That person shook his head and said, "I think it will be very difficult. It is so difficult to break through the bottleneck of Jindan. There is not much meaning in staying alive." Wei Benyuan felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. It must be the Yuaning immortal with profound cultivation. Dali's cavalry trampled the mountains and rivers of the continent. This caused many hidden cultivators to leave the mountain and enter the world. There were many people who took advantage of the situation. Li Baoping said, "Grandpa Wei, I should have sent the talisman to you." Wei Benyuan laughed angrily and said, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Li Baoping did not explain anything. The ripples in her heart would still listen. There were some things that should not be talked about. That cultivator's gaze was more focused on Li Baoping's narrow saber. The beauty of the mortal world compared to the Tao of immortality was as small as a mustard seed. It was not worth mentioning. He happened to recognize that narrow saber. It was called the auspicious symbol. It was the trump card of the divine water country of the ancient Shu kingdom. It was a well-deserved national treasure. It could suppress and gather martial arts fate. This magic treasure could already be classified as a national treasure. Although it was a magic treasure, it was actually a half-immortal weapon. The blade-strengthening gourd could only be seen to be of high quality. It was hard to say how good its appearance was. Anyway, after he got it, he might as well travel to other continents. Anyway, the current Aquarius continent did not look like a place suitable for wild cultivators. Li Baoping said softly, "Grandpa Wei, if we fight later, I can't afford to pay for this land of cultivation. It's okay, I'll ask my brother to pay you back." Wei Benyuan smiled bitterly. Was this the time to talk about this? The cultivator on the mountain peak had already found a way to completely break the formation. He was still careful and felt that all the accidents were within his calculations. When the immortal master of records went down the mountain to experience the world, he liked to pay his respects to the masters of the mountain first. Since this little girl's backer and background were people like Wei Benyuan, she was not even qualified to be an honored guest of Su Han in Qingfeng City. A nascent soul cultivator had no choice but to be cautious. No matter how high a cultivator's realm was, he only had one life. Those nascent soul cultivators who were lying on the merit book of the ancestral hall had 2 lives no matter how low their realm was. Then he had to act decisively. This person's figure suddenly became ethereal. It was as big as a mountain peak, and was actually an image of an ancient mountain lord. Not only that, the golden body image had green dragons coiled around its arms. It held a halberd in its hand, and the spiritual energy of the mountains and rivers around. It was extremely chaotic. This huge god that had the atmosphere of mountains and rivers fell from the mountain peak to the thatched cottage by the stream. It had the momentum of a mountain. In midair, the golden body image laughed and said, "Little girl, you talk big. Your brother, if you say that you're using your own ancestor to scare people, I'll believe you a little. Why? Is your brother the Marshall Mountains Makushwan or the Wind Thunder Garden's Yellow River Great Sword Immortal?" Wei Benyuan was about to take out a golden core and fight with the old nascent soul cultivator. Li Baoping took a step forward and used her thumb to push the narrow saber out of its sheath. In her left hand, there was another item. After this item appeared, it did not have any chi ripples, so it was not as eye-catching as the unsheathed narrow saber. But at this moment, for some reason, the golden body image floated in the air and didn't go up or down. It wasn't a little girl jumping over a wall. How could it have a cramp before it even landed? Li Baoping turned around and looked elsewhere. On the peak of another mountain, a young man in a pink robe was walking slowly in the air. He stretched out 2 fingers and twirled them gently. Every time he took a step, a white cloud would float from the sea of clouds in the distance and fall under the strange young man's feet. The giant golden body image that seemed to have been cast with the fixed body art started to turn upside down and become a puppet in the hands of the young man. Wei Benyuan was shocked. What a powerful person on the peak of the mountain! Was there such a handsome deity in the Aquarius continent, Taoist Gaotian? Heavenly Lord Qi Zhen of the Shunhua sect? It was impossible. The Taoist deities of that sect were very strict, and their Taoist hats and robes couldn't have any flaws. Besides, sect Master Qi was so high and mighty that he wouldn't travel to Qingfeng City. The young man's colorful robe was very wide and fluttered in the wind, like the clouds in the sky. In the end, the young Taoist jumped lightly and sat cross-legged on the head of the golden body image. He bent his finger and tapped it lightly, like an elder scolding a naughty junior. You like to pretend to be a big shot, right? You want to pretend to be a deity, right? Your ancestor is right here. What a joke. Ooh. Wei Benyuan didn't relax at all. Instead, he was even more anxious. He was afraid that this would be a fight between tigers and wolves. If the latter had bad intentions, he wouldn't be able to protect Ping. Wei Benyuan murmured. He just isolated the heaven and earth and enveloped the golden body image. What should I do? What should I do? The nascent soul stage cultivator, who was turned into a mute, suffered. It wasn't that he didn't want to run, but he couldn't move at all. The other party isolated the heaven and earth so easily. His golden core stage cultivator and nascent soul stage cultivator couldn't use their unorthodox secret techniques. How could he escape? Unless he was a nascent soul stage cultivator, he couldn't break this deadlock. But if he was a nascent soul stage cultivator, he wouldn't have to hide for hundreds of years to escape from his enemies. The young Taoist in a pink robe was sitting on the head of the burly Taoist. He smiled at Wei Benyuan and said, "Wei Benyuan, I once owed your Wei family a lot of favors in my early years. I won't go into the details. Old history is full of dust. Why should I go through it?" Lu Qicheng was, of course, talking nonsense. He had no choice. Guken didn't want to reveal his identity, so Lu Qicheng had to find a lame excuse. But people on the mountain really believed it. For example, Wei Benyuan believed half of it. Li Baoping didn't believe it at all. Lu Qicheng tilted his head and continued to imprison the golden body image. It was not difficult for a nascent soul stage cultivator to break free from the restraint of his mercy. He just didn't dare to act rashly. That was right. It was too boring to travel with Guken this time. Therefore, Lu Qicheng felt that he lacked a follower to relieve his boredom. A nascent soul stage cultivator from the mountains was barely worthy of this honor. If it was Lu Qicheng's most disgusted immortal, he should have been dead by now. He beat the young one, and the old one came? How old was he? Then he should go to White Emperor City to fight? Even if he was in the Ascendant Realm, he wouldn't dare to make a move even if Lu Qicheng stood still. Anyway, they were going to the Central Continent. If they didn't leave a mess behind, Lu Qicheng was worried that Gu Kan wouldn't cultivate well. Gu Kan was a good seedling. Only when she was in desperate situations again, and again, could she grow up quickly. She was not afraid of spoiling things through excessive enthusiasm. She was the favorite seedling of the Great Way, that senior fellow apprentice in White Emperor City. Lu Qicheng suddenly narrowed his eyes. Senior fellow apprentice seemed to like big trouble the most in his life. The little girl in front of him? What's more, senior fellow apprentice's chess skills seemed to have reached a bottleneck. This time, when he was about to take Gu Kan back to White Emperor City, he met her, right? Lu Qicheng laughed heartily. He turned his head and looked in a direction. He said telepathically, "It's not up to you. The three of us can go back together." Gu Kan stopped hiding and replied telepathically, "Lu Qicheng, I advise you not to do this. Otherwise, when I reach White Emperor City and succeed in my cultivation, you will be the first person I kill." She didn't show any impatience. She was the kind of person who got along well with him. She didn't blame Li Shisheng. She just blamed little uncle for not being by her side. Li Baoping wrinkled her nose, secretly. Forget it. What else could she do? She would dislike little uncle tomorrow. Gu Kan didn't do anything. It was not that she didn't want to stop him, but it was meaningless. The gap between their realms was too big. Gu Kan was full of hatred. This unpredictable Lu Qicheng must die in her hands in the future. Therefore, Gu Kan immediately telepathically said to Li Baoping, "Li Baoping, I am Gu Kan from Mud Bottle Alley. Don't be impulsive. Survive first." Li Baoping shook her head. "I don't want to die, but I won't live for nothing." Then she smiled and said, "You don't allow me to make a mistake out of kindness? Besides, it doesn't involve anything major. Gu Kan, I have to thank you. Live well. Remember to tell little uncle that I miss him very much." Lu Qicheng glanced at the paper in her hand. The words on it were flowing. Lu Qicheng frowned, and his expression became solemn. If it had something to do with the Learning Palace, it would be troublesome. After all, the whole world was a place for scholars to study. In the peach forest, a man in a Confucian robe was trying to hold back his laughter when he saw Li Baoping shaking the peach talisman. It was rare to see little treasure bottle so childish and cute. At this moment, he took a deep breath and stepped forward to Li Baoping's side. He looked up at the golden body and the pink-robed Taoist. Li Baoping said in surprise, "Brother?" Li Shisheng nodded and turned around with a smile. "Your brother is angry. He doesn't want to talk." Li Baoping laughed and said, "My brother can be angry?" Li Shisheng smiled and nodded. Lu Qicheng's intuition told him that something bad was going to happen. It was just that the young scholar in a Confucian robe didn't seem to be in a high realm. It didn't seem to be because of the camouflage. It was impossible for him to be in the immortal realm. As for the Ascendant Realm, Lu Qicheng was not crazy. After leaving White Emperor City, he had suffered twice in the past 1,000 years. The first time, he was suppressed by the Grand Celestial Master. Of course, the Grand Celestial Master didn't need to use a Taoist seal or a sword. It was just a spell. The reason why the Grand Celestial Master of Dragon Tiger Mountain took action in person was to show White Emperor City that Lu Qicheng's senior brother should not interfere. The second time, he was inexplicably hit by a sword in that small, shabby temple. It was just an ordinary wooden sword, but it easily broke Lu Qicheng's protective array. In an instant, Lu Qicheng's intuition was confirmed. The river of time stagnated. Outside of his own small world, An even larger world had appeared. Li Baoping, Wei Benyuan, the golden avatar Dharma idol, and Gu Qin, who was at the mountain peak, couldn't even move their minds. Except for Lu Qicheng, who was deliberately spared. With a casual glance, the sky was high and the earth was flat for thousands of miles. Lu Qicheng was miserable. It seemed that he couldn't fight at all. Obviously, he was an unreasonable, stubborn person. When cultivators go out, they still have to talk about respecting the heavens and earth and having a conscience. Li Qicheng walked forward slowly and said, "Well, this is what a scholar should say." Lu Qicheng said with a smile, Okay, let's talk reason. I'm a person who listens to the principles of scholars." Li Qicheng said, "Next, I'm going to reason with you as Little Treasure Bottle's brother." Lu Qicheng was about to leave this place and drive the small world to collide with the big world to escape. As for the realm and the face of the cultivators of the upper 5 realms, it didn't matter if they were on the ground or not. Between heaven and earth, the Dharma idol of a middle-aged Taoist suddenly appeared. Lu Qicheng's legs went soft, and he sat back down. He was still desperately suppressing his Taoist heart that almost collapsed on the spot. He stood up shakily, bowed, and remained silent. Li Qicheng asked, "If apologies are useful, what's the use of the rules of the Great Path?" The middle-aged Taoist, who was as tall as a mountain, raised his arm and slapped down. With one slap, Lu Qicheng and the Dharma idol of the nascent soul cultivator were smashed into the ground. There were no spells or magical powers, nor were there any magic treasures. That Dharma characteristic Taoist merely slapped him on the head. Lu Qicheng lay in the big pit, and there was only one thought in his mind. Can you scholars of the Aquarius continent not be like this? After Li Qicheng kept his Dharma idol, he came to the big pit and looked down at the dying Taoist in the pink robe. He calculated with his fingers and sneered, "When you return to the White Emperor City, tell your senior brother that I'll find him to play chess." Lu Qicheng was disheartened. His senior brother had once joked with him in private that Cui Dong had a chance to make the White Emperor City no longer hang the banner, first of the world, but the chance was slim. That person was not in the vast world, but in the Baek Ok Kyung building under the blue underworld sky. He was the eldest senior brother of the second and third chief, Lu Qin. He was the first disciple of the Taoist ancestor, and Lu Qin was taken in as a disciple by this person. One could only imagine how powerful this person's Tao was. Lu Qicheng struggled to get up again. He was still silent, but he sincerely and respectfully bowed to Meng Qi in a proper Taoist way. When Li Baoping came back to her senses, Li Qicheng was still standing beside her, and the Taoist in the pink robe was still sitting on the head of the golden Dharma idol. Everything was the same as before. Lu Qicheng seemed to be smiling, but he was sweating profusely. The river of time was flowing in reverse. The key was that Wei Benyuan was still alone in a certain section of the river of time, and he was still motionless. I've reasoned with that expert just now, and it's fine now. Li Qicheng laughed softly. "Don't tell Grandpa Wei that I'm here this time, or else he'll drag me into a game of chess." Back then, our hometown only had a few chess manuals, and Grandpa Wei kept on reciting chess theories and flipping through them. It was actually very annoying. Li Baoping nodded vigorously. Li Qicheng's figure dissipated, and he returned to the small vassal state in the North Continent. This kind of cross-continent travel was actually not easy, since his cultivation level was still not high. Therefore, he needed to come and go as soon as possible. Li Qicheng suddenly laughed and said, "You secretly grew up and didn't even say hello to Big Brother." Li Baoping grinned. Li Qicheng smiled and shook his head and disappeared in a flash. Wei Benyuan also returned to normal. Then Lu Qicheng immediately stood up and left, saying that he was just joking with the little girl. As for the nascent soul cultivator under his, but he had already put away his Dharma idol and left with Lu Qicheng. Lu Qiqing said to Gu Kan in his mind, I'll wait for you in Qingfeng City. There's no hurry, you can catch up first. Gu Kan suppressed the doubts in her heart and landed on the thatched cottage. She went straight to the point and said, Li Baoping, I'm sorry about today's matter. In terms of heart and mind, I'm half right and half wrong. Li Baoping was a little surprised. How could such a Gu Kan make martial uncle so sad back then? Or could it be that Gu Kan had changed a lot in just a few years? Li Baoping thought for a moment and told Grandpa Wei that she was going to take a walk by the stream with this fellow villager. Wei Benyuan was confused, but he still nodded and said, Be careful. Li Baoping and Gu Kan walked by the stream. The two of them had only met when they were young and had never chatted. One liked to move, while the other liked to be quiet. When they met in their hometown, they just brushed past each other. At most, the little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket, who walked in a hurry, had a deep impression of the little boy's 2 streams of snot. Back then, the little slug thought that the little girl in red, who was a little older than him, did not look like a child from a rich family at all. She really did not know how to enjoy life. These two were almost the 2 most naughty children in the town. The only difference was that they were born in different families. One was born in Fallu Street, while the other was born in Mud Bottle Alley. The little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket passed through the streets and alleys, and the big white geese could not catch up with her. The little slug was a little different. In fact, he did not want to move. Under the hot sun, he lay on the ridge in the field to fish for eels, guarded the old locust tree, and hunted the oriole with a slingshot under the tree. Gu Kan's family had a few tea leaves. The little boy carried a small bamboo basket that fit him very well. The little slug picked the tea leaves with both hands. In fact, he was faster than the person who helped him. However, Gu Kan was only good at doing this, but she did not like to do it. She put the tea leaves on the bottom of the small basket he gave her and went to a shady place to slack off. After all, Lu Xianying was his only friend. So what? The little slug in Mud Bottle Alley was still his only family in this world. The water in the stream was shallow and crystal clear. The two of them were silent for a long time. Li Baoping said, Think about how difficult it is for youngest martial uncle. Gu Kan said, I have. Li Baoping said with a smile, Don't get me wrong. Youngest martial uncle didn't say much about you and booked Slip Lake. He has never liked to talk about people behind their backs. Gu Kan laughed. Of course, she would not get him wrong. What's more, so what if she said it? Gu Kan had never liked to suffer, but she was good at being scolded and beaten. Deep in Gu Kan's heart, he still did not care about other people's opinions. Even Chun Pingon did not know that Gu Kan had been to Fallu Street and Peach Leaf Alley earlier than him. Lu Xianying said that there were many rich people there. Their money bags were too full, and they often dropped money on the ground. Gu Kan had tried to pick up the money, but she didn't manage to pick it up even once. Even Gu Kan had run out of patience. She was so angry that the little slug had been sneaking around Peach Leaf Alley, kicking one peach tree after another. From beginning to end, Gu Kan had taken care of all of them. During this period, whenever he encountered pedestrians, he would immediately pretend to squat under a tree and watch ants. Gu Kan now recalled that those peach blossoms, leaves, and branches that had fallen on the ground back then should have been gathered and hidden well. Li Baoping continued, But youngest martial uncle is so familiar with you. As long as you have a little bit of promise and do something well, youngest martial uncle will not be stingy with his praise. The first time you traveled with youngest martial uncle's topic of the whole hometown almost always revolved around you and Lu Xianying. But after youngest martial uncle came back from Book Slip Lake, he did not talk much about you. Li Baoping raised her hand and pointed at her eyes. A person is the best at telling the truth. Youngest martial uncle did not say anything, but he said everything. Gu Kan grunted in agreement. Li Baoping said, Let's call it a day. Gu Kan did not dawdle. He said goodbye and left. Suddenly, he stopped and said with a smile, "Li Baoping, thank you." Li Baoping asked with a smile, "You only remembered to be polite now." Gu Ken's eyes brightened. He shook his head and said, "I'm not being polite. It's because you were the first person to accompany him out of his hometown. If Li Baoping had not been at his side back then, he might not have been able to reach Gu Ken's side." Li Baoping smiled. Gu Ken also smiled. Back then, in that small temple whose walls were covered in names, Lu Xianyang stood on a ladder while Qin Pingan held the ladder. Gu Ken threw some pieces of charcoal at Lu Xianyang and wrote down their names. The positions were extremely high. Finally, Gu Ken said, "Li Baoping, you will probably meet Qin Pingan earlier than me. When you meet him, tell him that Gu Ken is in White Emperor City cultivating the great Tao." 654. Outside the Clear Breeze City, on a small hill in the wilderness, under a lone mountain peach tree, a pair of big eyes stared at each other. Lu Qiqing stared fiercely and wiped the blood on his face. Lu Qiqing's pink Taoist robe was as beautiful as the peach blossoms. The Gathering Vitality wild cultivator who was detained here was actually a short young man. However, his hair was white, and his face was a little old. The strange thing was that there was a long string of ancient jade pendants and small bottles hanging on his white jade belt with dragon patterns. This person was shaking, but he was still trying to maintain a standing posture. He was afraid that he would be killed by the pink-robed Taoist if he tilted his head or swayed his legs. His mood at this moment was like facing a sumptuous meal. He was about to eat, but the table was suddenly flipped. He didn't even get a chopstick, and the table hit his head. Until now, he still didn't know how he fell. From the bottleneck of Gathering Vitality, he fell all the way to the bleak scene when he just formed Golden Core. What was more strange was that the other party was so powerful and seemed to be seriously injured. The problem was that he didn't do anything at all. He used to be a hero who dominated a region and was worthy of the title of the retired emperor behind several small countries. He liked to hide his identity and look for treasures everywhere. He was famous in the entire Aquarius continent for being stingy. He fought with Li Tuanjing in the Wind and Thunder Garden and survived several attacks. He was chased by an old immortal of the divine grandeur sect for thousands of miles and still didn't die. In the early years, he and Lu Laocheng were enemies and friends. They once explored the ruins of the immortal's mansion in the secret land of the Gushu country. They didn't share the loot equally and were almost killed by Lu Laocheng, who was at the same level as him. Later, even though Lu Laocheng reached the sky in one step, he still killed several disciples who were traveling on Gonglu Island. Lu Laocheng couldn't find him, so he had to give up. His life could be said to be brilliant and varied, and he had experienced all sorts of strange things. However, none of them were as confusing as today. Who was the other party? How did they do it? Why did they come here? Would he die here? Lu Qiqing shook off the blood on his hand and smiled. "Thank you." Seeing that the senior was a Taoist immortal, the young cultivator from the mountains and lakes decided to cater to him. He bowed and said softly, "I'm Chai Bofu, and my Taoist name is Longbow. I believe you've heard of me before." With a few steps, mountains and rivers would shrink, and huge clouds would form with a breath. He was talking about this renowned Count Xiu of the wild mountains and lakes, and he was extremely skilled in assassination and fleeing. Moreover, he was skilled in water element attacks. According to rumor, he'd had a conflict with Lu Jimao of the Slip Lake in the Grand Tao, and they'd even fought for an immortal secret manual that could reach the heavens. According to rumor, both of them attacked ruthlessly without holding back, and they'd almost fought to the point their brains sprayed into the surroundings. Lu Qiqing gnashed his teeth and said, F***CKU. My name is Lu Qiqing, a citizen of Baishui. Have you heard of me? Chai Bofu braced himself and said, Junior is ignorant. I have never heard of Senior's name. Lu Qiqing fell to the ground with his back against the peach tree. He looked dejected, picking up chicken poop in the cracks of stones and dog poop in the mud. It took me a lot of effort to accumulate this little bit of cultivation, but it's gone with a slap. You don't want to live anymore? Kill me. Chai Bofu didn't move at all. He didn't pretend to be frightened, and he wouldn't say a few words of loyalty and sincerity. When dealing with this kind of cultivator, who had extremely high cultivation and was not well known, the most taboo was to act smart and draw legs on a snake. Lu Qiqing began to close his eyes and rest. He knocked the peach tree with his head again and muttered, Cut the peach tree and spoil the scenery. Then Lu Qiqing slapped his own face fiercely, as if he had been awakened. He smiled and said, I should be happy. There's no one in the world who can survive a disaster like me. There will be good fortune in the future, great fortune. Lu Qiqing stood up. He changed from dispirited to high-spirited in an instant. He straightened his back, shook his sleeves, and took out 3 incense sticks. Then he looked at the wild cultivator who was standing there stupidly and began to stare at him. Why don't you get away from me? You're disturbing me from burning incense and praying to immortals. Lu Qiqing suddenly took a deep breath. No. I have to be kind to others. I have to treat people with courtesy. I have to be educated. Chai Bofu moved away step by step. He didn't dare to stand still until he was 50 or 60 feet away. He didn't feel aggrieved at all. Qi cultivators who were born in the mountains and could reach Chai Bofu's position were all shrewd. In the Wind Thunder Garden, Li Tuanjing once joked that the most profound cultivator in the world was not an immortal master but a wild cultivator. It was a pity that he had to take the unorthodox path. Otherwise, he would be able to reach the Taob. Lu Qiqing collected his thoughts and abandoned all distracting thoughts. He began to chant. Then he rubbed the tip of the incense stick with his fingers and slowly lit it. Lu Qiqing seemed to bow 3 times to heaven and earth. In fact, he bowed first to the hall of ancestral masters in White Emperor City who had taught him Taoism. He bowed second to the blue-robed Confucian in the ancient temple who gave him a sword. His swordsmanship was so high and his righteousness was rare. He bowed third to the middle-aged Taoist who had great power just now. Guken was cautious. When he was riding the wind, he saw Lu Qiqing, who didn't deliberately hide his breath. He landed near the mountain peach tree. After Lu Qiqing bowed 3 times, he said, What if? Why bother? Lu Qiqing was silent. When the incense stick in his hand burned out, he regained his usual demeanor. He said with a smile, Okay, don't sprinkle salt on my wound. My heart and liver are aching now. Guken didn't look at the wild cultivator at all. However, his second sentence showed his true nature. Why should I keep him? Lu Qiqing asked with a smile. Guken, do you want to be my junior fellow apprentice or my junior nephew? Guken said, It's not up to me to choose. Don't talk about him. All these years, if strangers met Guken for the first time, they would think that he was a gentle and respectful scholar, a young man with a good family education. However, Guken and Lu Qiqing had traveled to the north hand in hand. They had spent a lot of time together. They both knew what kind of people they were. Guken was insulting Lu Qiqing when he said that he didn't hold a grudge against him today. Guken said directly, You said yourself that Mr. Qi had done you a great favor. He gave you some valuable advice and showed you the way to break through the barrier. That was how you reached the upper 5 states. You also promised Mr. Qi that when Qin Pingon visited White Emperor City in the future, you owed Mr. Qi a favor. Therefore, you would certainly show him kindness. Now, you should consider the consequences. What you did today was ungrateful. Secondly, you made an enemy of me. Lu Qiqing, you are indeed a master of White Emperor City. You do as you please. I am looking forward to White Emperor City more and more. This is probably the only thing you did right today. Guken didn't talk to Lu Qiqing secretly in his mind. Lu Qiqing squinted at the wild cultivator Chai Bofu, who was determined to die. He withdrew his gaze and said helplessly, "Do you want Brother Longbow to die so badly?" Guken didn't say anything. Lu Qiqing explained patiently, "First, yesterday's matter is yesterday's matter. Tomorrow's matter is tomorrow's matter. For example, if Chun Pingon wanted to argue with me, I would use my senior brother. If Chun Pingon died, I would push the boat with the current and use Mr. Chi's favor. It would be equivalent to saving Chun Pingon's life. Wouldn't that be returning the favor? Second, let's not talk about today's result. My thoughts at that time were very simple. Compared with helping my senior brother to reach the top, making an enemy of you is your own choice. Guken, if you were me, what would you choose? Finally, I respect and fear my senior brother, but I love and miss White Emperor City. I don't want it to be just a stepping stone. I need someone to appear and give my senior brother a reason to convince himself." Except for Lu Qiqing's last sentence, Guken understood everything. Regardless of whether Lu Qiqing's reason was wrong or not, it was a reason that Lu Qiqing sincerely agreed with. Lu Qiqing was speaking from the bottom of his heart to Guken. Guken could not agree, but he had to show the reason that he did not agree with. Fists, Taoist techniques, and words were all acceptable. In the end, Lu Qiqing had been looking down on Guken. What he thought and what he saw was the highest point of White Emperor City. It was his senior brother and his fellow disciples who were of the same generation as Lu Qiqing. Lu Qiqing wanted to accept disciples on behalf of his master. His biggest enemy, or rather, the barrier, was actually his fellow disciples. Chai Bofu felt a chill down his spine. On the path of cultivation, he had experienced many ups and downs. It was the first time in his life that he felt so desperate. The 3 words White Emperor City were like a mountain pressing down on his heart, making Chai Bofu unable to breathe. In the 9 continents, there were millions of cultivators. In their hearts, there was only one holy land, and that was White Emperor City of the Central Divine Continent. The City Lord was recognized as the #1 figure in the demonic path, yet this pink-robed Taoist, and this young man kept calling him White Emperor City, senior brother, and junior brother. Therefore, Chai Bofu waited for the 2 to fall silent before asking, "Senior Lu, Guken, how can I not die?" The only person who really asked was the green-robed young man, whose cultivation level was not high. Since Lu Qiqing had detained him here, at least his life was not in danger. However, this guy Guken had some old and new grudges with him. Chai Bofu had heard of the name Guken before, mainly because of Lu Jimao's true monarch cutting river. It was rumored that Guken, as Lu Jimao's direct disciple, had a nascent soul realm water dragon when he was still a child. He had killed a lot of people at Book Slip Lake, but for some reason he suddenly fell silent. The water dragon disappeared, and Guken disappeared without a trace. Then the entire Book Slip Lake was taken over by foreign cultivators and became a subordinate sect of the Jade sect of the Tongya continent. Those who obeyed were probably fed to the fish by the True Realm sect. Those who understood the general situation seemed to have taken a divine bath in Book Slip Lake, washing away the filth of the wild cultivators. Chai Bofu felt that his recent luck was really terrible. How did he meet this little devil? How did Guken get involved with Lu Qiqing, who had crossed the river, and White Emperor City? Lu Qiqing pointed at Guken. "Whether you live or die, you can ask my future junior brother. The higher Guken's cultivation, the easier it would be for Lu Qiqing to return to White Emperor City." Guken said, "If I die, I won't have to die." Lu Qiqing couldn't help but laugh. This was quite a novel way to put it. Chai Bofu said in a deep voice, "Guken, Why are you so aggressive? Why do you insist on killing me? Even if I have some old grudges with your master, you are a wild cultivator, and I am even more so. What is this little grudge? Lu Qiqing said playfully, Brother Longbow, you, and Lu Jimao, Chai Bofa said, to fight for a copy of the River-Severing Sutra. Speaking of this, Chai Bofu suddenly realized something. Gu Can, does Lu Jimao really think of you as the successor of the family? He also learned that sutra. Is he afraid that if I stay by your side, the great Tao will clash everywhere and ruin your fate? Chai Bofa said to himself, Lu Jimao is the most narrow-minded person. He can't wait to kill all the cultivators in the world. How could he be willing to teach you the fundamental method of the great Tao? Gu Can naturally wouldn't reveal the inside story. Back then, Lu Jimao didn't have much confidence in breaking through in seclusion. It was very likely that he would die. Otherwise, Lu Jimao wouldn't have been willing to give Gu Can the Water Technique Sutra. Gu Can wouldn't have been approached by the true owner of the sutra, Lu Qiqing. After Lu Qiqing was schemed against by Cui Dong, he once took in a registered disciple. That young man was old Demon Mi's disciple. His name was Yuan Tian. Unfortunately, Lu Qiqing spent some effort, but the results weren't good. He was too embarrassed to keep him by his side. So he threw him on a small mountain and left him to fend for himself. The young man also had the little fox demon by his side. When Lu Qiqing parted with them, he didn't give any alms to his registered disciple. Instead, he gave the little fox demon a cultivation method and 2 protective items. However, she probably wouldn't be very diligent in her cultivation in the future. As for whether Yuan Tian could learn the cultivation method from her, and what kind of grudges they had in the end, Lu Qiqing didn't care. On the path of cultivation, everything depended on luck. Lu Qiqing didn't mind being a wild man for beautiful women, but he didn't want to be a wild father for anyone. In the early years, Lu Qiqing helped the little fox demon, not because he pitted her fate, but because he pitted himself. After Lu Qiqing left Yuan Tian, he traveled alone. He didn't expect that his river-severing sutra would fall into the hands of a wild cultivator, Lu Jimao. He was quite successful and got the title of river-severing lord. On the path of life, there were always flowers that didn't bloom, but willows that were unintentionally planted would grow. Gu Can glanced at Chai Bofu and suddenly smiled. Forget it. In the future, when we travel together, we can learn from each other. Since Lu Qiqing didn't want to kill people, and Gu Can didn't have much confidence in killing him, it was better to keep him by his side. In fact, Lu Qiqing didn't care about Chai Bofu's level. Even if he returned to the nascent soul realm, what could he do? Even if he worked for Lu Qiqing, what was the point of coming to White Emperor City? Cultivating in White Emperor City was not the way of cultivation of ordinary immortal sections. They didn't pay attention to huddling together and sharing the same breath and branches. The real reason why Lu Qiqing didn't kill this person was that he hoped that the eldest senior brother could use the karma relationship between Chai Bofu and Li Baoping to help the eldest senior brother play chess with the middle-aged Taoist priest in the future. Even if the White Emperor City only had a little more chance of winning, it would be a great thing. He believed that his little abacus had already been calculated by the middle-aged Taoist priest. It didn't matter. When the time came, the eldest senior brother would have a headache. The junior brother would do his duty, and the senior brother would play his chess. Then, the 3 of them didn't ride the wind. They walked together to Qingfeng City. Lu Qiqing said casually, Brother Longbow, your 6 natal items are all gaudy. 2 of them are only at the level of spiritual weapons. What's going on? Chai Bofa smiled bitterly. It's the most difficult to start cultivating in the mountains and lakes. For cultivators in the lower 5 realms, it's already a great fortune to have 1 or 2 spirit weapons successfully refined into natal items. When your level is high enough and you have enough magic weapons at hand, you can forcibly change your natal items that are deeply rooted and related to the Great Tao. It's possible, but it's too painful. I'm most afraid that the enemy will know the news. Isn't this kind of closed-door training courting death? Even if you don't die, those immortal masters of archives who have nothing better to do secretly follow the clues and interrupt your closed-door training. The loss outweighs the gain. Chai Bofa sighed and said, if you provoke an enemy before forming the Jindan, it's not a big problem to change your natal items if your level is not high. Unfortunately, since we can form our Jindan, how can we not provoke our peers of the Jindan realm and some immortal masters of archives who cry for their parents after being beaten? Sometimes when you look around, you really feel that you're surrounded by troubles and enemies. Immortals visited each other to seek revenge or visit relatives, but it was not like ordinary people who went on a long journey. No matter how big a continent was, it was very small when it came to opening a Taoist field. In places with good feng shui, and good feng shui with slightly better spiritual energy, there were local tyrants everywhere. Famous mountains, deep lakes, and swamps were all occupied by immortals for many years. If it was not a mountain of archives, it was a mountain of mountains and rivers. The reason why it was difficult for cultivators to succeed was that they didn't have any advantages. Lu Qiqing nodded to show that he understood. Gu Qin smiled slightly. Chai Bofu was stunned for a moment before Lu Qiqing pressed his head and crushed his Jindan. The latter collapsed on the ground, covered in blood and twitching. Previously, when he fell from the Yuanying realm to the Jindan realm, it was too mysterious. Chai Bofu did not suffer too much. This time, when he fell from the Jindan realm to the Dragon Gate realm, he was really suffering. Lu Qiqing smiled and said, okay, now you can change your natal item in peace. Otherwise, it will be difficult for you to break through the bottleneck of the Yuanying realm. Brother Longbow, don't thank me. Lu Qiqing rotated a finger and formed a formation to help Brother Longbow hide his breath. The spells taught in White Emperor City were very complicated. Lu Qiqing once had a senior sister with amazing aptitude. She made a great promise to learn 12 kinds of great Tao spells before she gave up. As a result, every 100 years, that senior sister's face turned uglier. In the end, she became the person with the worst temper in White Emperor City. Chai Bofu sat cross-legged. His Yuanying and Jindan had disappeared and shattered one after another. He no longer cared about the damage to his Tao. He had to survive first before anything else. Gu Qin squatted beside Chai Bofu and asked, I'm very curious. Why didn't you pretend to be Su Han? Why didn't you even think of framing him? How did you become a rogue cultivator? What's the secret behind it? Gu Qin stretched out his hand and pressed Chai Bofu's head. You practice the water arts, and I happen to have learned the River Severing Sutra. If I take this opportunity to intercept your natal primordial chi and water fate, and then refine your gold core fragments, it will be a wonderful thing that will happen naturally. Tell me, what kind of secret relationship do you have with Clear, Wind City, or Fox Nation to make you so righteous when you kill people for their treasures? Chai Bofu, who had the appearance of a young man, had a pale expression on his face. Although his white hair looked old, it was still shiny and full of vitality. But now, more than half of his hair had withered away. Gu Qin casually pressed his head, and some of his hair fell to the ground and turned into ashes in midair before they could fall to the ground. Gu Qin slightly increased his strength. With one of the trump cards of the River Severing Sutra, he began to wantonly seize the water fate of Chai Bofu. The small world of Chai Bofu's body was already in a mess, like a flood pouring down. Gu Qin's technique was like cutting a big hole in a shaky dam, taking only the water fate and taking it into his pocket. As for whether the flood would break all the dams and make Chai Bofu's path of cultivation even worse, Guken did not care at all whether he would have a chance to return to the Jindan or Yuanying realm in this life. Chai Bofu immediately spilled the beans and began to reveal the truth. Su Hun's wife and I used to be brothers and sisters in the same sect, so I want to set a trap for Su Hun, the city lord, but I don't want the entire Clear Wind City to be in danger. The Su family doesn't even have a chance to cry out for justice. That little girl is in trouble, and as the city lord, Su Hun cannot absolve himself from the blame for failing to protect her. But if I were to pretend to be Su Hun and snatch the treasure, and accidentally leave the little girl, or Wei Benyuan half dead, the Clear Breeze City would lose the great future of the sect. I don't want that junior sister's efforts to go down the drain. Chai Bofu had mixed feelings when he mentioned his junior sister. His expression and eyes were filled with regret. Lu Qiqing smiled and said, "Infatuated, really infatuated. I like it. No wonder I hit it off with Brother Longbow." Guken thought for a moment and asked with a smile, "Su Hun's son?" Chai Bofu said angrily, "Su Hun is not a fool. Why would he help me raise my son? My sister and I are innocent. Don't you dare insinuate and spout nonsense." Guken retracted his hand and said, "What a pity." Guken suddenly stretched out his hand and continued to intercept the water and extract the gold core fragments. He asked, "You don't think Su Hun is a fool, but you think I'm a fool? Tell me, is your sister at a higher level than you, or does she have something against you? Otherwise, your sincerity is too much. Wild cultivators have their reasons for breaking the rules. Since that kid is not your son, your reason is not enough. Love? If you really can't forget when Clear Wind City is in danger and is about to be destroyed, Su Hun snatched your sister, and you took his wife and son to raise. Can't you do it?" Chai Bofu opened his eyes, as if he wanted to see the young man's face. He smiled bitterly and said, "Although I'm a wild cultivator, I don't think there are any natural wild cultivators. Guken, good boy, you are one." Chai Bofu was silent for a moment and said, "My sister has been shrewd since she was young. After I worked with her to kill my master, before she married into the Su family of Clear Wind City, I only knew that she had another sex inheritance. It was very secretive. I have always been afraid of her and never dared to offend her." Guken turned to look at Lu Qiqing and said with a smile, "My level is low, so it doesn't matter if I'm a fool. What about you? Do you still think this Brother Longbow is infatuated?" Lu Qiqing said with a smile, "It doesn't matter. I'm a fool." Guken retracted his hand and stood up. He looked at Clear Wind City, which had a high chance of becoming an immortal sect. Uncle Chai's heart turned to ashes. After being tormented by that little bastard Guken, even his Dragon Gate realm was going to have holes everywhere, and it was going to be very difficult to mend them. Guken said, "Let's not go to Clear Wind City. Let's go back to the town." Lu Qiqing said with a smile, "Up to you." Guken said, "When we're in my hometown, I advise you to take it easy." Lu Qiqing's face was extremely ugly. Back then, Chun Pingon, Qi Jingchun, and today's Li Baoping and the Sage of Lust. In addition, there was Guken, who was too lazy to hide his killing intent, Ma Kuxuan, who had joined Marshall Mountain, and Song Mu, the young Lord of Dali. They were all F** king people who had walked out of that SH** T2I place. Lu Qiqing immediately changed his mind. "Let's go north first, then Brother Longbow, and I will wait for you at the border of Pearl Cave Heaven. We won't go to the town with you." Guken said with a smile, "As long as you restrain yourself, you don't have to be so cautious." Lu Qiqing said in a heavy tone, Why bother?" Guken asked, "What if Li Baoping goes to the Fox Kingdom?" Lu Qiqing said with a smile, "That little girl is not as simple as you think. Let's just talk about her own means. In the small Fox Kingdom, whoever dares to touch her will have his tail cut off." Gu Kan's face was gloomy. Lu Qicheng, although I don't know why you changed your mind, don't forget that I'm going back to my hometown. Don't make me go to the Li family's ancestral house on Falu Street. Lu Qicheng said with a smile. Oh, your habit of turning your back on me is scary. Lu Qicheng was angry when he said this. He looked down at Chai Bofu, who was still sitting on the ground. He raised his foot and stepped on the head of the young, nascent soul. He slightly increased his strength and smashed the young man into the ground, leaving only half of his head above the ground. Chai Bofu didn't dare to move. Lu Qicheng squatted down. The sleeves of his wide pink robe were spread on the ground, as if an unusually beautiful peony had bloomed out of thin air. Lu Qicheng said impatiently, I'll give you half an hour at most. If you can't stabilize the small Dragon Gate realm by then, I won't protect you anymore. Gu Kan suddenly asked, Have you been to the inverted hanging mountain? Lu Qicheng didn't even raise his head. He said frankly, I don't dare to go unless I'm with you. It didn't have much to do with the level of cultivation. The key was that Lu Qicheng's identity was not suitable to get close to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Gu Kan said, What about Lu Qicheng? Lu Qicheng said, When we reach the White Emperor's city, I will return this skin to him. If he is lucky, he will have a chance to become your fellow disciple. In the cottage in the call, Li Baoping and Wei Benyuan also set off for the Fox Kingdom, which was allied with the Qingfeng city. Wei Benyuan naturally felt that the place where he refined elixirs was too dangerous. If he went to the Su family in the Qingfeng city, he could at least give Ping Nizi a protective talisman. Wei Benyuan summoned the talisman boat, and it was extremely elegant. As it traveled with the wind, illusory jasper lotuses appeared around the boat. They suddenly grew and stood tall, and then slowly dissipated. Wherever the talisman boat passed by, it was as if a small boat had crashed into a lotus pond and opened up a waterway. When Li Baoping boarded the boat earlier, she took advantage of the fact that Grandpa Wei had boarded the boat first. With her back to him, she put her feet together and jumped onto the boat. It had been a long time since she made such a witty move. Obviously, she was in a good mood. She saw her brother, protected Grandpa Wei's place of cultivation, and could meet her youngest uncle again. When Wei Benyuan sat down at one end of the boat, Li Baoping was already standing and did not sit down. It was such a beautiful scenery. It would be a waste if she did not see it. Riding a horse and looking at the mountains and rivers was different from looking down on the earth. Wei Benyuan and Li Baoping told some hearsay. As for the truth, it was estimated that even the Su family's disciples did not know what was written on their almanac. In the Fox Kingdom, where tens of thousands of fox spirits lived, the seven-tailed fox had been in seclusion for a long time. 700 years ago, it was divided into three forces. One wanted to integrate into the Qingfeng city and the Aquarius continent. The other wanted to fight for a small world isolated from the world. And the more extreme side wanted to completely tear up the alliance with the Su family in the Qingfeng city. In the end, in the hands of the current master of the Qingfeng city, Su Han, it became a confrontation between the two sides. The third force was encircled, killed, and imprisoned. It was also an important channel for the Qingfeng city to continuously produce the fox skin talisman. Moreover, after the woman took charge of the affairs, she had a knack for creating resources and making money. The overall number of fox imps in the Fox Nation had steadily increased. She had signed several secret agreements with the Fox Nation on behalf of Clear Breeze City. One of the agreements had long been a semi-public secret. The Su clan had always provided the Fox Nation with cultivation resources, but if every fox imp failed to break through to the next realm, they had to maintain their fox pelt intact as a form of repayment to Clear Breeze City. Then there was the Qingfeng city in the Fox Kingdom, which built many mansions for tourists to enjoy. There were immortal masters who went down the mountain to travel pure martial artists who roamed the Jianghu. Husbands, elegant scholars, they were all distinguished guests who did not need to pay out of their own pockets, all for the sake of making the fox spirits fall in love. Within the Fox Kingdom, the Sioux family had painstakingly built scenic spots everywhere. There were cliff carvings by calligraphy masters, poetry inscriptions by literati, and old residences of immortals who had achieved Tao. Wei Benyuan smiled and said, "The Sioux family is very good at making money, but their reputation is not very good." Li Baoping bought some books about scholars and beauties in the Qingfeng city. They were beautifully engraved, almost comparable to the books of the secular dynasties. However, she might not read them and planned to give them to Pei Qian in the future. In fact, Li Baoping did not have much yearning for the Jianghu romance and the supernatural beings of the mountains and rivers. She could not compare to Pei Qian and Li Huai. In these years, apart from studying in the academy, Li Baoping had not been idle. She asked Lin Shuyi and Xie Xie about the ways of cultivation and asked Yulu about the martial arts. The three of them naturally told Li Baoping everything they knew without holding anything back. Occasionally, they would meet Li Huai on the road, but it was a veritable chat. The Fox Kingdom was located in a broken paradise. The fragmented historical records were not very detailed, and most of them were just rumors and could not be taken seriously. Wei Benyuan landed the talisman boat at an entrance. It was a wooden building hanging a plaque with the words "intertwined branches." Most of the couplets on both sides were missing, but the lower half was well preserved. It was a pair of infatuated lovers appeared in the world. The upper half was only left with the three words, "home of warmth and tenderness," at the end. There were also allusions saying that a wandering immortal once cut it with a sword. Some said it was Li Tuanjing in the Wind and Thunder Garden, while others said it was Wei and Jin dynasties in the Wind and Snow Temple. The memorial archway was crowded with people. Most of them were men, especially scholars. Because the Fox Kingdom had a temple and a mountain, it was said that the two places were rich in literature. It was very efficacious to come here to pray and burn incense. It was easy to be proud of the exam results. As for some poor scholars who deliberately took a detour, hoping to earn some money in the Fox Kingdom, the beauties in the Fox Kingdom were famous for their preference for scholars. There were also many down-and-out scholars who were willing to die of old age and tenderness in the Fox Kingdom. It was not a lie to say that the Fox immortals were infatuated. Whenever their beloved man passed away, they would not ask to be born in the same year and month, but they would ask to die in the same year and month. If one wanted to travel to the Fox Kingdom, the rules were very interesting. One had to give poems and essays in exchange for the passage fee. Poems, lyrics, songs, prose, and even essays for the exam were all acceptable. As long as one was talented enough, even a couplet was fine. However, if one's writing was not pleasing to the eyes of the Fox Immortals, one could only return home. It did not matter whether one had to hire someone to write for them. If one could not come up with a good essay, then one could only spend the Immortals' money. Li Baoping glanced at the splendid loft not far from the memorial archway and frowned. The Sioux family of Clear Breeze City and the Fox Kingdom were accumulating literary fortune here. Many little drops make an ocean. What were they trying to do? What could they do? The Sioux family of Clear Breeze City had lowered themselves and married off their legitimate daughter to a concubine's son. They also wanted to form a marriage alliance with the Yuan family of the Pillar Nation of Dali. Could it be that the Sioux family had some ulterior motive for the future of the Dali kingdom? They wanted to let a Sioux family disciple who had the ability to carry the literary fortune to occupy a position step by step to become a high-ranking official and eventually control part of the politics of the Dali kingdom and become the next Pillar Nation? Li Baoping began to think back to the time when the Sioux mother and son from the Clear Breeze City had gone to the small town. No, I have to ask grandfather if the Sioux mother and son had used any kind of concealment techniques to conceal their true plans. There was one thing that youngest uncle did not mind, but Li Baoping always had a small knot in her heart. That was the mountain-moving ape of Jinyang Mountain, and the little girl who had stayed with the Li family on Fulu Street in the small town. If that was the only thing, it would be fine. But she was afraid of the conspiracy of these people on the mountain. Zhu He Zhu Lu and her second brother Li Baozhen had already done two things. They could not do more than 3 times. Wei Benyuan took out 2 sums of money and walked into the Fox Kingdom with Li Baoping. In the loft, a languid woman who was lying on the desk suddenly raised her head. She was excited and immediately sent a flying sword to the Sioux family sword room in Clear Breeze City. Soon, a flying sword flew back and gave her a rough file. The wording at the end of the secret letter was not tactful. It told her not to have any improper thoughts and not to provoke the disciple of the Cliff Academy and the legitimate granddaughter of the Leaf family's Yuanying realm. Now that Clear Breeze City was a candidate for the sect, they should not cause any trouble. That greatly displeased the woman, and the woman with a pair of extremely long artificial armor on her fingers tore up the secret letter bit by bit. Although her heart was filled with unwillingness, she still did not dare to defy the Clear Breeze City's decision, and had no choice but to lie back lazily on the table. Peach Sprout was cultivating beside a waterfall in the Fox Kingdom. Wei Benyuan's so-called fated chance was that Peach Sprout accidentally passed by the waterfall and saw a piece of colorful silk floating on the water surface. Soon, a Jindan fox fairy rushed over and wanted to snatch the fated chance from Peach Sprout. Unexpectedly, it was beaten by the silk and was almost dragged into the deep pool by its ankles. When the fox fairy fled in panic, the silk floated on the water surface again and swayed to the shore. Peach Sprout picked it up and seemed to recognize it as its master. It became a colorful belt for the maidservant of the Wei clan in the Peach Leaf Alley. Not only that, under its guidance, Peach Sprout also picked up an inconspicuous dried peach branch deep in the mountains. After refining it, it became another magic weapon that hid its strength. In a single night, Taoya became the luckiest person in the Fox Kingdom in several hundred years. Within the borders of the Fox Kingdom, it was not allowed to travel by wind or take ferries. One could only walk. Fortunately, there were 3 entrances to the Fox Kingdom. Wei Benyuan chose the gate closest to Taoya, so he hired a carriage and rented a horse for Ping Nizi. One of them drove the carriage himself, while the other rode the horse with a saber. They enjoyed the scenery along the way, stopping every now and then, so the journey did not seem boring. When they arrived at the waterfall halfway up the mountain, Taoya, who had already grown to be very fresh, could not help but feel a little ashamed when she saw the current Li Baoping. In the end, after the 3 of them drank tea, Li Baoping finished reminiscing about the past and got up to leave. She said that she wanted to return north and go to the capital of Dali to find a friend. As for the horse she had left by the stream in the valley, she could just let it be. It had accompanied her through thousands of mountains and rivers, so it should take a rest. Wei Benyuan did not know whether to laugh or cry. Taoya was also caught unprepared. Wei Benyuan asked, "Change to the horse at the foot of the mountain." Li Baoping patted her head and said with a smile, "I forgot to tell Grandpa Wei that I am also a Qi refinement warrior now. My realm is not high, but I can ride the wind." Li Baoping added, "I can ride the sword too. I don't like it under normal circumstances. The wind is strong in the sky, and my cheeks hurt when I talk." The old man and Taoya looked at each other. Li Baoping thought about it and did not want to hide it. "I have some papers. The words on them are close to me and can be turned into a talisman boat. It's just that Mr. Mao does not want me to take them out easily." Wei Benyuan asked helplessly, "Do you have more?" Li Baoping shook her head and said, "No, I only learned some boxing skills from a friend. I am not a pure martial artist at the wind-controlling realm. I can't rely on my physique to travel far away. Wei Benyuan got up and said, "Then let Taoya send you out of the Fox Kingdom. Otherwise, Grandpa Wei will not be at ease. Taoya's realm might not be as high as the old man's for the time being. However, her two natal items were too mysterious. They could attack and defend, and could be regarded as the cultivation of a golden core cultivator." Li Baoping smiled and said, "Forget it. I won't delay Sister Taoya's cultivation." She winked at Sister Taoya. Taoya understood and blushed. She was even more puzzled. How did little Treasure Bottle know that she had a man she liked? If she did not have a man she liked, why would a woman who lived alone put on light rouge? As for the old man, if he did things with Taoya's cultivation, he would be very attentive. As for such details, why would he care? Li Baoping said goodbye and left. From the south to the north, they traveled through the mountains and rivers and passed through the Fox Kingdom. On the way, there was a heavy snowfall. A young woman in a red cotton-padded jacket stood beside a cliff and stretched out her hands to breathe. The narrow saber and the blade-strengthening gourd at the woman's waist were compatible with the heavy snow. Therefore, at that moment, it was as if there were only two colors in the entire world: the bright snow and the woman's beauty. In the capital city of Nanyuan Country, lotus-blessed land, a young girl stood up and went to the yard. She opened the boxing ring and said to the little girl squatting on the railing, "Little Mealy, I'm going to punch. You go to Zhuiyuan Alley and buy some melon seeds." The little girl in black was a little reluctant. "I'll just take a look. I won't say anything. There are still some melon seeds in my pocket." In fact, it was her duty. She was the right guardian of Luapa Mountain and also the deputy leader of the branch. How could she not help Pei Qian at this time? The young girl glared at her and said, "I don't know how to control my punch." How can it be? Martial arts don't have eyes. They come over like knives falling from the sky. How big is the pot of pickled fish tonight? Zhou Mili quickly got up and jumped down from the railing. She took a small pole and a walking stick and ran far away. Suddenly, she stopped and turned around to ask, "How many kilograms of melon seeds do you want? I heard from Sister Wanshu that if you buy more, it'll be cheaper. If you buy less, you won't get a discount." Pei Qian said helplessly, "It's up to you." Zhou Mili frowned and raised the small pole high. "Then I'll pick up a sack at the end of the pole." The little girl felt that she was already so clever that she was out of control. Pei Qian nodded. In fact, she was already speechless. Zhou Mili looked at Pei Qian and knew how to control the situation. She immediately tiptoed and jumped over the courtyard wall. After Xiao Mili left, Pei Qian stepped out and stomped the ground. Almost the entire capital of Nanyuan Kingdom shook to be able to cause such a phenomenon. It was naturally not something that a fifth realm martial artist could do with a stomp. It was more of a fist intent that affected the mountains and rivers. Even the dragon veins of Nanyuan Kingdom were not spared. Pei Qian's arms twisted in a twisting posture. His fist move was extremely strange. After a slight pause, he gently punched out the deity drum-beating style. After a moment, Pei Qian's whole person seemed to be following the fist. He was pulled by the fist intent, but also seemed to be punching out from his heart. He wanted to go to the highest point to deliver the last punch. The girl's figure suddenly rose. She stepped on the air and then flew towards the sky. Her figure was as fast as lightning. Finally, she arrived at the sky of the lotus root-blessed land. It seemed to be the place where the sun was hanging in the sky. Pei Qian finally delivered the last punch. After the punch, under the girl's feet, the vast golden sea of clouds under the sun suddenly dispersed. Almost all the qi cultivators in the lotus root-blessed land who had stepped on the path of cultivation and were the first to enter the middle 5 realms, subconsciously raised their heads to look at a certain place in the sky. Then, the heroic spirits, ghosts, and monsters that were born in this new, blessed land also looked up at the sky in a daze. At the same time, the martial temples in Dali, the martial temples in the Aquarius continent, and some of the other large martial temples in the other 8 continents all sent something. 8 streams of martial fate surged towards the Aquarius continent. In the end, they merged with the martial fate of the Aquarius continent and crashed into the Tongyi umbrella that was held by the mountain Lord Wei Pai on Luopa Mountain. All the large martial temples in Dali, especially the one in the immortal graveyard that was closest to Luopa Mountain, the golden deities took the initiative to appear. They bowed and cupped their fists towards Luopa Mountain. Wei Pai's snow-white robe fluttered. He tried his best to stabilize his body. His feet were rooted to the ground. He actually directly activated the mountain river divine art and connected himself with the entire Luopa Mountain. Previously, he wanted to help cover up the aura. Now, there was no need to cover up. Just standing firmly and holding the Tongyi umbrella was already very strenuous for Wei Pai. This mountain lord of a continent still did not understand why Zhu Lian wanted him to hold the Tongyi umbrella. Now Wei Pai was angry and amused. Zhu Lian, F*CKU. Regardless of the reputation of the mountain lord Wei, who held several night banquets, just the demeanor of a deity was excellent. Who knows how many female deities and fairies fell in love with him? As for the old steward of Luopa Mountain, forget it. Once you see his face, you will forget it. At most, you will remember his identity. Zhu Lian stood on the edge of the cliff near the bamboo building, smiling with his hands behind his back. The martial arts fate between heaven and earth surged and rushed towards Luopa Mountain. Even though Zhu Lian had the protection of his fist intent, his long robe was still torn into pieces by the countless flying, sword-like martial arts fate. Over time, the skin that had covered Zhu Lian's face for many years peeled off bit by bit, and finally revealed his true appearance. Zhu Lian stretched out 2 fingers and twirled a strand of hair. He smiled with squinted eyes. The young Zhu Lian, with such a face, he could charm the hearts of beauties. "6:55. Pei Qian opened the door to the courtyard. Zhou Mili was holding a walking stick and carrying a small pole on her shoulder. There was a sack of melon seeds on one end of the pole. The little girl in black was chatting with the stone lion at the door. One was chattering while the other was silent. Zhou Mili heard the door creak open and quickly turned to look at Pei Qian. Just as she was about to ask, Pei Qian signaled her not to speak and then turned to look at the ridge in the distance. The martial arts grandmaster, who was in his prime, stood on the ridge of a magnificent building at the top of a mountain. Since he had been discovered, he wanted to leave this place and return to the palace to report the situation to the young emperor. In fact, he did not know much. His Majesty was only afraid of the young girl who had ascended to the sky and scattered the sea of clouds, so he hurriedly ordered him to come and investigate. He came too late. He saw the girl return like an arrow nailed into the earth. However, compared to the trembling of the capital and the great movement of the dragon vein, when the girl landed, it was completely different. She landed silently, like a feather landing on the ground. This made the martial arts grandmaster feel terrified. She had reached the peak of perfection, and could be said to have reached the realm of perfection. After the death of the great devil Ding Ying, Yu Zhenyi, who turned to practice magic, disappeared. It was rumored that he had secretly ascended. Zhou Fei from the Chunqiao Palace and Imperial tutor Zhongqiu had left one after another. Many top masters, such as Lu Zhou of the Bird's Eye Peak, especially Lu Tai, who appeared out of nowhere, unified the forces of the devil's cult in less than 10 years and finally challenged Yu Zhenyi, disappeared. After that, There were no top masters in Jianghu for many years. Could the girl in front of him be a legendary person who had achieved the Tao of retaining her looks? Was she the banished immortal who descended from the sky and traveled here? Although Jianghu was short nowadays, the fairy aura on the mountain was getting stronger and stronger. Unexpectedly, the girl jumped over the wall and the ridge of the roof in a few steps. In the blink of an eye, she was on the ridge of the roof opposite the middle-aged guru. The two of them faced each other. Pei Qian was standing slightly lower. The girl withdrew her fist and saluted. She spoke in the official language of the Nanyuan Kingdom. Pei Qian, a disciple of the Luapa Mountain from the Nanyuan Kingdom. What can I do for you? The middle-aged martial artist with the saber at his waist retracted his awkward expression and returned the greeting with cupped fists. I am Dong Zhongxia. I am currently a consecrator of the Wei clan and the instructor of the Imperial Army's saber techniques. Dong Zhongxia smiled and said, I wouldn't dare to advise you. I'm only here to patrol. Since Miss Pei is cultivating here, I can return to my mission with peace of mind. His Majesty the Emperor had issued a secret order. No matter where they were, as long as they met a cultivator from the Luopa Mountain, the Nanyuan Kingdom had to be respectful. The previous emperor of the Wei family, Wei Liang, was in the prime of his life, but unexpectedly, he abdicated the throne in favor of his eldest son. After the new emperor, Wei Yan, ascended the throne, he promoted the imperial examinations. He granted amnesty to the fishermen of the three surnames, the music families of Western Shaanxi, and the beggars of Yuzhou. He removed their lowly status and allowed their children to participate in the imperial examinations. Then there was the military selection, disciples of the border and military camps, as well as 3 generations of Jianghu disciples with clean identities, were all eligible to participate in the selection. The imperial edict clearly stated that the military selection was set up to promote capable generals and trusted aides to serve the country. The third thing was to build a mountain and water temple. The Ministry of Rights was tasked to read through the local records of various states and counties. They would select loyal and virtuous officials and build golden bodies for them. They hoped that after death, they would become heroic spirits and continue to protect the local customs. In addition, the Nanyuan Kingdom's Wei Emperor began to secretly support and rope in cultivators to help suppress the demons and monsters that emerged from all over the country and prevent them from harming the country. Otherwise, even if the heroes of Jianghu were skilled in martial arts, they would be powerless in the face of these strange existences that they had never dealt with before. However, Dong Zhongxia was one of the best of the newest grandmasters in Jianghu. He was in his 40s and had broken through the bottleneck of martial arts a few years ago. After traveling, he suppressed several fierce demons and monsters along the way and became famous. That was why the new emperor, Wei Yan, chose him and made him one of the Nanyuan Kingdom's martial artists. Dong Zhongxia now knew that His Majesty the Emperor was the true Grand Master of martial arts and had profound attainments. Pei Qian smiled and asked, Senior Dong isn't from Nanyuan? Otherwise, he should be able to recognize the peak martial arts that she had deliberately revealed, which originated from the old imperial tutor of Nanyuan Kingdom. However, it could be seen that this Dong Zhongxia might not be the Nanyuan Kingdom's emperor's true confidant. Dong Zhongxia nodded and said, I am from Songsui Kingdom. I just arrived in Nanyuan Kingdom not long ago. Pei Qian turned his head to look elsewhere and frowned. What's the point of hiding? The previous punch had caused a bit of a commotion. The experts of Nanyuan Kingdom had come to spy on them. Bearing the identity of the imperial court, it was their duty, so Pei Qian treated them with courtesy. However, the one other than Dong Zhongshu mistakenly thought that she did not notice after she appeared. Not only did he not stop, he even took advantage of her and secretly used a technique to condense a few tiny water droplets around Pei Qian and Dong Zhongshu, as if to eavesdrop on their conversation. Pei Qian and Dong Zhongshu bid farewell. Dong Zhongshu was slightly surprised. It seemed that he really was not a banished immortal from a greater world. The tiles around Pei Qian almost did not move, but the layer of dust above the tiles suddenly dispersed. In the next moment, Dong Zhongshu had already disappeared from Pei Qian's sight. Pei Qian was already squatting beside the raised eaves of a roof not far from Dong Zhongshu. She stared at a young man who was sitting cross-legged and making gestures with both hands. He was wearing a rare robe in lotus root-blessed land. He wore a jasper laurel on his head and a white jade dagger on his waist. The young man smiled and stood up, Wang Guangjing, a guest of the prince's mansion. "Greetings to Miss Pei." Pei Qian asked, "Immortal Master Wang from the prince's mansion? Didn't you and the other two experts leave the capital under the imperial order to reopen the Dragon Pool water rock pit?" Nowadays, the capital of the Nanyuan kingdom was mixed with good and bad people. There were many immortal masters and Taoists fishing for fame. However, there were also some immortals who really set foot on cultivation. They were either in beautiful places, first come, first served. They quickly seized the general trend and established a sect, or they were all attached to the emperors and monarchs of the three kingdoms and took the immortal money that everyone saw for the first time. These things were recorded in detail in Luopa Mountain. One Shu would copy a copy every few days and send it to Jisei Peak's ancestral hall for filing. The original copy was stored with the old chef. Luopa Mountain secretly built 2 channels to collect information in lotus root blessed land. One was built by Master Zhong himself. The old Emperor Wei Liang and the new Emperor Wei Yan knew about it because it was one of the terms of the contract signed between Luopa Mountain and the Nanyuan Kingdom. The other was far away in Songlai Kingdom and was run by Zhu Lian. Although Pei Qian didn't understand these imperial affairs, he knew that the relationship between the father and son of the new emperor and the old emperor was not as harmonious as it seemed. Otherwise, the old emperor would not be so close to his second son Wei Yun. The new emperor Wei Yan would not let his younger brother Wei Yun be the magistrate of the capital and let a powerful old official who favored Prince Wei Yun be the minister of strategy of the country. If it weren't for the fact that the minister of rights, who would be in charge of the mountains and rivers, was the young emperor's confidant, Pei Qian would have thought that the old emperor was still in charge of the Nanyuan kingdom. Wang Guangjing was slightly surprised and said with a guilty face, "Before leaving, I was in a hurry to break through and made a mistake in cultivation. I had to rest in the capital." When Dong Zhongshu left, he glanced at this side from afar with a heavy heart. That Prince Wei Yun was definitely not someone to be trifled with. With the support of the retired emperor, he had recruited a large number of cultivators. If that female martial artist with the surname Pei was recruited as a consecrator by the prince's residence, wouldn't it implicate the undercurrents in the Nanyuan kingdom's capital? Dong Zhongshu quickly rushed back to a hidden residence adjacent to the palace. It was once the imperial tutor's cultivation ground. When Dong Zhongshu saw the incognito man, he was shocked and quickly landed. He cupped his fists and said softly, "Your Majesty, Emperor Wei." Yan carefully listened to Dong Zhongshu's words and said with a smile, "A wild snake dares to talk nonsense in front of a flood dragon? That small pond in Prince Wei Yun's residence could not withstand the water of a flood dragon that was used to seeing rivers. How could he treat his guests then?" Beside Wei Yan stood a slender and graceful lady. She was his younger sister, Wei Zhen. Wei Zhen asked softly, "Since that young lady came from Luopa Mountain, what is her relationship with Sword Immortal Chen?" "Brother, why don't we ask?" Wei Yan reminded, "This is a national matter. Don't mess around." Wei Zhen felt a little regretful. She was now half a cultivator and yearned for the world where Luapa Mountain was located. She had been looking through the secret archives of the palace and yearned for it more and more. Pei Qian listened to Wang Guangjing's sarcastic words. Her expression was normal, but she felt a little amused. Although Pei Qian's mind and body had been deliberately defeated by herself in the past, she had always been a short and dark girl. However, when it came to people's hearts, even when she had just left the blessed land of lotus flowers, Pei Qian was really not a child. Otherwise, the two constables in the border town of the Great Spring Empire would not have been fooled by her nonsense and sent her back to Jinyang's inn with courtesy. Later, even Li Huai and his two friends from the academy still thought that Pei Qian was the princess in distress. Pei Qian declined Wang Guangjing's invitation and wanted to go back to the house to meet Xiaomi. Unexpectedly, Wang Guangjing did not give up and kept pestering her. He mentioned Prince Wei Yun, saying that his prince was the most polite to the wise, and especially to the martial arts. Even if Pei Qian did not want to go to the prince's mansion, it did not matter. The prince could visit in person. As long as Pei Qian nodded, the prince would definitely come. Pei Qian's head hurt. He did not speak nicely. He was either using his backer to scare her or talking sarcastically. Why did Wei Yun find such a silly guest? Was he helping the prince's mansion to recruit people or to drive them away? Pei Qian immediately thought about it. Although this Wang Guangjing was full of lies, it was not a mistake for him to go into seclusion. Instead, he had succeeded and successfully entered the cave realm. He could be considered as one of the earliest batch of Qi refinement warriors in the 5 middle realms in the Lotus Root Blessed Land. He could indeed be considered as half an immortal. At present, the spirit energy in the Blessed Land was getting more and more abundant. More and more people were climbing the mountains and cultivating Tao. However, there were still very few people who could enter the 5 middle realms. Each and every one of them was precious. The key was to take a quick step forward. The next time the Qi refinement warriors with the best qualifications stopped would be when the Lotus Root Blessed Land encountered the bottleneck of a middle-level Blessed Land. As for when the Lotus Flower Blessed Land could become a high-class Blessed Land, the old chef said that even if they could afford the Guyu money, they were not in a hurry. Moreover, the Luapa Mountain did not have the money. At that time, everyone in the courtyard was looking at Chen Lingjun, who had not traveled far to the North Continent. Zheng Dafeng was still guarding the door. Everyone looked at Wei Pai. Zheng Dafeng teased at that time, "You have to talk slowly. You have to earn money quickly." Wei Pai smiled and said, "If all of you continue to be like this, I will flip the chessboard." At this moment, Pei Qian suddenly remembered the old chef's reminder before they left. Do not learn from your master. You have your own path to walk. If you are too similar to your master, he will always be worried about you. In his eyes, you will always be a child who needs his support. Pei Qian raised his eyebrows and felt that it made sense. He looked at Wang Guangjing again. Pei Qian no longer had the aura he had when he was talking to Dong Zhongxia. He said directly, "Don't have any ideas about my Luapa Mountain. I will not meddle in the Wei family's affairs. You are a guest of the Wang residence. Leave quickly and cultivate your Tao. Remember, my principles are only to say one thing. If others say something nice, listen well. In the future, if you have ill intentions and want to use tricks to test me..." Ooh. Pei Qian raised a fist and shook it gently. "I am afraid you won't be able to take this punch." Wang Guangjing pretended to be helpless and said, "I heard that Sword Immortal Chen is the most reasonable person in his life. Miss Pei, as half a native and half a banished immortal. Master said that using righteousness to disgust good people is not much different from using power to bully others." Pei Qian stomped her feet and appeared in front of Wang Guangjing in an instant. The latter could not dodge in time and was shocked. The girl's fist was inches away from Wang Guangjing's forehead. Pei Qian said, "Why aren't you leaving? Do you like to lie down and enjoy being carried away?" Wang Guangjing's white jade short sword, which looked like a paperweight, glowed. Pei Qian did not even look at it. "Do you really want to fight with a sword? Do you know how many sword cultivators and sword immortals I have seen?" Wang Guangjing took a step back and said with a smile, "Since Miss Pei is unwilling to accept the Wang residents' good intentions, then forget it. The mountains are high and the rivers are far away. We are all cultivators. Who knows, we might have a chance to become friends in the future." Pei Qian withdrew his fist and glanced at the scene in Wang Guangjing's heart lake. His aura changed again as he said in a deep voice, "Grandpa Chui said that if a martial artist uses his fist, he should decisively use his fist if he can beat a bad person's guts out." Wang Guangjing smiled bitterly. "Miss Pei, why are you so aggressive? Do you want me to kowtow and admit my mistake? Have I been disrespectful from beginning to end?" Pei Qian was a little conflicted. She was afraid that her thoughts and observations were not wrong, but she did not control her strength and did something wrong. It was the same as Pei Qian's dilemma in front of the Jade Liquid River Temple. Instead, it was not as straightforward as Chun Lingjun. All of a sudden, Pei Qian looked up. A gray robe flew over and floated down. He held Wang Guangjing's head and twisted his wrist, causing the latter to spin all the way to the street. Zhu Lian's back was facing Wang Guangjing on the street. He raised his hand and casually waved it behind him. Wang Guangjing, who had not yet steadied himself, felt as if his head had been hammered. He flew backward and slid for dozens of feet on the street. His eyes rolled back and he fainted on the spot. Zhu Lian laughed. "There's no such thing as guarding against thieves for 1,000 days. A rat's poop can spoil a pot of porridge." Zhu Lian leaned back slightly and looked elsewhere. There were cultivators lurking in the dark, ready to save Wang Guangjing. Zhu Lian asked, "Do people from the prince's residence like to bring chicken poop and dog poop home?" That Wei Yun had not been quiet for a long time. As for the old emperor, Wei Liang, he had the temperament of an emperor. Even if he wanted to cultivate, he had never truly seen the vast world. After becoming the retired emperor, he had taken off his dragon robe. However, he had not yet completed his cultivation, so he kept playing tricks. Of course, he also had the thought of bargaining with Luo Mountain. If not for the kindness of the current emperor, Wei Yan, this lotus root-blessed land, would soon be in a mess. At that time, the ones who would be the most upset would only be the teacher, Zhong Xiu, and Chao Qinglang. Pei Qian sent a telepathic message and asked in confusion, "Old chef, why did you change your face?" Zhu Lian said helplessly, "The wind on the mountain is strong." It blew away. Zhu Lian turned to look at the young immortal, who was dozing off on the street, and remained silent. Pei Qian suddenly asked a question. "Old chef, will you not be free in Luo Mountain?" Zhu Lian sighed. "You have indeed grown up to be able to ask such a question. I thought you would only ask me this when you returned home." Pei Qian smiled. "I'm just asking casually. You can tell me the answer later." Zhu Lian said slowly, "The freedom to punch may not be great, but in life, the freedom to speak without restraint, the freedom to cook, the freedom to earn money and how to spend it, the freedom to flip through books, the freedom to look up and enjoy the scenery, the freedom to play chess with a good friend, the freedom to watch the younger generation grow day by day. Which one of these isn't freedom?" Pei Qian was not used to talking about old people who were not old chefs, so he quickly changed the topic and asked, "What about Wang Guangjing, who pretended to be dead?" Zhu Lian said, "Yu Lu and Xie have already asked for leave from the Maoshan Mountain Master of the Academy. In the next 2 years, they will travel to the Lotus Root-blessed land together. When the time comes, we can borrow people from Wei Yun and let Wang Guangjing lead the way. With Yu Lu, cultivating the heart will not be a big problem." Pei Qian asked curiously, Li Huai did not join in the fun. Zhu Lian shook his head. According to Brother Feng Feng, if Li Huai were to join in, the cultivators in the lotus root-blessed land would not have any great opportunities. Pei Qian had an idea, but he did not dare to say it. Zhu Lian asked, "Do you want to go to the Lion Peak of the North Continent to find Li Huai's father?" Pei Qian nodded. Senior Gu is no longer in this world, but Uncle Li's fist technique is still very good, and he taught Master before. I want to go there to practice. Li Huai also wants to go there to see his parents and sister. Zhu Lian thought for a moment. Okay. Pei Qian sat on the edge of the roof and was a little disappointed. But Master should have agreed to this kind of thing. Zhu Lian squatted beside him and comforted him softly. If young Master was here, he would definitely agree. On the street, a little girl carrying 2 bags of melon seeds ran over. Zhu Lian did not know whether to laugh or cry. You want to eat melon seeds like rice? Pei Qian leaped forward and landed on the street. As Zhou Mili ran over, she carefully walked around Wang Guangjing, who was lying on the ground. She kept her back to the unconscious Wang Guangjing. I didn't look at you, and you didn't see me. Everyone was in the Jianghu, and everyone minded their own business. After walking past the sleepy man, Zhou Mili immediately quickened her pace. She stood still with the 2 sacks dangling on the shoulder pole. She reached out to hold the 2 sacks and asked softly, "Old chef, I saw Pei Qian chatting with someone from afar. Why did you attack him? That's a sneak attack. You shouldn't attack him next time. Otherwise, it won't be good if word gets out. I'll eat some melon seeds first and muster up my courage to shout a few times to wake him up. Can you come again?" Zhu Lian imitated the little girl's words and nodded with a smile. "Yes, I like him." Zhu Lian's attack was very light, so Wang Guangjing had already woken up when Zhou Mili passed by. At this moment, his ears were sharp, and he heard the little girl's words that sounded very conscientious but were actually not reasonable at all. This young immortal, who was both a guest and a behind-the-scenes military advisor in the prince's mansion, almost shed tears. Pei Qian pinched Zhou Mili's cheek and pulled. Zhou Mili immediately tilted her head and stood on tiptoe. She gently patted Pei Qian's finger and said vaguely, "That's necessary. That's necessary." Zhu Lian stamped his foot. Wang Guangjing's whole body bounced up, and he no longer dared to pretend to be asleep. After standing still, he said in a trembling voice, "Greetings, old immortal." Zhu Lian nodded with a kind expression and patted with his hand. Wang Guangjing fell directly to the end of the street. Zhu Lian smiled. After this punch, he should be timid. Zhu Lian looked around and said to himself, "It's a pity that when we met in the early years, Dingying was still a little boy. When I finally came back, he was gone. Otherwise, I could have taught him how to be a junior. He was not a martial arts madman talking nonsense. Actually, Dingying's later actions were more or less the same as Zhu Lian's. Earlier, Zhu Lian had already fought against 9 people in the generational pact. At that time, Zhu Lian had killed more than half of the grandmasters on the world's top 10 list. The reason why Zhu Lian did not kill Dingying was because he thought that his chances of ascending were slim. At that moment, he felt that ascension was not very meaningful. So he purposely gave Dingying, who was barely pleasing to the eye, a good head and the corresponding martial arts fate. It could be said that Dingying's later achievements in martial arts and the growth of his temperament were half due to Zhu Lian, and when Zhu Lian was still alive. In this world, there was only one first in literature, and no second in martial arts. Pei Qian said, "Let's go back." Zhu Lian nodded and said, "Let's finish a sack of sunflower seeds first. Otherwise, Nuan Shu will probably nag you for buying too much." After returning to the house, Pei Qian asked about how to break through the bottleneck of level 6 and how to treat martial arts fate in the North Continent. Zhou Mili reminded Pei Qian, and even asked about the bottleneck of level 7 and level 8. Pei Qian glared at her and said, "Can't you eat hot tofu if you're impatient?" Zhou Mili was a little confused. No matter how hot the tofu was, it could be eaten in one bite. Zhu Lian still told Pei Qian some things to take note of. After that, Zhu Lian quickly returned to Luopa Mountain. Pei Qian said that he had to finish a few things, so he went to Chao Qinglong's ancestral house and helped clean it up with Xiaomi. After that, she brought Zhou Mili to Baihe Temple's night market. She fiercely ate the numbing and scalding food that her Shifu had mentioned. She immediately ordered 2 casseroles for Zhou Mili. After eating her fill, she glanced at the official's family's library from afar. She told Zhou Mili that compared to the Jilan building in Wanchu's hometown, this building was much shorter than Zhou Mili's head. Later, Pei Qian went to see the girl of the same age who had become a young girl earlier than him. A few years ago, she had married a scholar who had passed the Jinshu exam and had a smooth career. When the woman's family took a carriage to a temple in the capital to burn incense and pray for blessings, Pei Qian followed from afar and didn't show up. In the end, Pei Qian helped Master and went to Zhuangyuan Alley. In the early years, there was a story of a poor scholar who was going to take the exam and a woman with a pipa in her arms. The lovers didn't get married. After asking the shopkeeper of the local bookstore, Pei Qian learned that the scholar had taken the exam twice in a row, but still failed to pass the exam. He cried bitterly and seemed to have completely given up and returned to his hometown to open a school. Pei Qian didn't know if the scholar would meet the girl he liked again in this life. Who knew? On the last day of leaving Nanyuan country, Pei Qian went to the roof at night. Zhou Mili also followed. A young, thin girl and a young girl were lying on the roof together, looking at the full moon. Zhou Mili was eating melon seeds and asked casually, "Why is it that the more you practice, the less you dare to use your fists?" Pei Qian said, "Master treats other people's life and death like porcelain that will break with a knock. Master didn't say this, but I've always seen it." Zhou Mili nodded vigorously. "Very good. Then don't be in a hurry to use your fist." "Pei Qian, let's not be in a hurry." Pei Qian said with a smile, "What are you talking about? You don't practice boxing. It's good that you don't practice boxing. In fact, it's very hard. Look, Master told me not to practice boxing too early. The only time I didn't listen to Master, I suffered a lot. So, you must listen to Master." Zhou Mili secretly moved her hand away from the melon seeds and said some sad words. Pei Qian reached out and grabbed nothing. The little girl laughed and quickly moved her hand back. Pei Qian, looking at the sky, he smiled and scratched his head. He originally thought that he could see Grandpa Chui once when he reached the highest place to use his fist. Gu Ken and Lu Qiqing traveled north with Chai Bofu, who had fallen 2 realms in a row. Lu Qiqing stopped at the border of the 2 provinces. Gu Ken traveled alone. Lu Qiqing and Brother Longbo strolled in a bustling city of Qi province. Lu Qiqing wanted to see the beauties at the foot of the mountain. Chai Bofu, who was young and had a white head, didn't even care about the camouflage. He was healing himself all the way. He had no choice. He accidentally said something wrong and was slapped by Lu Qiqing. He almost couldn't defend the Dragon Gate territory. Gu Ken, who seemed to be ready to dig a hole and bury him at any time, was beside him. Count Long, who was a cultivator at the bottleneck of the nascent Soul realm and had wrestled with many top figures of the Aquarius continent, seemed to have returned to the bleak days of the lower 5 realms. When Lu Qiqing and Chai Bofu returned to the immortal inn, Lu Qiqing, who was walking with a swagger, was struck by lightning. He asked Chai Bofu to get away. Chai Bofu immediately went out to shop alone and didn't even dare to stay in the inn. Lu Qiqing directly put away the pink Taoist robe and only dared to show up in the appearance of the original owner of this body. He gently knocked on the door. There were two people playing chess in the courtyard, but they ignored him. Lu Qicheng braced himself and opened the door. He silently walked behind a man in white and looked down. The person playing chess with the man in white was an old Taoist in a green robe with a solemn face. The man in white smiled and said, "Cui Dong, this is a good move. If Gu can become my disciple, I won't care about your superfluous act of saving a good-for-nothing. If he can become my junior brother, I will agree to your request." Cui Dong nodded and said, "Then it's a promise." Cui Dong moved the chess piece in his hand first, but he didn't put it on the chessboard. Therefore, the chessboard was always empty. Lu Qicheng held his breath and concentrated. The man in white didn't look at the chessboard. He smiled and said, "You helped White Emperor City find a good disciple and invited that person to play chess with you. How should I thank you? No wonder my master told me that the reason why he chose you as his disciple was that he liked your ability to stir up a hornet's nest. He wanted to make me feel less bored as your senior brother." Lu Qicheng's mouth was dry, and his face was stiff. The man in white got up and said, "Don't play anymore. This chessboard is a broken chessboard where capable people do more work. Cui Dong asked for it. Don't try to drag me down with you. The Dali dynasty can't bear the consequences." Cui Dong sighed and put the chess piece back into the box. He got up and said, "Then I won't see you off." The man in white nodded and disappeared in a flash. Lu Qicheng wiped the sweat from his forehead. Cui Dong put away the chessboard and the box. He glanced at Lu Qicheng and said with a smile, "Even I am not as good as you in seeking death." Lu Qicheng smiled bitterly and said, "I didn't expect that I would encounter so many what-ifs." Cui Dong smiled and said, "Not many, just 3. Lu Qicheng was indeed helpless. Cui Dong said casually, "If you die, you don't have to die, and you don't have to worry about accidents." Lu Qicheng bowed and said, "Congratulations to Imperial Tutor for breaking through the realm." Cui Dong said, "Congratulating an old man who has lived for 99 years is also seeking death." Lu Qicheng began to act shamelessly. "With my senior brother here, I am not afraid of anything." Cui Dong said, "I just need to say something to let your senior brother kill you." Lu Qicheng immediately bowed again and said pitifully, "Imperial Tutor, please tell me something about a scholar. I am most willing to listen to this now." Cui Dong said, "Then listen to my advice. When Gu Kan arrives at White Emperor City, no matter what happens in the future, you just need to protect him from death. Don't do nothing, and don't do too much." Lu Qicheng still wanted to ask this real master about the mysteries of heaven, but Cui Dong had disappeared. Lu Qicheng sighed. The old Cliff Academy in the capital of Dali had been sealed off by the imperial court for many years. It was deserted, overgrown with weeds and foxes and rabbits. A snow-white rainbow light descended from the sky. It completely ignored the great array of mountains and rivers in the capital of Dali. It even seemed that it did not take the scholarly sage who was guarding the sky screen seriously. After the man in white appeared, he glanced at the imitated Baek Okkyung building that was ready to move. The Baek Okkyung building that had been activated seemed to have received an imperial edict at the last minute. The man, who did not like to leave White Emperor City, walked slowly inside. When flowers grow, they become evil weeds. Before Gu can return home. There were 2 pairs of master and servant, a total of 4 people. 3 of them were returning home. The vassal of Dali, Song Jisen, and the servant girl GQ from Mud Bottle Alley, Ma Kushwan from Apricot Blossom Alley. As for Ma Kushwan's servant girl Shu Jian, she seemed redundant along the way. And Song Jisen was disgusted by Ma Kushwan, who pretended to be a bodyguard all the way. The ferry docked at the Ox Horn Mountain. Ma Kushwan took Shu Jian to the river god temple of Longshu River. Song Jisun and GQ went to Mud Bottle Alley. But GQ left the house alone in the night. She looked at the clean yard next door and the spring festival couplets and walked out of the alley. After she left the alley, Song Jisun took a small stool to the yard in the dead of night. But he did not sit down. He stood on the other side of the yellow mud wall that seemed to be getting shorter and shorter, looking at the neighbor's yard. GQ went to the iron lock well first. She reached out and scooped up a handful of water, weighed it in her hand, and poured it back into the well. Then she walked out of the town. Nearly Huai's house, she looked at the hill called Shinju Mountain and frowned. Buried there was the body of the real dragon that was refined and defeated by the saints of the three sects and one family. Shinju Mountain, Zhu, Wangzhu, Zhenju, was the real body of Wangzhu. On the other hand, Wangzhu's current physique was transformed from the true dragon Li Zhu, and it couldn't be considered her true body. Someone still needed to add the finishing touch before he could rightfully take back that true body. Only then could she restore the real dragon's identity. At that time, all the luck of the flood dragon in the world would be gathered on her alone. Helping her break through the bottleneck of the gathering vitality realm was nothing. It was not difficult to break through the bottleneck of the pure jade realm. As long as she stabilized the immortal realm, her combat power was comparable to half of the ascendant realm. The writer and the person who added the finishing touch was the peasant boy who signed a contract with her in the early years. After GQ left the iron lock well, the first person she saw in the snow and cold season was Chun Pingan. However, at that time, Chun Pingan's soul was too weak, and his luck was so thin that it made one's hair stand on end. She didn't want to be implicated by him. So she chose the neighboring prince of the great Li, Song Jisun, as her master. Why was the four-legged snake that was thrown to the yard next door by Song Jisun and would run back by itself? Why was it so despised and still unwilling to stay at Chun Pingan's house? It was also one of the 5 opportunities of the Great Tao. Chun Pingan gave the little loach to Gu, and Gu not only accepted it, but also caught it without any problem. Logically speaking, Song Jisun had been thrown away several times, so it should be Chun Pingan's opportunity. However, how could the four-legged snake with horns on its forehead be on the same level as Wangzhu? Like Wangzhu, it recognized Chun Pingan as its master. The master-servant relationship between Wangzhu and Song Jisun next door was just Wangzhu's camouflage. Later, Song Jisun changed the name to GQ, which was a great trick. The 2 words GQ originally belonged to the supervisor, Song Yuzhang. In fact, it was given to Song Yuzhang by Cui Dong. Then Song Jisun coincidentally saw it and knew about it. Unconsciously, he remembered it in his heart and kept it echoing. Finally, he helped Wangzhu to name it GQ. The 2 words GQ were related to the illusion of chiseling the wall to steal light. The plaque hanging in the main hall of the house in Mud Bottle Alley, Huaiyuan Palace, was written by the late Emperor of Dali. They were all very particular. Therefore, during those years, GQ was able to slowly absorb the dragon energy of the Dali dynasty. Therefore, Song Jisun missed out on the dragon throne. It was not without reason that he was only a vassal and not an emperor. Heaven's will and destiny were in the unseen world. When GQ met Lu Chun, who was looking for her in Mud Bottle Alley, GQ subconsciously mentioned Chun Pingan instead of Song Jisun. GQ stood where she was and looked at the Shinju Mountain in silence for a long time. Song Jisun walked to her side. GQ told him the inside story in her mind. There was no point in dragging this out any longer. He might even become enemies with Song Jisun. Unexpectedly, Song Jisun smiled and said, "I don't mind." Wangzhu blinked and said, "I don't mind either." Song Jisun was speechless. Then he felt a dull pain in his heart. The 5th world. The old scholar was above the sea of clouds, looking at the magnificent mountains and rivers. He said, "The poor scholar moves. Moving books is like moving mountains. Only those who have books on the shelves are rich." The scholar standing beside him was empty-handed. He did not have a sword in his hand, because there was a sword light in the middle of the world far away. The scholar said, "The great rivers and mountains are going to be slaughtered again." The old scholar smiled and said, "Saints do not hurt things. Those who do not hurt things cannot hurt things." The scholar shook his head and said, "Saints are like that. How many saints are there?" The old scholar also shook his head and said, "As far as I can see, there are saints everywhere. It can be seen that your fighting skills are better, but your vision is lower." The scholar was speechless. There were only the two of them in this world. This boast was not false. He was indeed an old scholar who did not take advantage of others. These words were said by the old scholar himself. It was not slandered by others. The old scholar was silent for a moment. Suddenly, he became spirited and said, "Since you have nothing to do, why don't I tell you more about my isolated disciple?" The scholar took a deep breath. He was going to talk again. It wasn't that he was impatient, but no matter how patient he was, he couldn't withstand the old scholar's nagging. He turned his head and said helplessly, "Can you stop talking about this?" The old scholar sighed and said, "It's a regret in life." The scholar sighed in relief. Using the sword was not as tiring as listening to the old scholar's nagging. The old scholar suddenly said, "If I don't talk about it, why don't you? This is a very novel idea. First, set a small goal. For example, 1 second. Remember the scholar's residence." "6:56. In the scorching summer, the old locust tree that was holding up a big shade umbrella was gone. The iron lock well was privately enclosed. The sweet well water that the old people yearned for could no longer be drunk. There were fewer crickets in the immortal tomb. The old porcelain mountain that creaked when one stepped on it could no longer be climbed up. Fortunately, there were still peach blossoms in the peach leaf alley in spring. The deep red color was lovely, and the light red color was also lovely. In life, there were gatherings and parting. Fortunately, there were gatherings and gatherings. Today, there were many people who had returned home after leaving their hometown gathered at the old school. Before returning to the academy, Li Huai, Lin Shui, Dong Shuijing, and Shi Chuanjia had made an appointment to return to the school together today. There was not much to talk about, and they just went there to have a look and sit. Dong Shuijing asked someone to find the county magistrate to get the key to open the door. Normally, people did not know Dong Shuijing's ability, nor did they know Dong Banqing's name. However, the glutinous rice wine that Dong Shuijing sold had long been sold to the capital of Dali. It was said that even the celestial fairies in the white clouds would carry this wine. This was a rolling source of wealth that everyone could see. The 4 schoolmates and friends who used to study here, Li Huai and Dong Shuijing, carried water all the way here. The carrying pole, bucket, and cloth were all taken from Li Huai's ancestral house. Shi Jiachuan held a basket and put it all in it. Lin Shui was a young master of a rich family. He did not have to worry about clothes and clothes, so he did not have the opportunity to do such work. Today, he also wanted to carry water. However, Dong Shuijing laughed and said, "I am more familiar with the place near Li Huai's house to fetch water." Therefore, Lin Shui, who was empty-handed, chatted with Shi Chuanjia, who was close to him, all the way. Both of their families had moved to the capital of Dali. Lin Shui's father had been promoted to an official in the capital, while the Shi family was just rich. In the eyes of the locals in the capital, they were just rich people who came from outside the capital. They reeked of mud and blood. In the early years of the Shi family's business, things did not go well. When they were cheated, they could not find a place to complain. There were some things that Shi Chuanjia wanted to say. Previously, there were too many people at the shop in Dragon Rider Alley, so even if she was joking, she couldn't say too much. Now that there was only Lin Shui around, Shi Chuanjia openly mocked and complained about Lin Shui. She said that her family was bumping around in the capital and that they couldn't find a temple even if they carried a pig's head. So she went to find Lin Shuyi's father. She didn't think that she would be rejected at the door. She only entered the house to drink tea and reminisce about old times, and that was it. Lin Shuyi's father made it clear that he wasn't willing to help. As a married woman, Shi Chuanjia was no longer the carefree little girl with ponytails. However, she was willing to talk about this openly because she was willing to treat Lin Shui as a friend. How the elders interacted with each other was their business. After Shi Chuanjia left the school and the academy, she became a housewife who took care of her husband and children. She cherished those years of schooling even more. She was able to complain to others face to face because she didn't have any resentment in her heart. Lin Shui also didn't hide anything for his father and family. He said, "Don't you know what my father's personality is like and what my family's situation is like? Back then, who dared to come to my house to play? Back then, was Baoping bold? How many times have you seen her come to my house?" Lin Shui's father was even weirder. When he worked in the construction supervision office, he was all by himself. When he returned home, he was all by himself. When he was with his concubine-born son, Lin Shui, he was almost harsh, but he was also another person. That man was all too clear with almost everyone he interacted with. Because he was efficient in his work, he had a good reputation in the construction supervision office and got along well with several construction supervision officials. Therefore, other than the praise of his colleagues in the construction supervision office, Lin Shui, as the head of the family or as a father, seemed somewhat harsh and heartless. When he traveled to the academy of the Great Sui Kingdom, the letter he sent to Lin Shui was always concise and to the point, as if he was calculating accounts. No matter how famous Lin Shui was now in the Great Sui Kingdom, even in the officialdom of Dali, that man didn't seem to have such a son. He never wrote to Lin Shui to ask him to come home and visit when he was free. Shi Chuanjia remembered something and joked, "Lin Shui, even my friends have heard of you. How capable must you be to be able to spread your deeds to the capital of Dali? They say that you will definitely become a sage of the academy. Even a gentleman dares to think about it. You are a successful immortal on the mountain, and you are also good-looking." Speaking of this, Shi Chuanjia turned sideways and looked at Lin Shui, who was dressed in a green robe. "Oh, you are really handsome. I couldn't see it at all in the past. You always have a straight face like a little teacher. You are not likable." Lin Shui said, "If you have the ability to say this, say it in front of Bian Wenmao." Shi Chuanjia smiled and said, "I didn't say that you are better looking than my husband." Lin Shui shook his head and said nothing. Shi Chuanjia was a little emotional. At that time, you and Li Huai were the only ones who had the latest books in the school. They were the same for a year. Li Huai didn't like to flip books. He would feel sleepy as soon as he read. You were the most careful when flipping books. Lin Shui smiled and said, "You still remember such a small thing?" Shi Chuanjia asked in return, "If not these, what should I remember?" Lin Shui nodded and said, "It's a good habit." Lin Shui hesitated and said, "In the future, if something happens in the capital, I will ask Bian Wenmao for help." Shi Chuanjia was stunned and then laughed loudly. She pointed at Lin Shui and said, "Since you were young, you spoke the least and had the most complicated thoughts. Why would Lin Shui need to ask Bian Wenmao for help?" This kind of thing of helping others and building a ladder was probably Lin Shui's unique gentleness and kindness. Over at the school, Li Huai was cleaning while loudly reciting the beginning of an article about his family's teachings. "Rise at dawn, sweep the courtyard." Thinking back to the past, every morning, Mr. Qi would start cleaning the school early. He would always do these things himself and didn't need Zhao Yao to do it. Dong Xuejing smiled and said, "It has to be clean inside. and out. Shi Chuanjia wiped the table. Hearing this, she waved the rag in her hand and said, "Close the door after fainting." Nearby, Lin Shui smiled. "I will personally check." Lin Shui wiped the windowsill carefully, studying at the foot of the mountain, cultivating on the mountain, cultivating the body and the mind. Was this not the same? Shi Chuanjia's husband Bian Wenmao had also returned to Huaihuang County. The town belonged to the prefectural government. Bian Wenmao had sent a letter of invitation to visit the prefectural government of Baoshi, Fuyu. Yu was also the son of an aristocratic family of the capital with quite the status. The Bian family and the Fu family had some ties. They both belonged to the Dali faction. However, the Bian family still paled in comparison to the Fu family. However, the Fu family was not as wealthy as the Chao and Yuan surnames. They were not a surname of the pillar of Shangzhou after all. Fu Yu had once been the secretary of the first district magistrate of Longquan, Wu Yuan. He was very well hidden. After the Longquan commandery was elevated to the Dragon province, it governed the 4 commanderies of Qingci, Baoshi, Sanjiang, and burning incense. The prefectural government of Qingci had been promoted on the spot, while the governors of the other 3 commanderies were all officials of the capital. They came from both aristocratic and frigid clans. Baoshi commandery had been taken over by Fu Yu. Bian Wenmao was willing to submit to the governor's estate of Baoshi, but he was afraid to visit the government office of Qingci commandery. This was due to the prestige of the surname of the pillar of Shangzhou. In reality, although Fu Yu was of the same rank as the grandson of the Yuan family, both governors of a commandery, whenever he visited the provincial governor's residence in the provincial capital to discuss matters, even the provincial governor, Wei Li, found it difficult to deal with Governor Yuan. It was not just Governor Yuan's background. Governor Yuan's personal integrity and methods of governance were key as well. Yu Lu and Xie visited the Yuan family's ancestral estate first before hurrying over to the school. They chose 2 empty seats. The 2 of them had once been students from the Old Cliff Academy in Dali, except they were not as close to Mr. Qi as Li Huai and Xie. They had migrated here as descendants of the Lu family, but they had only seen Cui Dongshan. They had not seen Mr. Qi, who had founded the Cliff Academy and the school in the small town. Very coincidentally, Song Jisun and his maidservant GQ were also revisiting this place today. They did not go to the school and take their seats. Aside from Zhao Yao, Song Jisun basically had no contact with Lin Shui and the others at the school. Song Jisun took GQ to the back courtyard. He sat by the stone table, where Mr. Qi had taught him how to play chess with Zhao Yao. GQ stood outside the wooden door to the north like usual. Song Jisun was dejected. He extended his hand and brushed it across the table. He did not know if Zhao Yao, who had lost to him in chess, was still safe in a foreign land. Song Jisun turned his head and looked at GQ, who was bending a willow branch. She stood on her tiptoes and gently shook the branch. Song Jisun looked at her side profile, which he liked even more. He could not hate her, was unwilling, and could not bear to part with her. She turned her head, as if she had completely forgotten that day's open discussion. She became the maidservant who depended on Song Jisun for survival again. She let go of his hand and smiled sweetly. "Young master, do you want to play chess?" Song Jisun shook his head slightly. Other than Li Huai and Song Jisun, there were also 2 unexpected big shots from the officialdom who had graced them with their presence: the diligent and pragmatic county chief Yuan and the unruly supervisor Chao. Neither of them brought their retinue. One did not bring his retinue on purpose, and the other did not bring his retinue at all. In fact, the 2 of them were of the same age as Shangzhou State. They were both students of the Old Cliff Academy in Dali's capital city. However, they were similar to the crown prince of the fallen country, Yu Lu. They had never seen Mr. Chi with their own eyes, let alone listen to Mr. Chi's teachings. Supervisor Chow leaned against the window with a vermilion wine gourd hanging from his waist. It was made of ordinary material. The wine gourd had accompanied him for many years since he came to the town. It was shiny from being rubbed and had a pleasant texture. It was Supervisor Chow's beloved item, and he would not exchange it for anything else. Seeing the county chief, who had taken off his official robe and put on a green robe, Supervisor Chow said in surprise, "County Chief Yuan is a busy man. Every day, you spin like a top, your feet never leave the ground, and your butt never touches the chair. You don't get dizzy, but others look like they're drunk. A trip to Waihuang County will delay a lot of official business." County Chief Yuan's expression was indifferent. "Talking to you will delay things." The surnames of Dali, Yuan, and Chow were the most famous surnames of Shangzhou State in the entire Aquarius continent. The reason was simple. Half of the door gods on the map of the continent were their ancestors. In the Confucian Temple on Old Porcelain Mountain and the Martial Temple in the Immortals Graveyard in Waihuang County, the ancestors of the two families were molded into golden bodies and enjoyed incense as companions to the gods. Supervisor Chow took off the wine gourd hanging from his waist and took a sip. He narrowed his eyes as if every time he drank his life would be complete. County Chief Yuan stood upright, and the difference between him and the mischievous Supervisor Chow was like heaven and earth. This descendant of the Yuan family, who had an excellent reputation in Dali's officialdom, said, "I wonder if Supervisor Yuan will sober up a little every time he wanders home drunk and sees the portrait of his ancestors on the door." Supervisor Chow was famous for not putting on airs. He was addicted to alcohol and did not like to drink too much. He only drank in small sips. Therefore, he seemed to be drinking all day long. The road of life was the road to buy alcohol. He would stop halfway and chat with anyone. Fortunately, the address was the Kiln Supervision Office in the small town. It was a quiet yamen that did not care about anything. Nominally, it was under the direct jurisdiction of the Ministry of Rights, and the capital's Ministry of Personnel had no right to interfere. In fact, whether the Ministry of Rights could control the Longquan Kiln Supervision Office or not, everyone in Dali's officialdom was as clear as a mirror. Supervisor Chow had specifically instructed the assistant officer that all the officials and officials in the yamen must have a good or extremely good performance evaluation. If they only had a good performance, it would be extremely good if they were given some good wine. If last year's wine was extremely good, if they did not give some wine, this year's wine would not be extremely good. The Kiln Supervision Office's officialdom rules were that simple. It was so effortless that all the officials, regardless of whether they were clean or turbid, would be dumbstruck, and then their faces would light up with joy. Such an easy-to-deal-with chief official was hard to find. Supervisor Chow himself did not take the title of an official seriously. Over time, the small town's common people realized that this young official was not pretending to be approachable, so they also did not take it seriously. Huang Ernyang dared to laugh and scold him. She was the kind of person who had moved to the provincial capital. She also dared to address Supervisor Chow as her brother at the drinking table. When she returned to the provincial capital, she told everyone that she and Supervisor Chow were good buddies. Even those big kids who wore open-crotch pants liked to play, and play with the idle Supervisor Chow. If they complained to their father, it would most likely be useless. If they complained to their mother, as long as the woman was a bit shrewish, she would dare to tear off Supervisor Chow's clothes. Supervisor Chow had long been fluent in the small town's dialect. If he spoke in Dali's official language, he would feel uncomfortable. Supervisor Chow glanced sideways at his familiar peer and replied, "I wonder if County Chief Yuan, who scrupulously abides by etiquette, would kneel and kowtow every time he saw the portrait of the door god." If the two of them had not come to the small town to gain experience, County Chief Yuan Jingding, who had just started his career in officialdom, would never have spoken to the other party. Supervisor Chao Gingxin would most likely have taken the initiative to talk to Yuan Jingding, but he would never have been able to speak in such a graceful manner. Yuan Jingding was silent for a moment. If you don't attend to your proper duties, will you have the face to go to Lauer Street in the future? Chao Gingxin shook the wine pot in his hand and said with a smile, "Use your face to walk." Lord Yuan's words are very humorous. Next time, if anyone in the capital dares to say that Lord Yuan's only flaw is that he is not humorous enough, I will give him 2 big slaps on the face if I meet him on the road. Yuan Jingding continued to ask, "Do you still remember Guaniran and Lu Xuanmei? If I remember correctly, when they were young, these 2 sons of General Seeds liked to follow you around. Although their ranks were still not very high, it was enough for them to sit on equal footing with Yuan Jingding and Chao Gingxin. The key was the trend in officialdom later. It seemed that those 2 sons of General Seeds had broken through a big bottleneck. That was the change in status between civil and military officials." Chao Gingxin smiled and said, "Lord Yuan, since you don't know who I am, don't say things that make you think you know me." Yuan Jingding pretended to be surprised. "Oh, may I ask who you are?" Chao Gingxin drank a mouthful of wine. "Before drinking, I am drunkard Chao. After drinking, I am drunkard Chao." Yuan Jingding smiled. "Sure enough, you are a hindrance." Chao Gingxin shook his head and said, "I am here to see Mr. Qi's direct disciples, especially to ask Dong Xiong for some glutinous rice wine that does not require credit. Yuan Darren is different. He is here to seek friendship with the prince. The difference between us is obvious." I am stepping on the mud of this shabby alley. Even my boots are dirty. Yuan Darren is the bronze mirror above the high-hanging door, noble character and unquestionable integrity, open and above board. Yuan Jingding frowned. "After all these years, you only learned how to talk." Chao Gingxin asked back, "Then have you learned it?" Yuan Jingding said in a deep voice, "It's not child's play." Chao Gingxin hung up the small wine pot and cupped his fist to beg for mercy. "Lord Yuan, you only care about your own ability. Don't worry about whether a lazy person like me can make progress." Yuan Jingding sighed in his heart. He didn't like this person's style. But deep in his heart, Yuan Jingding still hoped that this son of the Chao family could be a little more careful in his official career. Of course, Yuan Jingding mainly did it for himself, whether it was the officialdom, the literary world, or Jianghu on the mountain. The world was so strange. Everyone who wanted to watch the fun liked the fight between rivals and was willing to pay more attention to it. It was not a good thing for someone to be alone early on and leave others behind. The kiln supervision office's responsibility was actually very big. Yuan Jingding was very envious. One was to guard against thieves and also to catch thieves. The small town's 4 families and 10 clans, Song, Zhao Lu, Li Qin, Shi, and so on, all had the power to supervise. On the surface, this office only supervised the production of imperial porcelain, but in reality, it could manage everything. The Yang family shop, North Peak Cloud Mountain, Linlu Academy, Dragon Spring Sword Sect, Luapa Mountain, all the immortal mountains to the west of the small town, the school opened by the Chun family of the Dragon Tail Creek, the large and small civil and martial temples in the county, the City God Pavilion, City God Temple, Tiefu River, Chongdan River, Xiuhua River, Yia River, Red Candle Town, the officials of the border, the noble families, and the lowly ones. Even if it was a cultivator, as long as Supervisor Chao wanted to investigate, he could investigate. Dali's Ministry of Justice and Ministry of Rights would not, and did not dare to pursue the matter. It was just that this Supervisor Chao, appointed by the late emperor, seemed to have chosen not to care about anything. Yuan Jingding was happy and worried. He was happy that his neighbor, who was originally going to be Dali's mortal enemy in the future, was so useless. He was worried that the ambitious young emperor, found this Chao Gingxin to be an eyesore. If he ran out of patience one day, he would not even give face to the Chao family and just replace him with someone else. In the future, after Yuan Jingding was promoted to the provincial governor of the Dragon Province, he would become a great official of the border who truly possessed great power. However, he would instead become restricted. After all, the lessons of the past were still fresh in his mind. The new supervisor definitely would not be easy to talk to. Near the school, Ma Kuxuan and the maidservant Xu Jian stood there. They exchanged glances with Chao Gingxin and Yuan Jingding, but neither of them had any intentions of greeting each other. They were never on the same side. Ma Kuxuan said, "When my grandmother was still alive, she liked to curse people very much. She would just curse them to their faces. If she dared not curse them to their faces, she would curse them behind their backs. Out of the people she knew, there were only 3 people she did not curse. Mr. Qi of the school was one of them. My grandmother said that Mr. Qi was a truly good person." The corner of Ma Kuxuan's lips twitched. He crossed his arms over his chest and leaned back, leaning against a yellow, muddy wall. "In my hometown, people like to shoot their mouths off." Ma Kuxuan smiled before saying something strange. "That's what I deserve." Xu Jian did not understand at all. It was probably a local proverb. Xu Jian only knew one thing. The dialect of the town was mostly flat, which was why it did not have any inflections. It was rare for Ma Kuxuan to say something so harmless to her. Instead, it seemed like he was engaging in some small talk for the first time. He explained with a smile, "It means that when you listen to other people's words, it's like you're carrying a burden. Can you bear that burden?" A young man walked out of his ancestral home in Mud Bottle Alley. When he passed by Chen Pingan's ancestral home, he paused for quite a while. Gu Ken originally planned on directly going to the provincial capital, but after thinking about it, she still decided to go to the school. At the crossing of Oxhorn Mountain, a tall, large man who was returning to his hometown for the first time alighted from a cross-continent ferry from Old Dragon City to the North Continent. Wan Xiu greeted him with a smile. "Hello, I'm Lu Xianyang." Lu Xianyang strode over with a resplendent smile. "Miss Wan." Wan Xiu nodded and tossed over a sword tablet. With this, he would be able to travel through the Dragon Province on the wind. In reality, Lu Xianyang would become a direct disciple of the ancestral hall of the Dragon Spring Sword sect in a few more years. Lu Xianyang had only lent it to the Mellow Chen clan of the South Swirling Continent for 20 years. Lu Xianyang accepted the sword tablet and bade farewell. He directly rode the wind to his ancestral home before visiting a grave near the dragon kiln. In the end, he returned to the town. He blocked the entrance to Mud Bottle Alley and gave Gu Ken a beating. Gu Ken did not fight back. A woman in red, who was hurrying through the sea of clouds, changed her mind too. Calculating the time, she did not go to the capital of Dali. Instead, she took a deeder back to her hometown. Lowering her head, she saw that she had arrived at the school. Wan Xiu had gone to the shop in Dragon Rider Alley to suppress the new year, eating pastries along the way. She also made her way to the school. As a result, the school, which was already bustling with activity, became even more crowded. Bien Wenmao left the governor's estate and took a carriage to the street near the school. He lifted the curtains and looked over. To his surprise, he discovered that Supervisor Chao and Governor Yuan were actually standing together. Bien Wenmao weighed the pros and cons. Since the 2 descendants of the Pillar of State were both present, there was no need for him to exchange pleasantries with them. He lowered the curtains and reminded the driver to move the carriage. As for the other people near the school, Bien Wenmao either knew them and had already interacted with them before, or they were unfamiliar, so he ignored them. Bien Wenmao only waited for Shi Chuanjia to leave the school before returning to the capital of Dali with her. A guy who seemed like a frail scholar had actually gone back on his word. He brought his brother Longbow carefully with him, strolling around the town. In the end, he was drawn over by the activity over at the school. Lu Qiqing gritted his teeth and silently told himself that he was just going to look around and not cause any trouble. Even if a random kid on the side of the road in this palm-sized place jumped up and slapped him in the face for no reason, he would still welcome him with a smile. So Lu Qiqing and his brother Longbow saw this scene. The people over at the school began to disperse almost at the same time. So at a certain moment, everyone fell into the sight of the pedestrians on the street. The woman in cyan with a ponytail, Wan Xiao. The one in red cotton-padded jacket, Li Baoping. Li Huai, Lin Shui, Dong Shuijing. Yulu, thank you. Ma Kuxuan. Song Jisun, GQ. Lu Xianying, Gu Ken. Those people more or less glanced at Lu Qiqing, who was standing on the side of the road, especially Gu Ken, who had a playful smile. Lu Qiqing's scalp was numb, and his intestines were green with regret. I shouldn't have come. I shouldn't have come. If there was no one around, he would have slapped his brother Longbow in the face. I'm so stupid, but you don't even know how to persuade me. How can you be my best friend? Chai Bofu had lost his realm, but his vision was still there. However, he was more stubborn than Lu Qiqing. My life is worthless now. Take it away. Lu Qiqing humbly asked for advice. Brother Longbow, if you make a living here, how many days can you live? Chai Bofu was speechless. However, those people were getting farther and farther away from the school and closer to the street. Chai Bofu felt more and more suffocated. Lu Qiqing stopped talking in his mind and said to his brother Longbow with a smile, Xiao, do you know that Qin Pingon and I are best friends? Chai Bofu thought for a moment and nodded. Me too. "657. The disciples of the Yang family shop, Li Er, Zheng Dafeng, Su family shop, and Shiling Mountain had all left one after another. Old Yang was happy to be idle. Yang Xia, who was guarding the shop in front, did not understand the human language. Old Yang was too lazy to say a word. Of course, Yang Xia did not want to have anything to do with that old bastard. That old bastard really thought of himself as someone important. If not for the Yang family ancestors' nostalgia, how much money could the shop earn in a year with such a poor business? If Yang Xia was in charge, he would have settled the score long ago. Wei Pai and Wan Tong came to visit almost at the same time. Mountain Lord Bei Yu and the presiding saint had arrived quietly. Wan Tong was more casual. He sat on a bench under the eaves and drank. Xiao had brought some good wine home this time. Normally, she could not bear to drink it. Wei Pai stood beside the bench with a serious expression. Many saints had sat on the bench beside him before. Old Yang sat on the steps outside the main house opposite. White fog was everywhere. Wan Tong put away the wine pot and said directly, If Xiao did not go to the school, I would not have come. Old Yang laughed. I can't control her. Wan Tong, you have yourself to blame. Wan Tong nodded. With such an answer, as long as it was not old Yang's scheme, it was enough. Wei Pai's mood became heavier. Without a natural ally like Wan Tong, he, as a mere mountain lord, was under a lot of pressure. To be honest, dealing with this old senior was not easy. Old Yang knocked his pipe on the steps and said, The city lord of White Emperor City is in the capital of Dali. He is looking over here. Maybe in the blink of an eye, he will visit here. Wan Tong frowned. Wei Pai asked, What about the imperial tutor? Old Yang laughed. If you guessed that embroidered tiger's thoughts, will it be easy for you as a mountain lord to do things in the future? I don't think so. Since it is so, what is there to think about? Back then, when the Black Pearl Grotto heaven was destroyed, the various fortuitous encounters scattered and left with the people. It was as if a piece of porcelain had fallen from the top of the table and smashed to the ground. Pieces of porcelain, big and small, fell in all directions. The 5 greatest blessings of the great Tao came from the fire dragon bracelet on the wrist of Saint Wan Xiong's only daughter, Wan Xiao. Guken had taken little Loach from Chunping a long time ago and kept it in her own water tank. After Lu Jimao had taken it away from the town, little Loach had taken on a large amount of nourishment at Book Slip Lake and transformed into a human form. It was named Charcoal Snow. Beside Song Jisen and the maidservant GQ was the 4-legged snake with horns on its forehead. The prince of the great Sui kingdom, Gao Xian, bought the golden carp from Lier. It was a buy one get one free deal, and it came with a high-quality Dragon King basket. There was also Zhao Yao, Qi Jingchun's errand boy, who had left the town early on an ox cart. Back then, other than the wooden dragon, the boy had also secretly hidden the Chun character seal, which his teacher had given him as a parting gift. On the surface, it seemed that only Zhao Yao was not in his hometown. However, Cui Dong's plan was destined to not miss out on this. The mountain alliance between the great Sui kingdom's Gao family and the Song clan was a chess game. Gao Xian, as a hostage, had been studying at the Deer Academy in the Cloud Forest for many years under the protection of the ancestor of the Gao family in Guiyang. The golden carp had been kept in the mountains and streams all these years. The Dali imperial court had obviously secretly instructed the 3 mountain gods, Long Shua, Tifujiang, and Song Yuzhang, not to leak this matter to the outside world. Book Slip Lake was another chess game. Gu Qin was in the game, and Wan Xiu followed the cultivators of Dali all the way to the south to kill a young man who had great martial arts luck but was taken away from Dali. Wan Xiu also almost fell into the game. After the incident at Book Slip Lake, Gu Qin's mother was scared out of her wits and chose to move back to her hometown. In the end, she settled down in the provincial capital and once again lived a life of luxury. There were 3 reasons. First, Chunpingan's suggestion was seconded by Gu Qin. The woman herself also had lingering fears of the local customs of Book Slip Lake. Second, Gu Qin's father became a god after his death. First, he accumulated merits in the mansion of the ghost in wedding clothes. Later, he was promoted to a famous mountain god in the old mountains of Dali. Once he returned home, he would be much more stable. Third, Gu Qin hoped that his mother would stay away from trouble. From the bottom of his heart, Gu Qin did not trust his master, Lu Jimao, the head of the True State sect Lu Laocheng. As for Song Jisen, from the beginning to the end, when had he ever left the chessboard? When had he ever not been a chess piece? How could Zhao Yao be an exception and truly escape from Cui Dong's plan? Wan Xiu left. However, Wei Pai was still unwilling to return to Mount Padding Cloud. This gathering came too abruptly and strangely, now that the young mountain master had traveled to the Great Wall of Sword Chi, and Jing Dafeng was not at Luo Pa Mountain. Wei Pai was afraid that Jing Dafeng would change his mind and not go to Lotus Root Blessed Land. This was all arranged by this old senior. Now, the backbone of Luo Pa Mountain was actually only Zhu Lian. He, Wei Pai, would always be a guest in the Hall of Ancestral Masters on Jisei Peak without a seat. Old Yang smiled and said, Wei Shan Jun, is it necessary to repay the kindness of creation in the early years like this? Wei Pai smiled bitterly and said, I'll have to trouble the old senior to tell me sincerely that this matter is not directed at Luo Pa Mountain. Then I will not disturb senior's peace. Old Yang thought for a while. There are some implications, but it is not directed at Luo Pa Mountain. There is no need for Cui Dong to do this. Besides, even if you don't trust Cui Dong, you should at least trust Cui Dong. Wei Pai's expression was helpless. He really did not trust the strange white-clothed youth. Old Yang finally said, Then you should at least trust the 3 portraits hanging in the Hall of Ancestral Masters on Ji-Se Peak. Wei Pai seemed to have eaten a calming pill all of a sudden. He was suddenly enlightened and bowed in thanks. Old Yang said, "Living in the mountains and rivers and white clouds for a long time, you seem to be a carefree immortal. In fact, the clouds and water are all obstructions. Wei Shanjun, you must be aware." Wei Pai once again clasped his hands and smiled. The beautiful scenery of the world is both an obstruction and an eyesore. Don't take advantage of it and then pretend to be innocent. Old Yang smiled and said, "Wei Shanjun, you have a good temperament. Very casual." Wei Pai was slightly relieved and bade farewell. Old Yang muttered to himself, "What a good way to return what you borrow. It won't be difficult to borrow again." Everything Chui Dong's plan was to help GQ use a natural method to obtain a complete true dragon's luck without violating the rules. He had to make sure that the saints of the three sects and one family could not find any fault with it. Song Jisun had deep feelings for this maidservant who had depended on him for survival. Song Jisun would definitely be willing to pay for the opportunity of a four-legged snake. He might even think that it was too little. Wan Xiu would not care about the gains and losses of a fire dragon at all. If she could do something for the Dragon Spring Sword Sect, Wan Xiu would not hesitate. After Gu Kan grew rapidly in the Book Lake, she understood the true power of the word rules and naturally learned how to do business. Moreover, the life and death of her parents in the future was still Gu Kan's weakness. Prince Gao Xian had studied in Dali's Linlu Academy for many years, for the sake of the Gao family's mountains and rivers. Even if he had to hand over a golden carp, he would still be willing to do so. As for Zhao Yao, since he could not even protect the Chun seal back then, how could he protect the wooden dragon now? It was difficult. Among the juniors in the town, the only one who was truly away from the chessboard was Chun Pingan. It was not as simple as him being far away from the Great Wall of Sword Chi. However, Chui Dong also had the ability to drag Chun Pingan back into the chessboard. The premise was that Chun Pingan still had a chance to return to his hometown. It was just that he did not know if Chun Pingan would be the chess piece or the player. Or perhaps he simply replaced him, Chui Yao? In front of the medicine shop, Yang Hua saw an old Confucian scholar cross the threshold. Yang Hua smiled and asked, "Sir, do you want to see a doctor or buy some herbs? Did you bring the prescription?" With such a glib tongue, how good could the business of the Yang family shop be? The old man did not mind. He smiled and said, "I can cure myself if I'm sick. I'm just looking around." Yang Hua was a little unhappy. He said casually, "Herbs are precious to begin with. Nowadays, it's getting harder and harder to pick herbs in the mountains. Sir, just look around. Don't mess around." The old Confucian nodded. The old Confucian looked around and was about to walk to the backyard. Yang Hua was anxious. This old man really did not treat him as an outsider. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, the old Confucian lifted the curtain and went to the backyard. Yang Hua hesitated and cursed in his heart. It would be better if he fought with that old Yang. These two old things, one did not know how to make money, and the other was not willing to pay. It would be best if they injured their muscles and bones for 100 days. Old Yang smiled and said, "What a rare guest." Chui Dong stood near the bench and did not sit down. He smiled and said, "Since the guest is the host, the only thing I can do is to stop being an eyesore here." Old Yang said, "You are certain that Chun Pingan will not be able to return to the Aquarius continent for the time being, unable to add the finishing touch to the lady. Dolly will have to take a step back and use his trump card?" Chui Dong nodded and said, "That's a small matter. In the past, the contract that Wang Zhu and Chun Pingan signed was extremely unstable. If Chun Pingan's luck was not good, and he died midway, although Wang Zhu would lose her restraints and could turn to sign a new contract with Song Jisun, but in the process, she would lose a lot of her luck. Therefore, in those years, Wang Zhu, who had not fully awakened her spiritual wisdom, treated Chen Pinggan's life and death. Many of Wang Zhu's actions were contradictory. For the sake of the overall situation, she hoped that Chen Pinggan would grow up healthily. As master and servant, they would prosper together. But in Mud Bottle Alley as neighbors, she also hoped that Chen Pinggan would die young. That way, she would be able to make up her mind early and focus on seizing Dolly's dragon vein and the fate of the Song clan. She spent many years like this awkwardly. She did not dare to act rashly and break the rules to kill Chen Pinggan. After all, she was afraid of being suppressed by the saint. She also did not want to waste her time with a pitiful worm whose natal porcelain was shattered. She was even more unwilling to pray for the mercy of the heavens and earth. The relationship between Song Jisun and Chen Pinggan, who were of the same age, also became a mess. From the moment Chen Pinggan's longevity bridge was broken, Wang Zhu actually had the intention to kill him. Therefore, the deal between Song Jisun and Fu Nanhua was filled with killing intent. But what happened later made Wang Zhu restrain herself a lot and did not dare to act rashly. To ask a true dragon to be merciful and pity others was like asking Emperor Dali to be a morally perfect person. But whether it was Wan Tung or Wei Pai, who visited this place previously, they did not see or think far ahead. Now that the situation was here, the opportunity would not come again. Cui Dong had to let Wang Zhu condense the true dragon's fate in advance and try to recover to the peak. But Cui Dong did not just arrange for everyone to gather at the small town school. Old Yang smiled and said, "As a guest, you have to pay attention when visiting. As a host, you have to treat your guests well. The more neighbors like this, the better." Cui Dong said, "According to the agreement, as long as I am alive, I will not let the battle between fire and water repeat the same mistake in the vast world." Old Yang asked, "What if you die? Does Cui Dongshan count as you? Will the agreement between you and me still be in effect?" Cui Dong smiled and said, "Senior, you have to ask him." Old Yang clicked his tongue and said, "Scholars who wholeheartedly do business are really shrewd." Cui Dong said, "I hope you will keep your promise." Old Yang nodded and said, "Of course, fairness in business has always been my foundation." Wan Xiu was born in the Wind Snow Temple, but followed her father to the Pearl Grotto Heaven to cultivate. Li Lusheng was in the Pearl Grotto Heaven, but followed his parents to the Lion Peak of the North Continent. Both sides would occasionally meet, but they would not be neighbors for long. Around Wan Xiu, there was Li Baoping, who hit it off, and Pei Qian, the first disciple of the Luopa Mountain. Lu Xianyang, the direct disciple of the Dragon Spring Sword sect, and Gu Ken, who did not have many friends left in the world. The Lu dynasty belonged to the fire element, and the crown prince of the fallen country, Yu Lu, who carried the martial fate of the country, carried the gratitude of many people. Beside Li Lu, there was his younger brother, Li Huai. The true dragon GQ was naturally close to the water. Then Song Jisun's choice was very obvious. Ma Kushuan. Firstly, was willing to follow GQ, and secondly, his grandmother was promoted from the Dragon Whisker River Granny to the River God. Lin Shui and Dong Shuijing, the knife man, both liked Li Lu. When it came to major issues, both sides were still in their embryonic stages. Everyone had their own concerns, and if small matters accumulated, who could stay out of it in the end? Then, between both sides, there would need to be someone who was willing to be reasonable and could convince the masses. Chen Pinggan. When Cui Dong played chess, he did not treat the chess pieces as puppets. Cui Dong never felt that the life and death of people were in his hands, and that playing with people's fates in his hands was not a great ability, nor was it something to be happy about. Instead, he needed to quietly pave the way for those chess pieces, so that the path of the chess pieces' great Tao might be crooked, but in the end, they would still appear at the crucial position at a certain moment. If he coveted the great Tao of immortality, Cui Dong would not have betrayed the line of the sage of literature. If he coveted authority, the position of the Grand Chancellor of the Academia and the Vice Hierarch of the Confucian Temple of Middle-earth could be easily obtained. How difficult would it be for him, Cui Dong, to obtain it? Old Yang exhaled a cloud of smoke that enveloped the medicine shop and asked, "How's that matter?" Cui Dong revealed a rare look of helplessness. "I can't trust him, and he can't accept it, so I can only separate my soul and spirit." I observed Cui Dongshan quietly. In a day, he has at least 2 thoughts, and at most 70,000 thoughts. If it were Cui Dongshan quietly observing, I would have at least 3 thoughts, and at most 80,000 thoughts. Both of us have our own strengths and weaknesses. Old Yang asked, "Have you smoothed out those fundamental connections?" Cui Dong shook his head and said, "The dispute is not small. There are fundamental differences between our 2 sides regarding the 3 levels of conversion, and the order is almost completely reversed. It's very troublesome." Old Yang smiled and asked, "Why didn't you ask me about it on purpose?" Cui Dong smiled and said, "In terms of age and state, you're the senior, and I'm the junior. But in terms of scheming, we're of the same generation." Old Yang shook his head and said, "There's no need to be humble. You're the senior." Cui Dong gave a fist salute and smiled. "I don't dare to be honest. I accept it with fear. The line of the sage of literature, from the teacher to the disciple, seemed to be very good at it." Old Yang laughed involuntarily. After a moment of silence, he sighed and said, "The old scholar has a good eye for taking in disciples. His first disciple's layout is as bright as the stars. His left and right sword techniques are like the bright moon hanging in the sky. Qi Jingchun is the most knowledgeable, but he has always been down to earth, guarding the human world. The Book Lake real estate sect was related to the Jade Gui sect of the Tongya continent. The Skeleton Beach was the continent crossing ferries of the Hemp sect, and their business was not small. Mo clan's big son, Shang clan's old ancestor, and many others who were still hiding behind the scenes had been invited to the gambling table by Cui Dong. Now, the White Emperor city master had come to the Aquarius continent. Cui Dong sat on the bench and placed his hands on his knees as he mocked himself. It's just that they didn't end up well. Old Yang smiled and said, "Cultivating the Tao and having a long life is important for one's life, but writing and learning are bad for one's life." Cui Dong smiled and said, "Senior's words are comforting." Lu Chicheng brought old brother Longbow to travel with Gu Ken to the continent's capital. Huang County was now well connected, and there were many big and small roads. As soon as the young people in the school dispersed, they went their separate ways and returned to their own homes. The overwhelming pressure in Chai Bofa's heart was suddenly reduced, and he couldn't explain it clearly. Lu Chicheng sensed the change in Chai Bofa's state of mind and patted the white-haired youth's shoulder. "Old brother Longbow, I didn't expect you to be so intelligent." Chai Bofa said, "Thank you, senior, for your auspicious words." Shi Chuanjia got on the carriage and returned to Dali's capital with her husband, Bien Wenmao. Li Baoping said that she would find a horse to ride and would catch up with the carriage soon. Li Huai Linshi and the others followed Mao Xiaodong back to the Great Sui Kingdom Academy. Chao Gingxin and Dong Shuijing went to Huang Ernyang's wine shop to drink. County Governor Yuan Jingding went with Song Jisen and the servant girl GQ. They found an excuse to go to Old Porcelain Mountain's Confucian Temple to pray. Ma Kushuan brought Xu Jian to the Immortal Graveyard's Martial Temple to take a look. Lu Xian Yang followed Wan Xiu to the mountain of the Dragon Spring Sword Sect. He was not a direct disciple, so he did not need to go to the ancestral hall to pray. However, Wan Xiu seemed to have been waiting for Lu Xianyang to say that he wanted to go to up the mountain first. Lu Xianyang felt that it was reasonable for her, to suggest that they go to the Dragon Spring Sword sect first before going to Luapa Mountain. Then, the two of them who were riding the wind saw Li Baoping walking towards the mountain. Zhang Jiazhen and Jiang Chu from the Great Wall of Sword Qi climbed Luapa Mountain under the secret escort of sword cultivator Cui Wei. Chief Butler Julien had mentioned that he wanted the two of them to help out at the shop in Dragon Riding Alley. Zhang Jiazhen and Jiang Chu thought that they should come here first to ask Elder Zhu about some things to take note of. Cui Wei also had his own plans and needed Zhu Lian's approval. Pei Qian was returning to Luapa Mountain from Lotus Root Blessed Land with Xiaomi. He was happy to see Zhang Jiazhen and Jiang Chu. At least when he saw Chen Wanshu, who had a sack of melon seeds, he stopped nagging about her and Xiaomi. He had to entertain the two youths who were already considered family. Xiaomi was sly. Previously, Wanshu complained that she bought too many melon seeds, and the price was not good enough. Xiaomi did not complain, and just pretended to be loyal, but kept glancing at Pei Qian. What was the meaning of this? Yuan Lai had a good relationship with Zhang Jiazhen and Jiang Chu, so they went up the mountain together. As for that silly Yuan Bao, he was probably sparring with the silly Cin Yuanji at the top of the mountain again. Li Baoping came to Luapa Mountain to borrow that horse. Her martial uncle had brought it back from Book Slip Lake and had been raising it in Luapa Mountain all these years. Her martial uncle was always so nostalgic. When Pei Qian heard that Sister Baoping had arrived at the mountain gate, he immediately ran over with Xiaomi, who was rubbing her ears. More than 100 steps away, Pei Qian stomped on the ground and leaped up high. He floated down and stood in front of Li Baoping. Zhou Xiaomi carried a Shaojin pole on her shoulder and held a walking stick in her hand. She imitated him and suddenly stopped, squatted slightly, and shouted softly. However, she did not expect to use too much strength and ended up squeaking in midair. She directly crashed towards the mountain gate at the foot of the mountain. Pei Qian reached out and grabbed her back to his side. The little girl in black stood up shakily and laughed. Li Baoping pinched Xiaomi's cheeks when she saw Pei Qian's quick reaction. Then she bent down and patted Xiaomi's cheeks with both of her hands. She pinched Xiaomi's cheeks lightly, and the black-clothed little girl's thin yellow eyebrows immediately rose and fell, making her look very comical. Under Yuan Lai's lead, Zhang Jiazhen and Jiang Chu went to the mountain temple. It was an ancestral temple with almost no incense. Cin Yuanji and Yuan Bao were, as Pei Qian had guessed, exchanging punches in the square. The three youths were sitting side by the railing in the distance. Zhang Jiazhen only took a glance at the two slender and elegant elder sisters when they retracted their fists and left them alone. She turned her head and looked at the mountains and rivers outside Luopa Mountain. Coincidentally, there was a large flock of birds flying by. It was like a snow-white river hanging in the air, swaying and flowing slowly. When Zhang Jiazhen was working as a waiter at the Great Wall of Sword Qi wine shop, she had asked Mr. Chen a question in private. Mr. Chen's knowledge was so great. Was Mr. Chen's knowledge personally taught by the sage of literature from the beginning? The storyteller who had finished telling the story of the mountains and rivers and carried a wooden stool and a bamboo stick walked side by side with the youth in the streets. He smiled and shook his head, saying that it was not like that. In the beginning, there was a school in my hometown. The teacher's surname was Mr. Qi. Mr. Qi said that the truth was in the book, but the person was outside the book. If you have the chance to go to my hometown in the future, you can go to that school. If you really want to study, there is a new school. The teacher's knowledge is also not small. At that time, Zhang Jiazhen muttered those words about the truth and books. Mr. Chen raised his hand slightly and pointed into the distance. He smiled and said to a child who had never studied before, these words to his ears were like a mountain of gold and silver appearing out of thin air. The road was a little far, but he could see it. Carry a chopper, carry a hoe, carry a wicker basket, and earn big money. All of a sudden, it gave people hope. It was as if there was finally some hope that there would be a day when they would not have to worry about food and clothing. In fact, the youth remembered many of Mr. Chen's words that had nothing to do with the truth. There were also many poor people in the world. The so-called good life was to be able to put up new door gods and spring couplets every year. The so-called well-off family was to have extra money to buy a lot of door gods and spring couplets. However, there were only so many places to put door gods and spring couplets in a house. It was not that one did not have money and could only covet, but could not afford to buy them. When the youth finally arrived at Mr. Chen's hometown, Mr. Chen was still far away in the youth's hometown, on the second floor of the bamboo building. Li Baoping brought the young girl, Pei Qian, and the two young girls, Chen Wanshu and Zhou Mili, to lean against the railing and look at the scenery. The tall ones did not need to stand on their feet. The shortest one, Zhou Mili, was hanging on the railing. It was as if in the next moment they might suddenly see a Ritterny with a walking stick and a bamboo box on his back. Then, when he looked up, he would smile and wave at them. Pei Qian asked softly, "Today, the moon shines on the river. Tomorrow, the stars shine on the plains. Then, will Master return home the day after tomorrow?" Li Baoping said, "Youngest uncle seems to be busy working for someone else. From the first day he left his hometown, he has not stopped. It's good to stay at the Great Wall of Sword Qi for a few more days. Just treat it as a rest." Chen Wanshu smiled and said, "I heard that there is a wine shop there, melon seeds, and a big bowl of Yang Chun noodles." Zhou Mili swung her feet in the air and nodded vigorously. "Yang Chun noodles are delicious. The bigger the bowl, the better." At the wine shop of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Chun Pingon, who had left the city for the second time and returned to the city, had changed into a clean set of clothes and was sitting at the table. He ordered a pot of wine and ate a bowl of Yang Chun noodles alone. Although he had told the child's father not to add chopped green onions, he still added a small handful of chopped green onions in the end. It was rare for the second shopkeeper to come here, so the bowl was not big. However, the portion of Yang Chun noodles was enough, and it was more appropriate to add more chopped green onions. The two children, Feng Kangle and Taoban, were sitting at the table next to him. They looked at the second shopkeeper's back as he bent over to drink. Chun Pingon turned his head and raised the empty bowl in his hand. He smiled and said, "One more bowl. Remember not to add chopped green onions. It's not necessary." "6:58. Gu-kan arrived at the gate of the mansion in the provincial city. There were two white jade lions made by immortals squatting at the gate. They were so majestic that even a starving beggar would not have the courage to go near the gate to beg. Gu-kan was not in a hurry to knock on the door. Lu Chi-chung and Chai Bofu had to stand on the street and drink the northwest wind. Gu-kan walked up the spotless steps and reached out to pull the door knocker with an animal head. She stopped her fingers and paused for a moment. It was the golden-painted pepper door knocker that could only be used at the gate of the Duke's mansion. Gu-kan sighed in her heart. She should not have overstepped her authority like this. Even if there was a peace and quiet plaque at home, it was not a big problem. The provincial governor's office in the provincial city should have received secret information from the Kiln Affairs Supervision Department, so they did not make a fuss about this matter with this house. However, she still had to tell her mother about this kind of thing. There was no need to be so extravagant in front of the house, which could easily cause problems. Gu-kan knocked on the door knocker and took a step back. A luxuriously dressed doorman opened the door. Seeing Gu-kan in ordinary clothes, he looked unhappy and frowned. He asked, "Which family in the city are you? Are you a servant in the government office?" Gu-kan was stunned for a moment. Then she remembered that her appearance had changed a little. The doorman was not an old man in the verdant canyon island. It was normal that he did not recognize her. The personal maidservants that her mother took with her when she left the Book Lake had also cultivated well these years. They had become chi cultivators in the middle 5 states. Their realms were not high, but they would not get involved in the chores of the mansion. Regarding their cultivation, Guken had given detailed instructions in the letters she exchanged with her mother in the early years. She also helped them to choose several treasures on the mountain. They only needed to cultivate step by step, refine the natal item, and break through the realms. The gatekeeper quickly glanced at the 2 people at the bottom of the stairs behind the young man. One was a weak scholar, and the other was a young man with white hair. He immediately thought that he had figured out the family background of these 3 people. The gatekeeper was a pure martial artist who had concealed his strength. He was in the 5 states, which was indeed a good skill in ordinary Jianghu. In any small vassal state, he was more than qualified to establish a school. Being a gatekeeper and a guard was a condescending act. Perhaps it was because money made the world go round, or he was a coward who had caused trouble and came here to seek refuge. The worst result was that he had ulterior motives and was casting a long line to catch a big fish. He had colluded with the cultivators in the mountains and lakes and coveted the rich property of this mansion. Guken had been used to Jianghu over the years and had seen a lot of Jianghu scams. He had even deliberately watched from afar. From the beginning to the end, he had witnessed 2 Jianghu games. A rich but heartless family was ruined. Guken showed up when the bandits got their share of the booty and asked them for some advice. The bandits were secretive and did not speak frankly, so Guken asked Sengyi to perform magic and take over the nest. The other family seemed to have a good family background, so Guken casually helped them out. Guken smiled and said, "My name is Gukan. This is my home." The gatekeeper's expression immediately changed. He bowed and made way. "Greetings, young master. I'll go and report to madam." Guken stepped over the threshold and waved his hand. "No need. It's just a few steps away. You don't have to report." The gatekeeper smiled flatteringly. "At first glance, I almost mistook you for Sage Junzi from the academy." The gatekeeper had already figured out the family background of this family. The head of the family was a Taoist who had been traveling for many years and had not returned. This matter was not mentioned in detail in the residence. It was estimated that the family was shady. The young master was a scholar who was studying abroad. Therefore, there was only a wealthy woman who was dressed in gold and jade. Every time the madam mentioned her son, she was very proud. If not for the fact that the 2 personal maids of the madam were chi cultivators, they would have already taken action. Such a huge sum of money could not be spent in a few lifetimes. So, in the past year, they had specially invited a friend from the Jianghu to join them and let him spend time on one of the maids. Guken smiled and said, "Good taste." Lu Qiqing nodded and said, "It's really good." Chai Bofa glanced at the pure martial artist. Pitiful, really pitiful. There were so many ways to get rich, but he just had to run into this family. A nest of foxes who thought they were smart, running into a dragon's pool, and a tiger's den. If they were not looking for death, what were they? Lu Qiqing slapped Chai Bofa's head. "Brother Longbow, what's wrong? You're not saying anything. Do you think our young Master Gu is not worthy of being a gentleman?" Chai Bofu felt as if he had been struck by lightning. All the Qi Chi residences trembled. The Dragon Gate territory that had been stabilized with great difficulty was in imminent danger. Chai Bofu quickly said, "Young Master Gu is worthy. He is worthy." Ordinary villains would shout a few words to scare people before making a move. But this eccentric senior beside him would make a move first and talk reason later. However, after interacting with him for a long time, Chai Bofa's heart became even more determined. He had to become a certified disciple of the Central Divine Continent's White Emperor City. The gatekeeper closed the door and suddenly felt a chill on the back of his neck. It turned out that the slender Guken had stretched out his hand and grabbed the man's neck, pressing his head against the door. Blood had already seeped out between Guken's fingers. It was clear how ruthless he was. He asked softly, "You don't have to worry about being laughed at by outsiders when you close the door. Tell me, inside and outside, how many people are there? Who is the one with the highest cultivation?" Guken suddenly withdrew his hand and turned around. He looked into the distance with a smile, showing his back to the pure martial artist. A woman quickly ran over. She stepped on the hem of her skirt several times. Seeing Guken, whom she had not seen for many years, she immediately burst into tears. She had endured hardships to live, enjoyed happiness, and earned money. In the end, it was all for this heartless little bastard, who only knew how to send letters home. Guken quickly walked over. The madam hugged her son and began to sob. Guken gently patted his mother's back. His expression was as calm as ever as he smiled at the two maidservants who were given all the glory and wealth that belonged to him. The two young women only exchanged a glance with Guken before immediately lowering their heads. Their hands and feet were cold, as if they had fallen into an icy cavern. The woman let go of Guken and wiped away her tears. She began to carefully examine her son. At first, she was gratified, but who knew how much Guken had suffered outside by himself? The woman covered her mouth and began to sob. She blamed herself in her heart. She blamed that damned man who had mysteriously become the mountain god. She blamed that Chunpingan for abandoning Guken and killing that charcoal snow. She blamed the heavens for not having eyes. Why did they let Guken suffer so much? After Guken and his mother went to the hall to reminisce, he stepped into his own study for the first time. Lu Chicheng brought Brother Longbow to stroll around the mansion. Guken called over the two servant girls and the gatekeeper who had not dared to fight to the death. Guken moved a chair to the window. He put his elbow on the armrest and rested his chin on one hand. He asked, "A tall tree attracts the wind. It's inevitable. I won't ask the two of you for this matter. After all, my mother also had her faults. It's just that it's not good to forget one's roots. Does my mother know that outsiders have infiltrated the mansion to set up a trap?" The two servant girls had already knelt on the ground. One servant girl was at a loss. The other servant girl nodded and said, "I told the madam." The madam said to just treat it as a way to relieve boredom. Guken hesitated for a moment before asking, "Did my father arrange a backup plan?" The servant girl said sternly, "The master is extremely worried about the madam's safety." Not only did he contact the master of the Xingwang Pavilion, but he even used an ability on the door god of a courtyard. There's an elderly seventh realm martial artist in the estate. He was once from the frontier army, and his hometown is in the territory of the old mountains of Dali. As a result, he got to know the master and was invited here by the master. He's now living in seclusion, taking on the role of a guard. He's been keeping an eye on the people at the gatekeeper the entire time. The gatekeeper's mind blanked out. A cultivator who could befriend the Xingwang of the Dragon Province and make a seventh realm grandmaster take on the role of a guard? Why was he being scolded by that narrow-minded woman for being a useless ghost? Guken was helpless. What relationship? What seventh realm martial artist in Dali? They were all recorded down. The imperial government was keeping a close eye on him. He was probably an existence on par with the mountain god of the fallen mountain, Song Yuzhang. Protecting the Gu estate was true, but it was more of an open surveillance. The father of the mountain god that Guken had no impression of would obviously not tell her about this and make her worry for nothing. Guken looked at the pure martial artist who was still thinking about how to survive and said without rhyme or reason, "The person behind all this might really be a master. As for you, forget about it. You probably still don't know who's behind all this and whether they're behind it or not. Gu can mutter to herself, men die for wealth, and birds die for food. Why are there so many idiots in the world? A smiling voice rang out. Isn't that a good thing? In a game of chess, how can you talk about making the first move if you throw pieces around carelessly? Only the younger, smarter people can rise above their peers and surpass those who come after them. Guken stood up sternly. There was no one else in the room, but Guken remained polite, clasping her fist and bowing. A man in white appeared beside Guken. Pack up. Come to White Emperor City with me. Before you set off, go to Yellow Lake Mountain with Lu Qiqing first and see the old Taoist priest called Jia Cheng in this life. If he's willing to show up, you'll be my junior brother. If he doesn't want to see you, you can just be my unofficial disciple. The man in white held a scroll in his hand. It was a tattered mountain search map. He handed it to Gu. Can take this and go to Yellow Lake Mountain. Before coming to this mansion, the man had taken this map from Lin Shui. As a return gift, he had helped Lin Shui complete the Cloud Gem book from White Emperor City and gifted him the second volumes. Although Lin Shui was a student of the academy, he had been very fast on the path of cultivation. He had reached the cave realm very quickly in his early years and had specialized in the first volume of the Cloud Gem book, which was the 5 lower realms. The thunder technique recorded in the secret book was the authentic 5 thunders technique, but that wasn't the greatest essence of the Cloud Gem book. The fundamental purpose of the Cloud Gem book was to open up the great Tao and cultivate without hindrance. The person who wrote this book was the city lord of White Emperor City, who had experienced the thunder technique of Mount Longhu. He had personally edited and perfected many of the complicated branches and leaves. Where was the highest cloud in the world? Naturally, it was White Emperor City. As for why the first volume of the Taoist book had fallen into Lin Shui's hands, it was naturally Alliance's handiwork. When scholars borrowed books, they didn't return them. Therefore, when Lin Shui saw this book at first glance, it could be said that his Tao fate was extremely good. Since it was a gift from Alliance, White Emperor City didn't care about Lin Shui's unintentional act of stealing from others on the mountain. However, Lin Shui was still unwilling to say anything about the origin of the mountain search map after he had announced his name. This was the reason why the city lord of White Emperor City was willing to gift the last volume of the Cloud Gem book. If he had given the second volume, Lin Shui should have been reduced to a chess piece and suffered a calamity. Guken was expressionless after hearing this, but his heart was shaken. He knew that Jia Cheng, Luapa Mountain's honorary consecrator, a blind old Taoist who was lucky enough to eat and drink in Dragon Rider Alley, had taken in 2 obedient disciples. The lame young man, Zhao Dengao, was a demon, and Tian Zhou blood was the best talisman material. It was said that Jia Cheng had moved to Yellow Lake Mountain a few years ago to cultivate. Luapa Mountain actually had such a person hibernating, but Julian and Wei Pai didn't recognize him at all. If I didn't come here, no one in Luapa Mountain would know that there was such a person in their lifetime. That Jia Cheng would be Jia Cheng until he died. Perhaps in the middle of Jia Cheng's cultivation, he would logically go to the 5th world. Whichever day I die, I'll change my skin. This cycle goes on and on. I'll never get tired. The white-clothed man smiled and said, "There's no need to think too much. It's just that he's always been playing around. After he put away his sword in his early years, he completely changed. He was good at deceiving himself and didn't like to bully others. He died many times on the mountain and at the foot of the mountain, but I didn't see him protect himself once. In the vast world, there are 9 continents. They will stay for hundreds of years. Moreover, although I am his disciple in name, White Emperor City was founded by me. It has nothing to do with him." Guken suddenly said, "Then I don't need to visit Yellow Lake Mountain. I won't disturb Senior's cultivation. I'll just follow the city lord to the central divine continent. The white-clothed man smiled and said, If you can say that, then you really should go and see him. Gookin asked, How should we deal with the 3 people in the room, 2 maidservants and a gatekeeper? The 3 of them didn't move at all. The white-robed man glanced at the 3 of them and stretched out his hand. The 3 of them, including the pure martial artist, were forced to leave their Ean spirits. They were in a daze, and were in a daze. Their feet left the ground, and they slowly swayed to the white-robed man before stopping in front of him. He stretched out his hand and casually tapped the space between their eyebrows twice. The 3 Ean spirits returned to their bodies one after another. Gookin focused his gaze and realized that the space between the 3 people's eyebrows was the starting point for threads to spread out. Then, the 3 of them suddenly woke up. As a pure martial artist, the gatekeeper suddenly burst into tears and knelt on the ground. Young master, a maidservant kowtowed with all her strength. This servant greets the sect master. The other maidservant prostrated on the ground and said in grief, Master, please forgive us. The white-clothed man flicked his sleeve, and the 3 of them fainted on the spot. He explained with a smile, It's like you've been sleeping for a long time. When you wake up, you're still the same person. You've just deleted some of your life experience. Sweat seeped out of Gookin's forehead. This was the demonic method of White Emperor City. It wasn't until this moment that he understood why Lu Qicheng would be so respectful whenever this person was mentioned. The other party could casually make a person no longer the same person, but still firmly believe that it was them. Then, what were all the grudges and the so-called cultivation of the great Tao worth? The white-clothed man smiled. Life and death are the most important things? Then, what is life and death? I just understood that there were people who didn't want me to leave White Emperor City. He finally said, That old man came to Pearl Grotto Heaven, not to completely sever karma, but just to stroll around. Master finally has a bit of a master's demeanor. He finally surprised me once. Beside a thatched cottage on Yellow Lake Mountain, in the depths of the mountain, the blind old Taoist walked out of the thatched cottage during a break in cultivation and sighed. After his good brother Chun Lingjun left, there was no one to accompany him to chat about the mountain. It was really lonely. The so-called cultivation was actually just an excuse for him to move. He was no longer holed up in the straw shop in Riding Dragon Alley. In any case, he was closer to Luapa Mountain. In the future, he would return to Riding Dragon Alley. With this, his status as an honorary consecrator would become more and more solid. If the shopkeeper of the shop next door saw him in the future, would he dare to look down on him? Wouldn't he be inferior to him? Jia Cheng suddenly felt a little frightened. He vaguely sensed ripples in front of him. It seemed that guests had arrived. Jia Cheng immediately braced himself and said loudly, 2 guests. It's not very appropriate for you to come uninvited and not greet me. Lu Qicheng's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Sometimes when looking at people, one's skin, soul, aura, and so on could be hidden from others' eyes and ears, causing others to be unable to recognize them when they were close. Only some subtle traces, as long as one looked deeply, would be obvious. For example, the blind old Taoist standing posture, the degree of bending his fingers when he made a gesture, and so on. In addition, the eldest senior brother did not say the reason, and just through him and Gu can hear. Lu Qicheng immediately thought of the most unlikely if. He prostrated himself on the ground and said in a trembling voice, Disciple greets master. Jia Cheng felt a little guilty. Where did this wild disciple come from? Lu Qicheng's head was on the ground, and he said in an extremely wrong tone, Master, eldest senior brother bullied me miserably. First, because of a small matter, he expelled me from White Emperor City. Then he let me be chased by the great celestial master of Longhu Mountain with a sword. As a result, poor disciple has been trapped in this small Aquarius continent for 1,000 years with no one caring about him. Master, you must uphold justice. Lu Qiqing was really not messing around. His master had always doted on him as his last disciple. Many senior brothers and sisters had deep hostility towards him. Because of this, the old Taoist almost jumped up and cursed. What white emperor city, what great celestial master of Longhu Mountain, is there a fellow Taoist like you in the world? Your words are so unreliable. If I, Jia Cheng, was really your master, I would be blind to take you as my disciple. Jia Cheng was suddenly stunned. I was really blind. Gu Ken admired Lu Qiqing's shamelessness. When he met an expert, he brought up his senior brother, the mayor of White Emperor City. When he met his eldest senior brother, he began to bring up his master. Gu Ken raised the mountain search painting in his hand and said in a deep voice, "Senior, return it to its rightful owner." Jia Cheng naturally opened his eyes and saw the scroll. He sighed and said, "I really didn't turn the page to take in such a big disciple." Then Jia Cheng was stunned again. He shook his head slightly. What kind of weird thought was that? The old Taoist blinked hard. The world was clear, and everything was in his eyes. Back then, he cultivated the strange thunder method of his own mountain. It was an unorthodox method, and the price was great. First, his organs were injured, and then his eyes were blinded. He had not been able to see for many years. After a moment of absent-mindedness, the old Taoist, Jia Cheng, shrank back. His mind was focused like a mustard seed, and he fell into a deep sleep. The old man lowered his head and tugged at his Taoist robe. Then he turned his head and glanced at the Scholar Square of Huaihuang County. Then he shifted his gaze and saw the Pearl Mountain and all the dragon kills. The old man's expression was complicated. Then he ignored Lu Qiqing and Gu Ken and began to ponder. The old man opened his palm and stared at the lines on his palm for a moment. Finally, he muttered, "This life is just a small dream. When I wake up, Lu Qin has wronged me a lot." The old man took a step forward. The blind old Taoist, Jia Cheng, stood in the same place and was still sleeping. The old man regained his true appearance. He was a tall and thin old man. One could vaguely see that when he was young, he must have been a handsome man with an extraordinary temperament. The old man's cultivation path was like a dazzling shooting star in the vast world. Compared to the long river of time, he rose quickly and fell even faster. Even the city lord of White Emperor City was his first disciple. The number of people in the world who knew of such a big matter could be counted on one's fingers. The old man was Jia Cheng, but he was far from being Jia Cheng. It was just Jia Cheng behind him. In the future, he would only be Jia Cheng. In his life, he would only do one thing, and the entire world would know of it. When the long sword was wielded, the flood dragon was slain. Only the last true dragon was left in the world. An old almanac of the vast world had several pages torn off just because one person attacked with his sword. When the old man appeared, the huge python that had once lost to Gu Ken and the little loach in the Yellow Mountain Lake seemed to have been suppressed by the heavens. It suddenly sank to the bottom of the lake. It trembled in fear and wanted nothing more than to smash its head into the roots of the mountain. The old man glanced at Gu Ken and reached out to take the scroll. He put it in his sleeve and patted Gu Ken's shoulder. Then he nodded and smiled. "You have a strong foundation. Good seedling. Then I will accept you as my disciple on behalf of my master." Lu Qiqing sat on the ground blankly, as if he had been struck by lightning. He no longer howled. It shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't be like this. Once Gu Ken had this identity, perhaps he, Lu Qiqing, would be one step ahead of Brother Longbow in the next moment. The white-clothed man appeared out of thin air. The old man squinted and said, I am now half a cripple. I can't beat you, the first disciple. After all, we are still master and disciple in name. Why? Are you not convinced? Do you want to deceive your master and destroy your ancestors? It's the same as swordsmanship. I didn't teach you this. The white-clothed man was silent, but there was a faint murderous intent. He didn't expect the old man to go overboard. He didn't care about the murderous intent of a white emperor city lord at all. Instead, he asked, What are you waiting for? Call me young martial uncle. The white-clothed man didn't care about the seniority between master and disciple. He only asked, Are you sure it's for Guken's good? Guken knelt on the ground and lowered his head, saying in a low voice, Guken greets Grandmaster. The old man laughed heartily. He turned into a sword light and instantly flew thousands of miles away. He wanted to go to the North Continent and find his good brother, Chen Lingjun, to play with. However, the next time they met, he wouldn't know him, and Chen Lingjun wouldn't know him either. The white-clothed man looked up at the sword light, heading north, and said with a smile, You have to treat your last disciple better. Lu Qicheng heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Gu Kan was only his junior. Otherwise, with his high seniority, with Gu Kan's temper of not caring about old friendships, he would do anything that went against his conscience. Lin Shi sat in his ancestral residence. No matter how he held his breath and concentrated, he still felt uneasy. He could only go to the ancestral hall in Dali's capital city, where the deity position had been moved. Only then did he feel more at ease. Lin Shui took out 3 incense sticks and worshipped his ancestors from afar. After doing this, he turned and walked to the ancestral hall's door. Just as he closed the door, he found an old Confucian standing beside him. Lin Shui was smart. He immediately bowed and said, Lin Shui of Cliff Academy greets Grandmaster. Cui Dong smiled and said, I'm no longer in the unified branch of the literary sage school. I don't deserve this greeting. Lin Shui straightened his back and bowed respectfully again. Dali's Lin's disciple greets imperial tutor. Cui Shi nodded. In the early years, your performance on the road to study was extremely outstanding. Lin Shui was the first to notice that Alliance was unusual and the first to get the opportunity. It was very difficult. This time, you let that person do things within the rules. It's all because of your steady study, good preparation, and good fortune. Cui Dong took Lin Shui for a walk in the empty house and let the young man walk side by side with him. There was no need to be too restrained. Cui Dong said, Your father has some difficulties and will not take the initiative to tell you more in this life. Back then, he was the first to tell Chun Pingan's father about the inside story of the natal porcelain. Of course, he was kind. He even told Chun Pingan's father about the consequences. The two of them felt like old friends at first sight. Although their statuses were different, they were close friends. Therefore, your father helped that man clean up the mess. Otherwise, Chun Pingan would not have been able to survive. Therefore, Chun Pingan later gave you the mountain search, painting on the way to study. There is some karma in the unseen world. It's just that your father, with good intentions, did not want you to be too involved with Chun Pingan. He didn't want you to be swept away by the general trend and die young before you grew up. Therefore, he was very indifferent about you going to the Great Sui Kingdom Academy to study. Lin Shui was stunned. Cui Dong said, Unbelievable? Then think about it carefully. Would a man who was the deputy of 3 supervisor of kills be simple? Would he really care so much about the reputation of being a son of a concubine? Then, do you know that before the present supervisor Chao rushed to Huang town, after leaving the previous emperor's imperial study, the only person he went to ask for advice was your father in the capital, who did not show himself. How did your classmate Shi Chuanjia's family get through the crisis in the end? The Shi family themselves did not know, and still had some resentment. Do you think your father would mind? Chui Dong put one hand behind his back and two fingers of the other hand closed together, as if he was holding something. Shirchuanjia is nostalgic, so you are nostalgic. You are nostalgic, so all your classmates are nostalgic with you. Bien Wenmao has high standards but low abilities, but he sincerely treats his wife, Shirchuanjia, who comes from a poor background. Bien Wenmao is understood by you. This Hanlon scholar from Dali's capital, if he encounters any difficulties in the future, you are willing to help. You choose to help, even if you are not experienced enough and make some mistakes. How could your father sit idly by and do nothing? But don't forget, if you are like this, then everyone else will be like this. What kind of cultivation base will attract what kind of karma? This thing called realm is usually very useful, but it is the least useful at critical moments. Lin Shui, let me ask you, are you still willing to meddle in other people's business? Chui Dong gently pushed two fingers, as if he had cleaned up those meridians. Lin Shi thought for a moment, then answered, things have already come to this, and they are close at hand. It is better to take care of things one by one. Lin Shi sighed. In the future, don't meddle too much. Chui Dong smiled, knowingly. Your father's unreasonable and shameless behavior was not in vain. He had me give you such a good name. Lin Shi suddenly stopped and bowed again. Gathering his courage, he asked in a trembling voice, May I ask, martial uncle, why did you stand idly by and let Sir die alone? This question really made Lin Shui feel aggrieved, and he had to get it out of his mouth. Even if he angered this imperial tutor, who was unwilling to acknowledge his status as martial uncle, Lin Shui still had to ask him today. Chui Dong didn't mind. He clearly wasn't angry that this young man didn't know what was good for him. Instead, he was somewhat gratified. He said, if you speak of great principles, you don't have to pay a great price. What's so valuable about that? If you can't speak of it, then what's the point of studying? Of course, I won't give in. If you don't study, you won't be able to do this kind of stupid thing. It's just that books are divided into inside and outside, with Confucian teachings, where isn't there an open book of sages? Chui Dong lightly patted the young man's shoulder and laughed. That's why in life, you should curse half-baked scholars more and curse less sages. Chui Dong looked around. In the early years when you were traveling to study, Chun Pingon traveled with you and remembered your terrible impression of your father. So even though Chun Pingon later had enough confidence to dig up old scores, including many old almanacs about the Ma family in Apricot Blossom Lane, Lord Lin of the Kiln Supervision Department stopped. Because he trusted you, he was afraid of those rumors, and he didn't trust the hearts of people he hadn't seen with his own eyes. He was most afraid that once the inside story was revealed, it would cause his friend Lin Shi to be drenched in blood. This is called once bitten, twice shy. After suffering at Book Slip Lake, he really didn't want to go through it again in his hometown. Chui Dong laughed. Although it was Chun Pingon who thought wrongly, it's a good thing. Otherwise, with his temper, once he got serious, even if he found out the truth, he could relax and smoothly bypass you and your father. Luo Pamountain would have been badly beaten by the Song clan. Then he would definitely still stay in his hometown to investigate this matter, making enemies everywhere and greatly damaging his vitality. Naturally, he wouldn't be able to be the hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The Su family of Qingfeng City, Xinjiang Mountain, and many other forces would spare no effort to hit Luo Pamountain when they were down. Chui Dong said, you don't have to go back to Cliff Academy for the time being. Ask Li Baoping, Li Huai, and the others again. Who still has the cheat character from the early years. Together with yours, collect all the ones that still have it. Then go find Chui Dongshan and give all the cheat characters to him. After that, go to Book Slip Lake and pick up the bamboo slips that Chun Pingon threw into the lake. Lin Shui didn't understand the reason, but still nodded and agreed. Chui Dong looked up at the magnificent sword light that flashed and disappeared. It was easy to invite the devil in, but difficult to send it away. Finally, it left. The matter of the Great Li dynasty excavating great desecration was like a raging fire. The tycoon Gongsun Guanyuan, together with his younger brother Lu Xuanmei, had suddenly become the newest influential figures in Great Li that no one dared to approach. As for the former county chief of Qingwan country, Lu Qingfeng, who had appeared out of nowhere, once the liveliness of the Great Li capital's officialdom had passed, and in addition to some deliberate arrangements behind the scenes, Lu Qingfeng quickly became uninteresting. He came from a scholarly family in a remote country and was not a qi cultivator. He was destined not to live long. In his early years in Qingwan country, his political achievements were good, but his reputation was bad. Therefore, he sat in this position. He had a bright future, but it was difficult to have a great future. After all, he was not an official in Dali's capital. As for how he could suddenly rise to the top and gain power, only God knew. In Dali's capital, there were speculations that this person was a puppet supported by the Yunlin Jiang family. After all, the estuary of the latest great blasphemy was in front of the Jiang family's door. An extremely handsome young man in white squatted in the ridge of the field, watching a fight between local clans in the distance with great interest. Beside him squatted a thin child with a dull expression. Lu Qingfeng sat on the ridge of the field. His squire Wang Yifu and the young man Lu Suo stood in the distance. Lu Suo was not afraid of the strange young man, who he had dealt with in the early years. Other than being a little confused, there was nothing worth mentioning. However, Wang Yifu reminded Lu Suo not to get close to the young man. Lu Qingfeng turned to look at the young man who was chewing a weed and asked, "The excavation of the great blasphemy is nothing more than a step-by-step process. Mr. Chui, you don't have to watch here." Chui Dongshan was still looking at the other side. Many of the people fighting were uncles and nephews. They were fighting for real. After the fight, they would still be relatives. They might even have to fork out money to buy medicine for the other party. They were all sincere and came from the bottom of their hearts. Hearing Lu Qingfeng's question, he did not look away and said casually, "The great blasphemy is the reason." Lu Qingfeng nodded with a smile, indicating that he understood. A carriage stopped on the country road. Li Baozhen got out of the carriage and walked over. He bowed and said, "Mr. Chui." Chui Dongshan did not respond. Li Baozhen stood up and looked at Lu Qingfeng. He smiled and said, "Mr. Lu." Lu Qingfeng smiled and gestured for him to sit down. Li Baozhen sat beside Lu Qingfeng. Chui Dongshan turned his head and joked, "It's hard to meet each other. After all, it's Jianghu. I won't disturb you two from catching up. I'm going to have some fun." Chui Dongshan stood up, grabbed the child's collar, and left with the wind. Chui Dongshan quietly landed in a city at the foot of a mountain hundreds of miles away. He and Brother Gao sat side by side in the shade of a tree. There were many people around. They watched a game of wild chess on the roadside for half an hour. It was not Go. The chessboard was simpler. Otherwise, how could it attract so many onlookers when the common people had not even touched half a book of Go? When the wild chess player who set up the game won a pile of copper coins and silver pieces, the crowd also dispersed. They planned to call it a day. This was called eating the whole world with one move. However, when he saw that the young man in white was still unwilling to move, he looked at him and saw that he was a young master from a rich family. He smiled and asked, "Do you like to play chess?" Chui Dongshan was eager to try. He rubbed his hands and said, "Yes, yes. I can even play Go, let alone Go. It's just that I left home in a hurry and did not bring many copper coins with me. I know something about your game. I'm sure I can beat you." The player smiled. This was one of the top 10 games in Jianghu, the earthworm luring the dragon. He was not afraid that others would see through it. The more, the better. But he was afraid that the other party would think that there was no solution and would not be willing to take the bait. Chui Dongshan patted the head of the child next to him and said, "Hurry up and play go to make money." The man laughed and closed the stall quickly. He was too lazy to be entangled with the boy. Chui Dongshan did not stop him. He moved little by little and squatted opposite the boy. Chui Dongshan stretched his neck and stared at the boy. Then he raised his hands and pulled the boy's cheeks. "How can I tell that you are a master of Go? I didn't tell that person your surname is Gao." The boy was expressionless. Chui Dongshan talked for a long time and felt bored. He stood up and wandered around the city with the boy. He met a young man who came out of the capital to pick up scraps. Most of them were apprentices who were trusted by the shopkeeper of the antique shop. They were sent from the capital to various places to search for rare treasures, antiques, calligraphy, and paintings. In this line of work, one had to have sharp eyes and a strong character. Otherwise, once they got a valuable treasure, they would run away and start their own business. Chui Dongshan followed that Jing Liuzi as he strolled around the street stall, whatever that man weighed, and quietly paid attention to. Chui Dongshan also weighed and measured and stared hard at it several times. That Jing Liuzi was so angry that he had no choice but to stop at a secluded place. He said helplessly, "You, this youngster, if you lack money to spend, I'll give you some. You think it's fun, but you want to destroy my job." Chui Dongshan looked at the young man's eyes and face and felt a little familiar. Chui Dongshan suddenly smiled and said, "Don't worry. I promise I won't make trouble." The young man was skeptical, but it was not good to chase him away. Fortunately, as he walked around, the young man was indeed quiet. However, this made the young man worried again. Could it be that the Jianghu was dangerous and the young man was here for him? There were many ways in Jianghu, and it was impossible to guard against them. However, the boy casually bought a porcelain bowl and put it on the child's head. Then he said goodbye to him, saying that he was going to take his silly brother back to the school to eat. Otherwise, the teacher would be worried if the student did not return for a long time. The young Jing Liuzi felt relieved. The boy took the white bowl from the child's head and threw it to the young man. He smiled brightly and said, "I learned some new tricks for buying old things from you. There is no need to thank me. This bowl is for you." The young man wanted to refuse. It was just a broken bowl. Why would he want it? It also took up a lot of space. Besides, the boy was studying abroad and was dressed in rich clothes. When he took out money, he counted the copper coins one by one. He did not look like a rich person. But before the young man could say anything, the boy dragged the child's arm and ran away. He ran so fast. The child looked a little pitiful. The sun was setting in the west. On a yellow mud road outside the city, there was a village of houses squatting next to a river. Chui Dongshan said to himself, the teacher was influenced by something when he was young. He was a little afraid of helping people when he saw injustice on the road. In addition, my teacher always thought that he could be so thorough even though he did not study much. He thought that most of the experienced people in Jianghu should be like that. In fact, of course, it was my teacher who was harsh on the people in Jianghu, doing something wrong out of kindness or having a bad heart, which is more terrible. There must be a choice. It's just that my teacher is precocious and works hard in everything. As a student, how can I bear to talk about these things? While Chui Dongshan was rambling to himself, Yi Zichen looked at Chui Dongshan. There was a child who came home from herding cows riding on the back of a cow. Chui Dongshan was not bad either. He rode on the child's back. Chui Dongshan shook his shoulders. The poor child staggered with his footsteps. Chui Dongshan said, "The clouds on the horizon, the willows on the roadside, the sound of apricot flower peddling in the streets." Then Chui Dongshan patted the child's cheeks with both hands. Brother Gao, I am in the mood for poetry. Follow me. The child blinked his eyes. Chui Dongshan increased his strength and threatened, Aren't you going to give me face? The child said vaguely, Smoke from the chimneys of the countryside. A shepherd boy riding a cow. The bamboo flute playing the song of peace. Brother Gao, you are really a talent. Chui Dongshan wrapped one hand around the child's neck and used the other to pat the latter's head. He laughed and said, What did I do to deserve to know you? The shepherd boy riding the cow turned his head to look at the two. He was so frightened that he hurriedly made his mount speed up. Chui Dongshan covered the child's eyes with both hands. Run with all your might. In the end, the child whose vision was blocked by Chui Dongshan swayed and ran forward. He ran all the way into the river. In midair, Chui Dongshan released his hands and waved his sleeves. Just as the two of them were about to fall into the water, the youth laughed loudly. The wise love water. Dongshan is coming. $6.59. Lu Xian Yang was really just going back to his hometown to take a look. After that, he took the dragon boat, named Flipping Ink, from Luapa Mountain. He couldn't go straight to Old Dragon City, so he had to transit at an immortal ferry near Shui country in the middle of the Aquarius continent and go south along the Dragon Path. All the direct disciples of the Ancestral Hall on Pearl Hairpin Island had already moved from Book Slip Lake to the back of the Anchovies. It was considered the earliest immortal force to form an alliance with Luapa Mountain. Her Highness Princess Royal, the current island master, Lu Zhongruan, was temporarily in charge of the ferry. It was hard to be at ease without an Earth Immortal Realm cultivator on board. Wan Xiu saw Lu Xianyang off at the ferry of Oxhorn Mountain. The dragon boat was huge and looked like a mountain of gold and silver. Lu Xianyang sighed with emotion. Among the three of them, the one who wanted to make money the most was not Gu Kan, but Chun Pingan. However, Chun Pingan was different from Gu Ken, who had already thought of how to spend her money. Chun Pingan was afraid of being poor. Only by being able to earn money every day, no matter how much it was, and even if it was just a copper coin more than yesterday, would he be able to make his unstable life become stable and make his stable life even more stable. When he returned to his hometown this time, Lu Xianying mostly visited the houses and chatted with those old neighbors who had stayed in the small town. The number of old people decreased year by year. The children who used to wear diapers grew up year by year. They all had their own marriages. Even if they saw Lu Xianying, they might not know him. Those people of his age were busy doing business in the provincial capital. Therefore, Lu Xianying didn't have many opportunities to talk with them. Moreover, it was destined to be less and less in the future. Lu Xianying was a bit surprised. Now, when he chatted with the old people, Ma Kushuan, who had become an immortal in Apricot Blossom Lane, Chun Pingan, who had bought many mountains in his hometown, Song Jisun, who had inexplicably become a dragon's descendant, and Dong Shuijing, who was doing business with the officials in the city, were the most popular people in the town. Moreover, these old people who had survived the hardships seemed to especially like to praise the feng shui of Apricot Blossom Lane and Mud Bottle Lane, saying that they were no worse than Faloo Street and Peach Leaf Lane. Lu Xianyang liked to listen to the old people talking about family affairs, especially those who were not familiar with Mud Bottle Alley. When they talked about Chun Pingan, they talked about him as if he was their junior, who grew up every day, which made Lu Xianyang very happy. Indeed, Chun Pingan was good at dealing with people, especially with the elders, since he was a child. He usually did not talk much, but when he saw people on the road, he would take the initiative to greet them. He would never mess up the seniority. Even if the other party ignored him and did not give him a sideways glance, the next time they met, the teenager of Mud Bottle Alley would still respectfully greet them. Some fortunes and sudden riches depended on one's luck. There was no point in being envious. However, there were some things that relied on the accumulation of little bits and pieces over a long period of time. It seemed like it could be learned casually, but it also seemed like it couldn't be learned. Lu Xianyang waited for the dragon boat ferry to dock. He still needed to unload and load the goods. Nowadays, the dragon boat business was related to the linen sect and spring dew garden in the North Continent. This was something that many people in the small town could not imagine. Lu Xianyang suddenly asked with a smile, "The child named Xieling on the mountain looks quite strange." It had always been the custom of the small town to have a hidden meaning. Wan Xiu grunted and said, "Yes, he's just a child." Lu Xianyang was somewhat gloating. Wan Xiu said, "You can't control Guken." Lu Xianyang nodded and said, "At most, I beat him up, but Guken didn't fight back. He can't change the fundamental nature of a slug. I've known this for a long time, so I didn't think about how to control him. This little bastard finally has some conscience and knows who is really good to him." Wan Xiu and Lu Xianyang were old friends. In fact, Lu Xianyang had entered the sword-forging shop by the Dragon Whisker River earlier than Qin Pingan. Moreover, he was an apprentice, not a temporary worker like Qin Pingan. Whether it was making porcelain, forging swords, or forging iron, it seemed that Lu Xianyang was faster than Qin Pingan. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Lu Xianyang was like paving the way. Whenever there was a path to follow, he liked to drag Qin Pingan along. In life, many people wanted their friends to live well, but they didn't necessarily want their friends to live better than them. Especially much better. Lu Xianyang was not like this, and neither was Qin Pingan. This was probably why two people with very different temperaments could become true friends. Moreover, after both of their lives had undergone earth-shaking changes, they became even more friends. Wan Xiu held an embroidered handkerchief in one hand and picked up a peach blossom cake. She asked, "Didn't you go to Mud Bottle Alley to say hello to her and have a chat?" Lu Xianyang sighed. The love of youth was so vivid. When I look back, it's a beautiful memory. Ooh. When Lu Xianyang finished, Wan Xiu had finished eating a piece of cake. She picked up a piece of almond cake and said, "What did you talk about with my father?" "My father seemed quite happy." Lu Xianyang laughed and said, "Master Wan drank, and I scolded Qin Pingan." Wan Xiu nodded. Lu Xianyang was not lying, but there was something important that he couldn't tell Wan Xiu. Back then, Qin Pingan went out to sea. After he returned, he found Lu Xianyang and asked him to go back to his hometown and pass a message to the Song clan of the Aquarius continent. Lu Xianyang felt that it was more appropriate for Wan Tian, the chief consecrator of Dali, and his future master to argue with the young emperor. That was not a small matter. It was about the Mellow Scholarchin supporting the Cliff Academy of the Great Sui Kingdom to return to the list of the 72 academies. However, the Mellow Scholarchin was not familiar with the Linlu Academy built by Dali on Mount Bian, so he wouldn't say anything to the Confucian Temple. Lu Xianyang was puzzled at that time, so he asked why the Mellow Scholarchin of the quasi-sage lineage did this. Wasn't he worried that the quasi-sage lineage would criticize him? Lu Xianyang's worries were not without reason. The vice-hierarch of the Confucian Temple in the Central Plains was on par with Qin Pingan in terms of cultivation base and seniority. In short, Qin Pingan was a renowned Mellow scholar and the pillar of the quasi-sage lineage. However, Qin Pingan's words and actions were still restricted by the quasi-sage lineage's orthodoxy. Qin Pingan seemed to be in a good mood at that time. He told Lu Xianyang that this was a deal between him and Qin Pingan. If Qin Pingan only relied on his identity as the last disciple of the quasi-sage lineage and dared to boast in front of Qin Pingan, then it would be unkind. Finally, on the stone cliff with the surging river under their feet, Qin Pingan patted Lu Xianyang's shoulder. The old man said something new to the young man. He said that scholars like us don't have to be ashamed to talk about benefits. We should be ambitious and practical. Scholars should walk out of the study room and walk beside the common people. We should talk about things that even those who haven't read books can understand. At that time, Lu Xianyang had blurted out, "We scholars should not only be scholars." The old man was very pleased. He stroked his beard and smiled, saying that the mellow scholar Chen's style of study was quite good. Wan Xiu suddenly said, "I already said that I don't care too much. Then why did we take that underground river? It's not like there isn't a ferry that goes directly to Old Dragon City." She was Chunpingan's neighbor and lived in Mud Bottle Alley, which was even worse than my family's ancestral home. She was also Song Machai's maidservant. She carried water and cooked every day, so she felt that she was worthy of him no matter what. If you want to talk about how much I liked her, well, I did like her a lot, but it was not to the extent that I yearned for her every day. Everything was up to fate. Whether they were together or not, what else could it do? Wan Xiu asked, "What kind of place is the Great Wall of Sword Chi?" Lu Xianyang thought for a while and said, "It's a place where there are few things but many sword cultivators. Cultivation, life, and death don't seem to be a big deal at the Great Wall of Sword Chi. So there are also many drunkards there. After all, sword cultivators and sword immortals like to drink. It can even be said that the Great Wall of Sword Chi is the place where experts are least likely to be experts outside of my hometown." Wan Xiu nodded. Lu Xianyang's expression was awkward. After hesitating for a long time, he finally couldn't help but say, "Wan Xiu, we've known each other for a long time, right? We have a good relationship, right? But there are some things that I really can't say. Chun Pingan, and you are both my friends, so I can only try my best not to say things that you might want to hear on certain matters." Wan Xiu raised her head and looked at Lu Xianyang. She shook her head and said, "I don't want to hear things that you think I want to hear. For example, things like Wan Xiu is better than Ning Yao, and you and I are better friends than Ning Yao." Lu Xianyang felt relieved and smiled. "Miss Wan is Miss Wan after all." Wan Xiu said, "Other than being curious about the current state of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, I also want to know if he's doing well over there. If he's doing well over there because of Ning Yao, then I'll naturally be very happy to be his friend." Lu Xianyang was just about to follow Wan Xiu's words and say a few more words about how Qin Pingan was like a fish in water at the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Lu Xianyang suddenly stopped and silently warned himself not to say too much. In a few years, Lu Xianyang would officially become a direct disciple of the Dragon Spring Sword Sect's ancestral hall when he returned to his hometown. Regarding this matter, after Lu Xianyang ascended the mountain, Wan Xiu explained it to the direct disciples and in-name disciples. It was just that Lu Xianyang's ranking in the ancestral hall was after the first disciple Donggu or directly after Xieling. Wan Xiu didn't say, and Lu Xianyang didn't ask. It became an interesting topic for the in-name disciples of the Dragon Spring Sword Sect. Everyone in the sect was now familiar with the sect master's temper. As long as one was sincere in practicing the sword, there weren't many taboos. There were also many guesses about Lu Xianyang's cultivation realm. After all, there weren't many sword cultivators who were true Confucian disciples. Wan Xiu asked curiously, "Why are you still willing to return here and practice the sword cultivation in the Dragon Spring Sword Sect? My father actually can't teach you anything." Lu Xianyang said helplessly, "Qin Pingan is too good at taking care of others. He's not very good at taking care of himself. I'm too far away, so I'm worried. I'm worried about Qin Pingan." Wan Xiu softly muttered Lu Xianyang's heartfelt words. She laughed and kept the embroidered handkerchief in her sleeve. Her fingers that were stained with pastry crumbs gently twisted the corner of her sleeve. Lu Xianyang, not everyone has the right to say such words. It might be fine in the past, but it will be very, very difficult in the future. Lu Xianyang chuckled and said, I'm worried about Chinpingan. Wan Xiu smiled and narrowed her eyes, playing dumb. Old Dragon City, Vassal Manor, study room. There were some orthodox history books of different dynasties on the study table. There were books of literature and calligraphy. There were no immortal items as decorations. There were 4 screens behind the study table. One was the map of Dali, one was the map of the Aquarius continent, and the other 2 were the maps of the immortal sects in the Tongyi continent and the North continent. Song Jisun, who had just returned from his hometown in the north, sat alone in the study room. He moved his chair and sat facing the 4 screens. Song Jisun's hands were wrapped around a small and exquisite heart-nourishing pot. He spun it gently. The small pot had the words Mountain Elf written on it. Song Jisun gently twisted the small teapot in his hand. This item had been lost and recovered. It could be considered as returning it to its rightful owner. It was just that the method used was not too glorious. However, Song Jisun did not care what Yu Nanhua thought. When Fu Nanhua entered Liju Grotto Heaven, he bought this small pot from Song Jisun with a bag of gold coins and an old dragon's rain pendant. This transaction was actually quite fair. Of course, Fu Nanhua still picked up a big bargain with his own ability. It was different from many magic treasures on the mountain, which only had a grade but were of little value to Earth immortals. This heart-nourishing lake was a rare magic treasure with a very high grade. It was most suitable for Earth immortals to cultivate their Taoist heart and moisten their Qi palace. Not only that, there was a small cave in the pot, and it was also a small object. Therefore, when Fu Nanhua got it, he asked an expert to inspect it. He was overjoyed and treasured it very much. Yesterday, when Fu Nanhua was reminiscing with the young lord, Song Jisun mentioned this small pot. Today, Fu Nanhua asked someone to deliver it. Song Jisun was not really greedy for the heart-nourishing pot. It was just that when he returned to his hometown, the young lord, who seemed to be diligent in politics but was actually muddling along, unconsciously raised his ambition. He finally began to consider himself as the Lord of Dali, Song Mu. Therefore, when the small pot fell into his hands again, Song Jisun loosened his hand and gently weighed it. This was the weight of the power at the foot of the mountain. Since ancient times, immortals had always looked down on nobles. However, the current Great Li dynasty was different. It had long suppressed, restrained, and intimidated all the forces on the continent to the point that they could not breathe. Even if you were a colossus like the Divine Grandeur sect or the True Boundary sect that had the word sect in their names and even had a great backer from another continent, when you arrived at the small court meeting in the imperial study of the Emperor of Great Li Song, you still had to consider yourself as half a subject and act according to his wishes. You had to sit down and stand up obediently. Song Jisun casually tossed the priceless small pot and caught it with both hands. There were 2 secret files on the table behind him. They were the information that Song Jisun asked the bronze statue to collect. Song Jisun did not trust the spies of the Green Wave Pavilion at all. After all, the original owner of the Green Wave Pavilion was the Dali Empress. The current Empress Dowager was also Song Jisun's biological mother, although the Green Wave Pavilion and the cow and horse pens belonged to the imperial tutor. Song Jisun knew very well that many of the old people in the Green Wave Pavilion who were not kicked out knew what to do. Between the Emperor, the Empress Dowager, and the weak lord, Song Mu, even a fool knew how to choose. On the other hand, the Green Wave Pavilion was the exclusive spy agency of the Dali army. It only listened to the orders of the imperial uncle, Song Zhengqiang. All along, even the imperial tutor, Cui Dong, did not interfere. Song Jisun turned his head and glanced at the 2 files. One was a list of the cultivators of the upper 5 realms in the North Continent. It was very detailed. The other was a file about the young Chui Dongshan. It was very simple. Venerable Huolong of the Lying Ground Peak, Li Yu of the Tai Xia lineage had already passed away. Yingxian Peak's Yuanling Hall. There were also the 2 lineages of the White Cloud and Peach Mountain. Fortunately, one of them was only in the nascent Soul realm. Otherwise, Venerable Huolong's lineage would be too terrifying. Heavenly Lord Xiesher, Skeleton Beach's Hemp Sect, Sect Master Zhu Quan, 2 old grandmasters, Ghost Valley's Jingwan City, Gao Cheng. There were Taoist temples and temples hidden in the Peach Forest. The specific details were unknown for the time being. Floating Duckweed Sword Lake. Female, soared immortally Kai. She had already traveled far to the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Tai Hui Sword Sect, Sect Master Han Huizi, Old Grandmaster Huang Tong. New Jade Realm, Sword Immortal Lu Jinglong. Han Huizi had also been in the Great Wall of Sword Chi for many years. The number 1 Sword Immortal of the North, by Shang, Su Xian's mentor. 8 Chatter Mountains Jiyu had died in battle. He exchanged his life with the 10th realm martial artist, Gu Yu. This was a great loss to the entire North Continent. Water Dragon Sect, North Sect Sun Jie, South Sect Xiao Jingji, Qianglin Sect Master, the Yuan Dynasty's Chongxian Bureau's Cloud Palace, Yang Family's Master. Qingliang Sect's He Xiaoliang, Huang Jing, an immortal realm wild cultivator whose fate was unknown. Other than that, there were many other existences similar to the Taoist temples and temples in the Peach Forest. There were also experts who rarely appeared in the world and quietly lived in seclusion. It was difficult for the Dali dynasty spies to truly penetrate the hinterland of the North Continent and find out the truth that had been covered in dust for a long time. There were also some secret records of all living and dead Sword Immortals' trips to the Great Wall of Sword Chi. As for Chui Dongshan, he was only given a blank piece of paper by the balcony. However, there were 2 pieces of paper that had been transferred from the Ministry of Justice to this study. One of them briefly described where this person had appeared, stayed, and what he had said and done. He had spent the most time studying in the academy. He had first appeared in the Liju Grotto Heaven that had yet to shatter. Later, he had brought the young crown prince of the Lu family, Yu Lu, and the young girl who had changed her name to Xie Xie to the academy of the Great Sui Kingdom. There, he had a conflict with Kai Jingshan, a consecrator of the Gao family of the Great Sui Kingdom. A dazzling rain of Dharma treasures fell in the capital. Later, he had pursued a nascent soul realm sword immortal from the Zhuang dynasty with Wan Xiao and successfully killed him on the border of the Zhuang dynasty. The ending of the first page of the Ministry of Justice's file was that this person had broken through the realm extremely quickly, had many Dharma treasures, and had an extremely strange temperament. The second page was densely packed with introductions of those Dharma treasures. Song Jisun retracted his gaze and turned his head to continue staring at the 4 screens. Nowadays, there were all kinds of people who went in and out of the king's mansion. Many of them had hidden identities. If the other party did not take the initiative to reveal them, Song Jisun would never have guessed that there was the consecrator of the ancestral hall of the Tong Yi sect who had been hiding in the Aquarius continent for many years, and the business manager of the Qianglin sect of the North Continent in the Aquarius continent. At first, Song Jisun was like a fool. He could only try his best to say some appropriate words. However, after reviewing the situation, Song Jisun suddenly realized that the words that he thought were appropriate were actually the most inappropriate. He reckoned that many otherworldly experts who did not hesitate to reveal their identity would feel that chatting with him, a young king, was simply playing the lute to a cow. This was because Song Jisun had never figured out what he wanted all this time. Change back to Song He's original name? Fight with his younger brother for the dragon throne? Song Jisun was not interested. Or it could be said that Song Jisun was afraid of repeating the same mistakes. Anyone who had read a few history books would know that when brothers of the emperor's family fought against each other, many people would die. Whether it was the current emperor or the empress dowager, they were all his close relatives. Song Jisun realized that his life had always been so sloppy. It was hard to love anyone purely, and he could not hate anyone thoroughly. In the end, he had to repay his debts one by one. Supervisor Song Yuzhang, neighbor Chen Pingon made GQ. He could not go on like this. Song Jisun clenched the heart-nourishing pot in his hand and suddenly stood up. GQ, who was at the door of the study, had actually been quietly standing there for a long time. She then opened her mouth and said, "Young master, someone wants to see you. She has been waiting for a long time. She is the Yunlin Jiang family's daughter, Fu Nanhua's wife in name. And that lady looks a little plump, but it is an expert who used a camouflage technique. Her real appearance is all right." Song Jisun smiled and walked to the door. While walking beside her, Song Jisun asked softly, "Snake gall stones, gold essence copper coins. How much do you need?" GQ's eyes lit up and smiled. "Young master, of course it is the same as the silver in the past. The more the better. But these resources are now under the strict control of the imperial court. The imperial treasury will not casually take them out." Song Jisun smiled. "Don't worry, it is just a small matter. I can make a deal with Nan, you mountain monarch, and use Fan Junmao as a cover. I will try to get half of it for you." GQ seemed surprised. She secretly glanced at Song Jisun. Young master was somewhat different now. She continued to look around, but did not reveal any secrets. There were only a few people in the Aquarius continent that could make her feel apprehensive. Coincidentally, there was one there, and he was someone she did not want to provoke. After Song Jisun left the study, a white-clothed youth walked out from behind the four screens. There was also a wooden child who did not breathe from head to toe squatting at the corner of the room. Chui Dongshan held a folding fan in one hand and gently knocked on his back. He flipped his wrist and produced a brush. He drew circles on one of the screens. Using the resources of the North Continent, he helped to write the names of the cultivators of the upper 5 realms. Then he leaned on the table and flipped through the 3 pages that were related to him. First, on the 2 pages of the Ministry of Justice's files, he added the names of many unknown artifacts. Finally, on the blank page of the cow and horse pen, he wrote, "Chui Dong is an old bastard. Ask him if you don't believe me." After he finished writing, he was quite satisfied. Chui Dongshan beckoned for Brother Gao to come to his side. He bent down and drew on the child's face with the brush. Then, without raising his head, he smiled. "Ma Kushwan, you are used to not following the rules. One day, you will suffer greatly." Ma Kushwan appeared and leaned against the door of the study. "How much suffering? Death and Tao vanishing? Entanglement of karma? Lord Imperial Tutor, it's fine if others don't know. They're like frogs at the bottom of a well. But how can you not know that I am not afraid of this?" Chui Dongshan was still drawing a turtle on Brother Gao's face. "On the way here, I saw a scholar who was full of righteousness. He had some ability to read people's minds and the general situation. Faced with the swords and spears of a troop of Dali cavalry, he pretended to be generous and was willing to die for his country. He almost tricked me into losing my reputation. I had someone put the saber back into its scabbard and only used the hilt of the saber to break one of the scholar's fingers. I only exchanged a few words with that official." Life in this world is not only about life and death. Between life and death, there are many calamities. As long as he could endure the pain of his 10 fingers being broken, he could rest assured that he would be able to live in that vassal state for the rest of his life. He could be the leader of the literary world when he was alive, and he could still be called Wenjun after he died. Guess what happened? Ma Kushwan frowned. Chui Dongshan finished painting and nodded his head. Every stroke was a stroke of genius. It was indeed the manifestation of a lifetime skill. He then turned his head and smiled. You said that you are not afraid of death. I believe you. However, you don't even understand the power of karma. You are like a frog at the bottom of a well. What right do you have to tell me that you are not afraid? Speaking of the Ma Lanhua incident, whose arrangement was it? I am not trying to scare you. Just by relying on my high realm, how many people can kill me? Even if you reach the heavens in the future, I will still make you worry for thousands of years. So be smart and save me some trouble. Otherwise, when the day comes when you are truly afraid, what good will it do for me? One of the fundamental principles of the meritorious doctrine is to try not to let people make stupid mistakes. Those who seek benefits will obtain benefits. Ma Kuxuan nodded. That makes sense. Cui Dongshan sat on a chair and twirled the fan in his hand. He laughed. After a few days of not being beaten, I will beat up a poor beggar. Don't you think it is fun? Ma Kuxuan laughed. If you can beat up a poor beggar today, you might be able to beat up a rich man tomorrow. You have to have something to live for. Otherwise, you might as well be a beggar for the rest of your life. Cui Dongshan suddenly understood and nodded vigorously. That makes sense. Ma Kuxuan cupped his fists. I hope I can still listen to Imperial Tutor's teachings in the future. After Ma Kuxuan left, Cui Dongshan waved his fan leisurely. There were 4 large semi-cursive characters written on the fan. Cui Dongshan stretched out a finger and casually made a gesture. He seemed to be writing. He said complacently, 3 inches vertically, 1,000 feet high, a line flying white, a rainbow soaring into the sky. Ooh. Cui Dongshan turned his head and looked at the child standing silently beside the writing desk. Which child is so handsome? The child, whose face was covered in scribbles, suddenly said, Teacher, I want to learn chess. Cui Dongshan rolled his eyes. If I teach you martial arts and footwork, I'll starve to death. If I teach you how to play chess, what benefit do I have? The child said, I can play chess with you. Cui Dongshan shook his head and did not give an answer. He only said a few strange words that did not make sense. The hairpin and the sword will eventually return. Carving the boat to seek the sword was not a fool. Worrying for nothing was not laughable. Cui Dongshan closed his eyes and rested. The child began to stare blankly. After an hour, Song Jisun returned to the study alone. GQ said she wanted to go out for a stroll. Song Jisun saw the white-clothed youth who had taken over the nest. He stopped and then continued walking. He picked a chair and sat down. He smiled. Teacher Cui really is not an outsider. Old Dragon City was not a place where cultivators could enter, as if there was no one around. Cui Dongshan opened his eyes and asked, You know who I am? Song Jisun nodded. I have some guesses. Cui Dongshan tapped his shoulder with his fan. Brother Gao, tell him who I am. I'm afraid he'll guess wrongly. The child said methodically, My teacher is Dongshan. Cui Dongshan closed his fan and suddenly burst into laughter. The whole chair swayed with his laughter. Cui Dongshan suddenly restrained his expression and stood up. Song Jisun could not help but stand up. He was intimidated by Cui Dongshan's aura and invisible force. Cui Dongshan said in a low voice, Now that things have come to this, I won't mess with you. My name is Cui Dongshan. That Cui Dong is my most unpromising disciple's disciple. Song Jisun bowed and said softly, Imperial Tutor, why are you so mean to yourself? Cui Dongshan fanned himself with his hand. The breeze brushed his face. How can I relieve my worries? I can only laugh at myself. The 3 pieces of paper on the table turned to ashes and dissipated with the wind. Cui Dongshan walked around the table to the window near Song Jisun. He said softly, Qi Jingchun has high expectations of you. Why haven't you worked hard all these years? Song Jisun was silent. Chui Dongshan sighed. Song Jisun, do you know that in many novels, you're the first one to appear in the beginning or the last one to appear in the end? Why are you the one who's disappointing? Is your brain not working well? Look at Ma Kushwan from Apricot Blossom Alley. He has a cat with him. You're even more amazing. Before you left, you brought Wang Zhu with you. For example, Xieling from Peach Blossom Alley. Even their ancestors can walk out from the first few pages of the genealogy records. People like you are all little gods blessed by the heavens. Song Jisun's expression was ugly. What was this? The white-clothed youth raised his head and looked like he was crying silently. He seemed to feel that the atmosphere was not good enough, so he snapped his fingers. Brother Gao understood and began to sing that little song. It was a happy story about how delicious stinky tofu was. In Chui Dongshan's opinion, there were two good ways to live. One was to be blessed by the heavens. There were small worries and no long-term worries. One could open and close one's eyes and live a comfortable life every day. The other was to be blessed by the ancestors. With a skill, one did not need to worry about the wind, sun, and rain. With money, one could eat tanghulu and stinky tofu. One could even eat a tanghulu, or a piece of stinky tofu in one bite. The poor young king stood in place, not knowing what to think. In the square outside the gate of the ancestral hall of Ji Se Peak, a grand martial arts assembly was held. To show the importance of the assembly, a table and 4 benches were placed there. The table was filled with fruits and pastries. Of course, the gate of the ancestral hall could not be opened casually, and people could not casually move things out. Therefore, the tables and benches were specially moved from Luapa Mountain's ancestral mountain. Everyone present was now the leader of the Donghua mountain branch under Longquan County's headquarters. The head of the branch, Pei Qian, sat on the main seat with her back facing the gate of the ancestral hall. Her arms were crossed in front of her chest. There was a wooden tablet on the table in front of her. It was the Alliance leader's token of Longquan County's headquarters. Sister Bao Ping had handed it to Pei Qian for many years. The right guardian of Luapa Mountain, Zhou Mili, who had just been promoted to deputy head of the branch, and Chen Wanshu, who was worshipped by the branch, attended this assembly. Worshipped Chen Lingjun was absent, which had already been recorded in the account book by Pei Qian. The girl in a pink dress, who was in charge of all the keys to Luapa Mountain, and the girl in black, who was holding a small golden pole and a green bamboo walking stick, sat side by side on the bench. Li Huai, the head of one of the academies under the branch, and Lu Guan and Ma Lian, students of Cliff Academy, sat on the bench. Lu Guan, Ma Lian, and Li Huai were not only classmates in the Great Sui Kingdom's Cliff Academy, they were also good friends from the same academy. Lu Guan was a descendant of a poor family. Ma Lian was born of a rich family in the Great Sui Kingdom, and the Ma family was related to the Great Sui Kingdom's Gao family by marriage. Lu Guan and Ma Lian were both potential scholars in the Great Sui Kingdom who were highly regarded by the Academy's teachers. There was also the right guardian of Dragon Rider Alley, who was originally from Mount Mantu and the City God's Pavilion in Back Dragon State. Because he was the smallest, he was allowed to sit on the table by the head of the branch. He was fortunate enough to be able to sit face-to-face with the head of the branch. The left guardian of Dragon Rider Alley lay on the bench. The head of the headquarters, Li Baoping, was the head of the Wulian Alliance. The honorary head of the branch, the big white goose, Chui Dongshan, was absent from this meeting. Pei Qian coughed and glanced at the crowd. He said, "I called you here today because there are 3 things to discuss. It's not a game. Zhou Mili, put the melon seeds back first. Lu Guan, sit properly." The little girl silently put down the melon seeds in her hand. Lu Guan angrily sat properly. The head of the branch was indeed impartial and incorruptible. Pei Qian talked about 3 things: The first thing was to announce a few rules of the branch. They were the fundamental principles of Jianghu. Pei Qian had copied them from the Jianghu romance, and they mainly revolved around his master's teachings. For example, having a skill was the foundation of Jianghu people. Being chivalrous was the martial virtue of Jianghu people. Apart from using fists, feet, and swords, how to distinguish right from wrong, how to solve a situation accurately, and how to end it flawlessly was something that a true hero needed to think about again and again. It was necessary to roar when you saw injustice, but it was not enough. The second thing was to discuss the reasons for a series of changes and promotions in the branch. He emphasized on praising Zhou Mili and the incense stick for being punctual, and severely criticized the left guardian of the Riding Dragon Alley for being lazy and slacking. The last thing was that she was about to go to the North Continent with Li Huai. This was the first time the branch was going to travel down the mountain, so they needed to work together and talk about their own experiences in Jianghu. Chen Wanshu was responsible for writing on the side. After compiling it into a book, he would copy a few copies so that everyone would have a copy in the future. After talking about business, Pei Qian waved his hand. Eat melon seeds. On Jisa Peak, it was joyous and harmonious. Along the way, the wind in the sky and the birds in the sky were companions. The cross-continent ferry, pulled by the heroic spirit of the Linen sect in the sea of clouds, smoothly docked at the Skeleton Beach Ferry. The Linen sect had two honorary masters of the Luapa Mountain, the nascent soul cultivator Du Wenxi, who was stationed in the green room town of the Ghost Valley with the sect leader Zhu Quan, and the sword cultivator Pang Lanqi, a direct disciple of the ancestral hall of Mai Mountain. Chun Lingjun walked down the ferry with the mountain walking stick in his hand and a bamboo box on his back. Many cultivators who had traveled south and finally returned to their hometown flew down the ferry and argued with many cultivators at the ferry. It was an eye-opener for Chun Lingjun. The cultivators of the North Continent were indeed worthy of their reputation. They were full of heroic courage and were very forthright. How many people would be beaten down by the cultivators of the Dragon Spring Sword Sect, and Dolly if this happened on his own Oxhorn Mountain Ferry? Chun Lingjun first went to the increasingly deserted city of Neurals and bought a set of goddess painting as a gift for the Linen sect. The ancestral hall of Luapa Mountain had already given Chun Lingjun a sum of immortal money in advance for these expenses. However, Chun Lingjun did not use a single piece of snow in his little treasury to spend money. What a joke! Would Uncle Chun lack this little bit of money? If it was in the early years of the Imperial River jurisdiction, the clanging of pockets and the collision of immortal money would be similar to thunder when he walked in the Jianghu. However, after arriving at the Longquan County, Uncle Chun was slightly more kind to others. Otherwise, with his fiery temper, he would have been beaten to death with a single punch. Sometimes Chun Lingjun, who liked to let his imagination run wild, always felt that all the Qi cultivators in the world should live in the small town for a period of time and humbly ask him for some Jianghu experience. In the solemn Linen sect, the sect master Zhu Quan did not show up, and the two ancestors were not on the mountain either. One of them had traveled far away for many years. As for the other one, Yan Su, who was the patriarch of the discipline, had been busy strengthening the mountain protecting formation with the elders of the central region who came to the Linen sect. Pang Lanqi was in closed-door training, and Du Wenxi was still competing with those skeletons in the Qinglu town. Chun Lingjun did not see any acquaintances. He secretly complained that his master was not respected enough, that the sect master did not personally welcome him and hold a welcoming banquet for him. At the same time, he tried hard to maintain his posture, as if he had seen the world and had to look around carefully. In the early years at the blacksmith shop in the small town, he almost fell into a trap when he fought with Wan Tung, a saint of the wind, snow temple dressed up like a farmer. Therefore, Chun Lingjun felt that it was safer for him to take it easy on this trip. Chun Lingjun presented the gift. The person who received Chun Lingjun and the gift was a person named Wei Yusong. He was amiable and claimed to be a bookkeeper who suffered from vexation every day, and whose words were the most useless. Chun Lingjun felt that he had met a fellow sufferer, but he kept reminding himself that he shouldn't call others brothers so easily on this trip. Along the way, Chun Lingjun flipped through quite a few books, but most of them were things to take note of in places with steep mountains and rivers. Chun Lingjun did not pay much attention to the mountains like the Linen Sect and Spring Dew Garden, which his master had visited before and had formed a relationship with. At this moment, he felt that Wei Yusong was quite congenial and was a good candidate to cut a chicken's head and burn yellow paper. Chun Lingjun hurriedly made a last-minute effort and found an opportunity to secretly take out one of his master's booklets. He flipped to the Linen Sect and found this Wei Yusong. His master had specifically mentioned him a few times in the booklets, saying that he was a senior who was extremely adept at doing business and could be considered the Linen Sect's god of wealth. He reminded Chun Lingjun that if he saw him in the future, he must be more respectful and speak less nonsense. Since he knew that the other party was an important figure in charge of the sect's finances, Chun Lingjun immediately understood. On an immortal mountain, there were 3 types of people who could not be provoked. Those who were in charge of the sect's rules were definitely tough fists. Those who were in charge of the sect's finances were definitely not easy to deal with, and were definitely ruthless. The last type was the extremely young direct disciples of the ancestral hall. After bidding farewell to Wei Yusong, Chun Lingjun tactfully declined the other party's invitation to stay and did not dare to trouble the other party to send him to the mountain gate. When Chun Lingjun went down the mountain alone, he met an average-looking woman who seemed to be looking at him with a strange gaze. Chun Lingjun felt a bit awkward. "I'm not that way, Pai. What am I looking at?" That woman really did not have good eyesight. She actually sneakily followed Chun Lingjun all the way to the mountain gate. Chun Lingjun was a bit scared and decided to change his mind. He planned to climb the mountain again and stay in the Linen Sect for a few days. In any case, it would not be too late to leave after shaking off that woman. At the mountain gate, when the woman with a saber at her waist called herself Zhu Quan, Chun Lingjun's knees went weak and his body swayed. It took him a lot of effort to stabilize himself. Zhu Quan smiled and said, "Wei Pai has already sent a flying sword message to Mui Mountain. In the future, if there are any problems when traveling the river, you can use the name of Linen Sect Zhu Quan. It might not be able to save your life, but it can definitely help you take revenge. Of course, it's best if there are no problems. However, it will be very difficult. Traveling the Jianghu in our North Continent without a bunch of trouble, what kind of experience is that?" Chun Lingjun trembled with fear as he thanked her. Zhu Quan waved her hand, and Chun Lingjun said goodbye. Zhu Quan suddenly asked, "When will Chun Pingon return from the Great Wall of Sword Qi?" Chun Lingjun shook his head and said, "I'm not too sure. Every time my master goes out to travel, there's no telling when he'll return home." Zhu Quan looked at Chun Lingjun's bamboo chest and mountain traveling staff and laughed. "Do all of you from Luapa Mountain travel the Jianghu like this?" Chun Lingjun nodded vigorously. Zhu Quan suddenly sighed and said, "I'm a little envious of that guy's freedom." Chun Lingjun could not understand the strange words of these peak figures hidden in the clouds, but he could at least hear that this female sect leader, whose name shook the entire continent, had a good impression of his master. Otherwise, there was no need for her to make a special trip back to Muyi Mountain from Ghost Valley. The immortals of the ordinary mountains were most particular about being on equal footing. They treated people well and had complicated rules. In fact, Chun Lingjun was very satisfied that Wei Yusong had come to see him. A sect leader of the 5 realms who dared to challenge Gao Cheng of Ghost Valley for so many years. Such a woman was really a hero. She actually showed up in person, so after Chen Lingjun left Muyi Mountain, he felt a little lightheaded. According to the established route, Chen Lingjun took a spring dew garden ferry to the eastern estuary of Jibu. The ferry manager was the Jindan stage cultivator Song Lanxiao, who now had a seat in the spring dew garden ancestral hall. After Chen Lingjun's visit, Song Lanxiao was a little too polite. He directly arranged for Chen Lingjun to stay in the heavenly guest room and personally chatted with Chen Lingjun for half a day. In his words, besides the sincere warmth, he was respectful and humble towards Chen Pingan and Luapa Mountain, which made Chen Lingjun feel even more uncomfortable. Currently, Luapa Mountain, Cloud Padding Mountain, Hemp Sect, and Spring Dew Garden had formed an alliance. Among them, Hemp Sect's Wei Yusong and Spring Dew Garden's Tang. She were in charge of specific matters. Song Lanxiao and Tang, she were allies. The reason why he could become a member of the Spring Dew Garden Ancestral Hall was all thanks to the young sword immortal Chen. Moreover, Chen Pingan and Song Lanxiao's teacher hit it off. Song Lanxiao had almost never seen his own teacher. The further Chen Lingjun went from home, the more homesick he became. Everyone missed his home. Even the blind old Taoist who cultivated at Yellow Lake Mountain would often think of his home. Before they parted on the ferry, Wei Pai had said something. He said that it was not too difficult for cultivators to kill people with their skills and oppress others with their power. The difficult part was winning the hearts of others. For the first time, Chen Lingjun carefully read the contents of the booklet that he had missed before. Then he went to the observation deck and leaned on the railing in a daze. The bright moon hung high in the sky. The semicircle was hidden in the sea of clouds. It was both far and close. It was as if the ferry could crash into it if it slightly changed its route. It was as simple as a tourist passing through an arch. Whether or not the old master was in Luopa Mountain made a difference. Chen Lingjun had long understood this point. However, if he did not leave Luopa Mountain and make this trip, it would be difficult to understand why it was different. And why it was different. When he was with the old master day and night, the old master's realm and identity seemed to be easily ignored. When Chen Lingjun walked on the mountains and waterways that the old master had walked, he realized that the young man from Mud Bottle Alley who he had followed reluctantly back then seemed to have become very powerful. Chen Lingjun collected his thoughts, packed his luggage, and went to greet Song Lanxiao. Then he left the ferry midway and went to Escort City, heading straight for the Fire God Temple. Under the secret planning of the Lake Lord of the Dragon Palace of Tsang Yun Lake, the Fire God Temple that had once been reduced to ruins was rebuilt. The local government spent a lot of money to reconstruct a colorful statue. Chen Lingjun chose a late night and respectfully knocked on the door to visit. When he saw the man who did not seem to have a high realm, Chen Lingjun took out a lot of immortal wine. The man who had revealed his true body was very happy. However, the man did not ask anything about Chen Pingan's current situation. Chen Lingjun felt that this old brother was very much to his liking. Just like him, he had the most jianghu aura. Therefore, both parties drank without any persuasion. Not only did the old master write about it in books and booklets, but he also specially reminded Chen Lingjun verbally that this local god was his Chen Pingan's friend and owed him a drink. At the Dragon Palace of Tsang Yun Lake, after receiving the report from the Fire God Temple, the Lord of the Lake, Yin Ho, immediately rushed over in the middle of the night. He did not bring any trusted subordinates with him. For a Lord of the Lake who had the entire Escort City under his jurisdiction, the distance of 800 miles was just a walk in his own courtyard. Marquis of the Lake was taken aback by the sight of the little boy in green robes, whose face was flushed red and whose limbs were swaying wildly. Why would Sword Immortal Chen have such a friend? It was just a drink, but he drank to his heart's content. However, the man from the fire god temple only treated him politely after Inho's arrival. He was not friendly, but he drank to his heart's content with Chun Lingjun. In the morning, Chun Lingjun left the fire god temple and went to the Golden Crow Palace to visit the sword cultivator at the Golden Core bottleneck, Lu Jiqing. He was also treated as a guest and respectfully sent to the mountain peak where Lu Jiqing was cultivating in seclusion. Chun Lingjun met Lu Jiqing. The handsome young man had the looks of an immortal. He wore a golden hairpin and a snow-white robe. It made people feel as if all the famous mountains and rivers in the world were waiting for this kind of cultivator to come. Lu Jiqing smiled and asked if Chun Lingjun wanted to drink tea. Chun Lingjun said no, and Lu Jiqing did not force him. In fact, both parties had nothing to talk about. Lu Jiqing was not the kind of cultivator who was good at socializing. Both parties were just being polite. When Chun Lingjun had nothing to say, Lu Jiqing did not ask him to stay. Chun Lingjun stood up and bid farewell. Lu Jiqing wanted to send him to the foot of the mountain. Chun Lingjun knew that he was cultivating in seclusion and hurriedly rejected him. He flew down the mountain and left the Golden Crow Palace. As for the Golden Crow Palace Lord, who was waiting at the foot of the mountain, Chun Lingjun also rejected his invitation to a banquet. Chun Lingjun became more and more familiar with the process. After that, he went to the Spring Dew Garden and did not take the immortal ferry anymore. In the end, Chun Lingjun was naturally fond of water. He picked an ordinary boat and sailed through the mountains amidst the sounds of apes on both sides of the river. When he arrived at the boundary of the Spring Dew Garden, Chun Lingjun was not in a hurry to chat with Song Lanxiao, who was already an old acquaintance. Instead, he followed the map and first toured the mountains and rivers on both sides of the Great Blasphemy Estuary. Then he went to the Spring Dew Garden and toured the Jade Cliff. Finally, he went to the Swan and Ice shop built by his master. With a temporary shopkeeper in charge, business was very good. Chun Lingjun worked as a shop assistant for 2 days. On this night, there was a sudden sword sacrifice. The entire Spring Dew Garden was lit up in an instant. Chun Lingjun hurriedly opened the shop and looked up. The streets were bustling with activity. It was said that a sword immortal had died in the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Chun Lingjun, who was thousands of miles away from his hometown, thought of his master, who was even further away from his hometown. He sat at the doorstep and rested his chin on his hands with a gloomy expression. On the southern battlefield of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, the Golden River appeared for the 3rd time. A young man carried a sword case on his back, which was filled with borrowed swords from the sword workshop. Chun Pingon stood on the city wall and looked at the battlefield for a moment. He took a step forward, and his body fell to the ground rapidly. In the process of falling, his hands had already rolled up his sleeves. When he was about to land, he bent his knees slightly and stepped on the void. His entire body suddenly rushed forward, and a huge pit appeared on the ground behind him. Deep in the ground, muffled thunder rumbled. He did not ride the sword, but the wind. Like an arrow, he instantly moved more than 1,000 feet away from the city wall. His hands pressed on the heads of 2 demon cultivators, and with a gentle push, the 2 corpses with smashed heads were thrown out. When Chun Pingon landed on the ground, all the sword cultivators around the battlefield subconsciously distanced themselves from this place and automatically made way for the young hidden official who had left the city for the 3rd time to fight. Now, the Great Wall of Sword Chi no longer had any resentment. This was because the young hidden official was a sword cultivator and could kill more people. A demon cultivator from the military school was wearing heavy armor and wielded a halberd. He stabbed straight at him. The young hidden official moved forward in a straight line and casually smashed the halberd with his head. He punched his opponent and scattered his body. When he stomped heavily on the ground, He released his fist before he even raised his fist, with Chun Pingon as the center. The fist within 100 feet of the battlefield poured out without restraint. Not only that, a second, larger fist aura appeared in the distance again. It surged endlessly, layer after layer of fist aura, layer after layer of divine will. They were like layers of lunar halos. The martial artist in the middle was like the sun in the sky. "660. Chun Pingon made his way south by himself. Wherever he went, spells and spirit tools would rain down on him, causing a torrential downpour. Then, Chun Pingon finally ran into a tough nut to crack. It was a short and stout man wearing a bright red chainmail. He wore a phoenix feather purple gold crown, with 2 extremely long feathers of a long-tailed pheasant. He looked like one of those fancy costumes on the stage in the marketplace. Anyone who dared to strut around on the battlefield of the Great Wall of Sword Chi was not only unafraid of death, but also qualified to be unafraid of death. This demon clan cultivator moved extremely quickly, as if he was using a length contraction talisman. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived beside Chun Pingon from several miles away. His fist directly broke through the thick fist intent around Chun Pingon's body and smashed into Chun Pingon's temple, sending Chun Pingon flying hundreds of feet away. Chun Pingon hit the ground with his palm and spun. He stood up, and the man followed him like a shadow. He exchanged a punch with Chun Pingon. Both of them slid back almost at the same time, plowing a knee-deep ditch on the ground. The man shook his right wrist and pulled a feather with 2 fingers on his left hand. He spoke in the dialect of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. "You are the new hidden official? You are a martial artist in the far travel state. Your punches are not light. No wonder you could lose to Chao Ci 3 times and win against Yu Juanfu 3 times. He raised his right hand and signaled the demon army to retreat and leave the battlefield to him and the young hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Chun Pingon stretched out his thumb and wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. He then rubbed his temples with his palm. The strength was not small. His opponent should be at the peak of the mountain, the martial arts realm of the demon race. Relying on the advantage of the innate toughness of his body, he was not as weak as paper. He was just a 9th realm martial artist with martial arts fate. He should not be courting death like this. Be it his clothes or his punches, his opponent was too indifferent. Chun Pingon soon understood. It was rare for him to talk to the enemy on the battlefield. You are the strongest 8th realm martial artist in the desolate world. You want to find a chance to break through and obtain martial arts fate? The short man let go of the feather in his hand and bounced up with a bang. He nodded and said with a smile, "How is it? Let's have a boxing match? If I say that no one will interfere, you definitely won't believe me. I reckon that I won't be able to control some sneaky, sword, cultivator death warriors. It doesn't matter. As long as you nod your head, anyone who obstructs me in the next round of the martial arts fist will be my enemy, including you. I'll kill them all." Chun Pingon stretched out his hand and pointed at the Great Wall of Sword Chi. He smiled and said, "In the city, there is a level 9 senior who teaches me fist techniques. You can go over there and practice Yuan Quan." The short man's eyes darkened. He was very sincere, but this young hidden official who was famous now was not very good at all. Chun Pingon said, "I'd like to chat with you for a bit. No matter who a martial artist loses to, even if he is Chao Ci, it is not a glorious defeat. A loss is a loss. From this, it can be seen that the strongest martial artist in the desolate world, regardless of whether his fist is hard or not, his spirit and breadth of mind are indeed not very impressive. If you become the strongest and reach the level 9, then you will be the biggest joke in the world." The conversation between the 2 parties was actually meaningless. It was just that both of them were scheming. The short man pretended to be bold and wanted to challenge Chun Pingan alone. He just wanted to use the young hidden official as a stepping stone. Once he broke through, other than the martial arts fate of the desolate world, he could also obtain a portion of the martial arts fate of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. As for Chun Pingan, he was naturally secretly searching for the strongest of the 100-sword immortals of the desolate world. Previously, when the saints of the three religions created the Golden River twice, Chun Pingan had fought twice outside the city. He had fought with the other party before, although their fights seemed to have stopped after a certain point, and they did not use their full strength. The details were closely linked. Whoever made a mistake first would die, and the way they died was not destined to be heroic. It would only make the sword cultivators who were watching the fight feel confused. The short man seemed to have lost interest in scheming. He used his boots to lightly stir the sand on the ground. "If you're done standing, I'll give you a chance to lie down and talk later. Right, I'm called Ho Kue Men." Chun Pingan put his hands behind his back and turned his head slightly. He extended a finger and pointed at his temple, indicating that if he had the guts, he could punch him again. He suddenly had an idea. He could try it out. The premise of trying it out was to let the other party try it out first. Ho Kue Men naturally did not hold back. After punching, Ho Kue Men hesitated for a moment and did not follow up with another attack. He just stood where he was, looking at the young man who was sent flying by his punch. The young man, who did not dodge or fight back, stomped his foot heavily on the ground and stopped himself. He looked at Ho Kue Men with a smile, and there was a hint of mockery in his eyes. Ho Kue Men was worried that it was a trap, so he held back a little. A young hidden official who was known for his scheming in the number 60 camp should not be stupid enough to stand there and let him kill him. Therefore, after punching successfully, he felt a trace of regret. If he had not punched with all his strength, would the young man still be standing? But why did the young man take his punch head on? Chun Pingan pointed at his chest and said, "Another punch." Ho Kue Men raised his arms and gripped the two feathers with 2 fingers. His outfit, the bright red chain mail, the purple golden crown, and the pair of shining feathers, were not some ordinary treasures. Instead, they were a whole set of ancient treasures. The only difference was that they had changed their appearances after being strengthened. It was a half-immortal weapon, good for both offense and defense. It was called a sword cage, and it could restrain a sword immortal's flying sword for a moment. Once a sword immortal without a flying sword got close to him, he would have to compete with Ho Kue Men in terms of physical strength. Ho Kue Men let go of the 2 feathers. His body flashed, and he came in front of the martial artist of the same generation who wanted to die. He punched, and the young hidden official fell to the ground in the distance. Chun Pingan stood up and spat out a mouthful of blood. He glanced at Ho Kue Men and cursed in the dialect of his hometown. He had planned to let this peak level 8th realm martial artist help him break through the bottleneck of the 7th realm, but he didn't expect this Ho Kue Men to be so slow after punching twice. This made Chun Pingan, who was used to the power of Li'er's fists in the Lion Peak of the North Continent, feel like he had been scratched in the face twice for nothing. There was a fair saying in the Great Wall of Sword aura nowadays. It was pleasing to see an official hit someone, or to see him get hit. Ho Kue Men's expression was complicated. Chun Pingan asked in the language of the savage world, "Do you want to kill the hidden official to gain merit, or do you want to break through with this martial artist?" Ho Kue Men took a deep breath and knocked his fists lightly. He said in a deep voice, "This is the last punch. If you don't die, I lose." Chun Pingan, I know you also have something to ask. It doesn't matter. Let's see whose fist technique is better. For this punch, you only need to fight back. Chun Pingan frowned, vaguely. Hokui Men's magnificent fist intent condensed into a vague image around him, like a small world guarded by a saint. In the early years at Bookslip Lake, when he traveled with Zhang Yi of Green Gorge Island, Chun Pingon found that he could vaguely see some signs. Chun Pingon shook his sleeves, rolled them up, and gently spread them out. In an instant, on the battlefield where the young hidden official and Hokui Men were, dust flew up, covering the sky and the sun. The wind and sand were mixed with fine fist intent that shot out in all directions, like thousands of tiny flying swords. After a moment, the earth trembled and the wind and sand scattered. Hokui Men covered his neck with one hand, blood oozing out from between his fingers. He clenched his fist and looked around. At last, Hokui Men saw that behind a monster cultivator, the young hidden official stabbed the dagger in his left hand into the sword cultivator's back, then gently wiped his neck with the dagger in his right hand. Hokui Men couldn't even speak fluently anymore. Chun Pingon, as a hidden official, I've seen your power myself, but as a pure warrior, you're so disappointing, so disappointing. Hokui Men mumbled. It turned out that when the young hidden official took Hokui Men's punch, he pulled out the dagger from his sleeve and directly pierced it into Hokui Men's neck. Not only that, he patted the dagger with his left hand. If Hokui Men didn't step heavily on the ground, raise his body, and then take a few steps back, his lips and tongue would have been crushed by the sharp dagger, and his head would have been punctured right on the spot. If Hokui Men were a pure warrior in the world without a strong body, he or she would definitely not be able to say a word after suffering such a serious injury. Chun Pingon gently pushed away the dead body of the sword cultivator in front of him, then said to Hokui Men with his voice, "You've punched 3 times, but which one of your punches fit your identity as a pure warrior? If your first punch was pure enough, I wouldn't mind exchanging 3 punches with you. Perhaps we could both make breakthroughs. That would be a real battle, and the only thing that matters is the power of the punches." When Chun Pingon showed up, the battlefield automatically cleared a large area. The young hidden official held the dagger with both hands, gently loosening it and gently holding it again. This was a small habit he learned from Yulu. As for the way he held the dagger, it was a way he saw in the sword water villa of Combe Country. In fact, in the martial world below the mountain, assassins and swordsmen also did this. However, in Chun Pingon's eyes, it wasn't meaningful enough. Hokui Men only knew about the young hidden official, and he didn't know about Chun Pingon's fighting habits. When he started to hesitate, he must have been chasing after a backup plan. Otherwise, all the words would only be spoken after the outcome of the battle. Hokui Men didn't retreat just like that. His fist intent didn't decrease, but increased instead. Very good. Chun Pingon put away the pair of daggers he got from the Deer Mountain assassin in the North Continent and stood still. Hokui Men used some kind of secret technique, and the blood around his neck stopped flowing. His arms hung down, and he didn't move at all. This was the state of mind that a true martial artist should have. After that, wherever the 2 figures went, they would inevitably bring disaster to a large number of bystanders. The 2 pure martial artists who were at the bottleneck of martial arts were like 2 flying swords of sword immortals wantonly cutting the battlefield, and the ground was full of broken limbs and bones. Hokui Men's punches became more and more light, but the fist intent became heavier and heavier. Every punch had the embryonic form of a martial artist of the 9th realm. This was a great opportunity to break through. For some reason, the young hidden official was already recognized as a sword cultivator, but he didn't take out his flying sword. He didn't even use any of the long swords in the sword case on his back. Far away from the battlefield, a middle-aged man who was the same as the young hidden official seemed to be surrounded by the demon army, rushing towards the Great Wall of Sword Chi. He had been paying attention to the battle between Chun Pingon and Hokui Men, and he had roughly seen some clues. He was hesitating whether to disrupt Chun Pingan's plan. However, when his gaze swept across a few directions, and the distance between them wasn't close, he gave up on making a move after some consideration. He didn't want to compete with the geniuses of the Jia Shin tent. Ho Kuei Men's body was badly mutilated. He was a peak martial artist of the 8th realm, and he had a lot of treasures on him. He was clearly a martial artist of a lower realm than a martial artist of the 8th realm, but he was reduced to such a miserable state after a single punch. It was unbelievable. Ho Kuei Men, whose face was covered in blood, suddenly stood still. He lowered his head and chuckled, feeling very satisfied. He raised his head and stared at the young man, who had also suddenly retracted his fist. Ho Kuei's gait seemed to be saying, "When I reach the 9th level and have the fortune of martial arts, I will come and break this unreasonable bottleneck of the Golden Body stage. By then, it will be my Ho Kuei's gait's turn to be unreasonable. No matter how messy your plan is, how can it succeed? Will you be able to leave this battlefield alive? If you have the ability, Chin Pingan, break through as well." Ho Kuei Men's cultivation level was clearly higher, but he was at a disadvantage. The crux of the problem wasn't that Ho Kuei Men's physique wasn't enough, nor was it that his fist was too light. The crux of the problem was that Chin Pingan seemed to be able to predict the path of the fist. At this moment, Ho Kuei Men saw that Chin Pingan didn't seem to be faking it, as if he was facing a great enemy. He only felt great. In his entire life, he had practiced the fist technique and broken through every single time, and he had never felt so happy before. That Chin Pingan helped me break through today, and I'll leave his corpse intact later. The premise is that the young man's physique can withstand several punches from me after I reach the 9th realm. Streaks of martial arts luck from the wastelands broke through the air and descended upon the battlefield, crazily surging towards Ho Kuei Men. Chin Pingan smiled knowingly. It's finally here. Ho Kuei Men's punches were too light. They couldn't break through his bottleneck. At most, they could only help him break through a few key areas. Their bones and muscles were just icing on the cake because they were worried that it would affect the following battles. Many of the 9th realm punches went straight for the vital regions. Once they landed on his body, Chin Pingan wasn't afraid of being injured. He was only afraid that the fist intent would overturn the small world in his body. Therefore, Chin Pingan couldn't withstand all of them. He had to disperse most of them. Ho Kuei Men's punches were great, but Chin Pingan didn't feel great at all when facing them. It didn't matter. Chin Pingan had experience in beating back martial arts luck. In the old Dragon City, he had done it more than once. Moreover, Chin Pingan had withstood the heavenly tribulation twice. He had done it in the North Continent's follower city, and in the Great Wall of Sword Chi against Rinzhan. Chin Pingan tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and rose straight into the sky. He didn't punch out. He just kept climbing, as if he wouldn't stop until he reached the highest point in the sky. Although he didn't punch out, he used the fist intent of the Great Cloud Swamp style to welcome the white streaks of martial arts luck from the desolate world. The middle-aged man stopped and looked up. He mumbled to himself, "You can even snatch martial arts luck? Can you do business like this?" That was because the young hidden official had used some strange method to pull all the white streaks of martial arts luck into the sky, making the young man look like a white streak of light. The martial arts fate in the world was an elusive existence. Otherwise, the Confucian temple in the central region would not be unable to stop it. The martial arts fate could only allow it to circulate among the geniuses of the 9 continents. In the desolate world, even the moon supporting mountain couldn't stop it. The one in the most awkward position was naturally Ho Kuei Men, who had arrived but didn't get close to the martial arts luck. Ho Kuei Men bent his knees slightly and also rose into the sky. He chased after Chin Pingan, who was already as small as a mustard seed, and hoped to get close to the martial arts luck as much as possible. The middle-aged man, who considered himself a swordsman, still didn't attack Chin Pingan with his sword. It wasn't that he cared about rules or morals. In the battlefield, he was the same as Chin Pingan. Every time he attacked, and every time he exchanged injuries with his opponent, it was like he was making a bargain. This young swordsman, who had defeated Li Jun, Zhu Gong, and all the other geniuses in the 100 Sword Immortals record, somehow felt a trace of the true meaning of the Great Tao. If he attacked now, even if he could succeed, it wouldn't be worth it for his Great Tao. This was because in this world, he would attract the invisible pressure of the martial arts luck in the world. If he was a pure martial artist, it would be a good thing to train his martial arts. Unfortunately, he was a swordsman after all. No, Chun Pingan's fist intent and motive were all fake. He suddenly reached out his right hand and directly controlled a long sword from a demon swordsman not far away. He shook it slightly, and dozens of sword fragments shattered into pieces. At the same time, he flipped his left wrist and forcibly blasted a few meridians in his palm with his own sword energy. After blood seeped out, he smeared it on the sword fragments. The young swordsman, who had used one of his trump cards, waved his sleeve and sent the fragments into the sky, straight to Ho Kuei Men. Almost at the same time, Ho Kuei Men's vision blurred. The figure more than 300 meters away from him first used a distance contraction talisman, and then used Songjun and Kulei's refined flying swords as a guide. Holding the saber with both hands, he stabbed Ho Kuei Men's cheeks with one saber, which went across his entire face, and the other into his heart. After the successful attack, he used the distance contraction talisman and disappeared instantly. In the next moment, the sword fragments hovered around Ho Kuei Men like a pocket-sized sword formation, protecting this demon swordsman who might be at the 8th or 9th level for the time being. If they hadn't arrived in time, Chun Pingan could have directly cut off half of Ho Kuei Men's head. Ho Kuei Men gritted his teeth. After taking 2 slashes, his ascending figure paused slightly, and then he continued to fly into the sky. The martial arts fate was then dragged to a higher place by the young hidden official. After making sure that Ho Kuei Men's life was not in danger, the sword fragments flashed and returned to the middle-aged man. The 2 pure martial artists broke through 2 vast clouds one after another. The first layer was only slightly higher than the top of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, and the cloud above it was far higher than the top of the wall. Suddenly, they rose above the cloud and hovered. Chun Pingan frowned again, but this time he wasn't acting with Ho Kuei Men. Instead, he really felt that something was amiss. The martial arts fate in the higher place was absolutely real. Although Ho Kuei Men didn't know why the young hidden official stopped after breaking through the cloud, he still approached the dragon-like martial arts fate with the help of the wind-controlling realm. Chun Pingan thought for a while, and actually abandoned all his previous plans. He fell into the cloud and returned to the ground. Ho Kuei Men would generously accept the martial arts fate that should have belonged to him. Above the cloud, the sun shone brightly, and Ho Kuei Men was like a god. In an instant, Ho Kuei Men's eyes turned pitch black. After struggling for a while, he actually started to follow Chun Pingan, and at the same time, he guided the martial arts fate to the ground. The martial arts fate crashed into Ho Kuei Men's body, and Ho Kuei Men, who had reached the 9th level, rushed towards Chun Pingan. Chun Pingan changed his path of retreat 3 times, but he still couldn't dodge in time. On the ground, a shockingly huge pit was created, as if a Sword Immortal's natal flying sword had exploded. The 9th level martial artist, Ho Kuei Men, and his martial arts fate were all shattered. In Jia Shun's tent, the 5 potential Sword Immortals of the savage world no longer hid their tracks. They all appeared at the edge of the huge pit, each occupying an area. Zhu Gong, Li Shun, you see, Lu Bai, and Ni Tan. The middle-aged man sighed, concealed himself, and left. A powerful spirit beast had activated its spirit power and possessed Ho Kuei Gate, who was about to break into the next level. Ho Kuei Gate directly sacrificed a sure level 9 warrior in exchange for seriously injuring the young secluded official Qin Pingon. Zhu Gong said, "Be careful, it's a trap." A smiling voice sounded in everyone's hearts at the same time. How is that possible? You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories